I believe in Tulan. I believe in Tulan. 2-0 Cedric Dumas. 2-0 Cedric Dumas. I believe in Tulan. I believe in Tulan. Tulan down 2-0, but this is where he gets it. He's the Nate Diaz. He's the bottom of the barrel Nate Diaz. Off-brand Diaz. About to get it done. Come on, guys. It's time to put our hands together. Time to freaking, give Tulan the energy that he needs. We all got to start chanting, like the end of a movie. It's the end of the movie, and it's when the good guys take their final stand. I believe in Tulan. I believe in Tulan. Come on, guys. It's time to make our stand. All right. I believe in Tulan. I believe in Tulan. Come on, guys. Let's get it. It's time to get locked in. Time to get locked in. I believe in Tulan. I believe in Tulan. Density Maxer. Dude, the Density Maxer, the Blob, T-Ferg. We've got so many legends fighting tonight. The Moab runner. We have the long distance pretzel eater. And one of the brothers. I believe in Tulan. Let's go! Here he is, man. He's putting the pace on Dumas. He's putting the pace on him. He's putting that pressure on him now. Yeah. There we go. Fedor Emelianenko. Fedor Emelianenko is probably in the crowd. Dude, Dumas' striking is improved. He's better than that. Who's that guy that Bo Nickel? Oh, flying knee from Tulan. Who's that guy that Bo Nickel fought in his UFC debut? Jamie Pickett. Tulan beat up Jamie Pickett. I was thinking, man, Dumas ain't that good on the feet, but Dumas has gotten better. His jab is looking pretty good. Damn, dude. Tulan is literally blind as a bat, pale as a ghost in this fight. He's looking horrible. This is the worst he's ever looked on the feet. He's just slow as fuck, bro. He's so slow, but Dumas has gotten better. Pathetic, dude. Yes, Sandhagen is the pretzel guy. Sandhagen's the long distance runner. Big uppercut from Tulan. Maybe Tulan finishes him. We stopped believing in him. This is not a cope pick. This is not a cope pick. I'm just coping while watching it. Dude, Dumas is getting tired. Has there ever been a Muslim female MMA fighter? If not, what are your thoughts on them? I mean, they don't exist, right? I don't think there's ever been one. Maybe there has, to be honest. I actually, you know what? I feel like at some point I've seen a video of like a promotion in the Middle East where women are wearing like the hijab and all that stuff. So maybe it exists. I'm not sure. Thank you for the $5. It's early, yet the crowd is better than the Saudi card. Dude, the Saudi crowd is awful. People are saying that the Abu Dhabi crowd is going to suck. The Abu Dhabi crowd is not the best, but it's not the same as the Saudi crowd. I think people are like tying them together. They're completely different. There weren't a lot of people at the Saudi Arabia event. And I don't know. This is a bigger stadium that they have in Abu Dhabi. There's a lot more like hardcore MMA fans that go to these events. So yeah. Is Jamal cooked? Jamal? You mean Jamal Hill? Thank you for the $5. I don't think he's cooked. I don't think his career's cooked. I think as far as beating Alex Pereira, yeah, that ain't ever going to happen. But yeah. I believe in Tulan. If only we had the mole fighting today, I know. That's the last one that we needed on this card. We have the blob. We have Tulan's actually going to win the third round, maybe, if he lands good ground and pound here, even though he's lost the majority of the third. Dude, there could be a robbery. I believe in Tulan. There could be a robbery. Yeah, we have the blob. We have the density maxer. We have the pretzel eater. We're just missing my best friend Magomed Ankalaev and the mole. This card's missing. Yeah, the missing link, Grant Dawson, is not on it. But you know how Dawson is. Dawson's the missing link. He kind of goes missing in between fights. You don't really hear anything about him until a fight is announced. And Dawson's, he's a bit of an oddball in that division. Haha, fuck. I should have used the oddball phrase. There are so many phrases that I missed. Tough cookie. I didn't realize that I missed a lot until the end of the video, but oddball, tough cookie. People wanted the fuck you on there, even though that's not really a phrase. It's just kind of like, people say that. But yeah, I should have had oddball on there. Bobbing and weaving and bobbing and weaving. Yeah, that's another one. You missed your intro? What's the intro? Flying knee from Tulan just misses. Blind as a bat, pills a ghost. Yeah. There's like 100 that I missed. There's so many. Boom. I know. There's a lot. It's just some of them aren't really catchphrases. Boom is that really a catchphrase? I mean, just making a noise. Oh, he clipped him. I believe in Tulan. I believe in Tulan. Tulan's so slow, dude. He's cooked. Tulan's cooked. Takedown. Tulan wins. Woohoo! Tulan wins. Takedown at the end of the third. He lost the first 2 rounds, but that's enough to at least steal the fight. That's enough to steal the fight. Big ugly jab and a big ugly low kick. No, Tulan won that. I believe he edged out the first round by not getting submitted. You kind of have to give him the moral victory since his grappling's not that good. And even though he lost the majority of the third on the feet, he at least got the takedown a couple times. And Tulan, came on strong. He had the Nate Diaz moral victory of like being the real winner. If you don't kill Tulan in the cage, he wins. Essentially. It's like Nate Diaz. If you don't get Tulan, if you don't finish him, it's a victory for him. Because that just means that if it was a real fight, if you can't finish him in a 3-rounder, what makes you think you're going to finish him in a 6-rounder, 8-rounder, 10-rounder? You basically lose the whole fight. You basically lose in a real fight. Boom is totally a catchphrase. Okay, we should have had it in there. Tulan has a WMMA record. Damn, dude, 11-10. Shit. When the fight was originally announced, I went with Cedric Dumas, and it was like a comfortable pick. I don't know. I've seen Tulan like beat people up in the clinch and make fights messy, and Dumas's striking has looked pretty terrible. And I didn't think his grappling was good enough to get a finish or good enough to keep Tulan down. But you know what? He was so much faster. Tulan's just a slow poke. He's just a little bit too slow. He is such a marauder. Thoughts on Volkan Bilal beef? Thoughts on Volkan Bilal beef. Thank you for the 20 and okay. We'll talk about the Volkan Bilal beef. Let's see who wins. Yeah, I knew they weren't going to rob Tulan. Good for Dumas, man. I mean, he did look improved, but a part of it is just that Tulan's so slow. But his striking looked a little bit better. And yeah, he got eye poked in his last outing. His house caught on fire. That's crazy. That's my family. I'm coming back with this dub. There's DC. I believe in Tulan. I believe in Tulan. Dude, I got to pick Dennis Tulan in every single one of his fights. From now on, guys, I have to pick Dennis Tulan. I have to pick Tulan in every single one of his fights from now on. So we can just say that we believe in him. You have to believe in Tulan. Like he is one of those guys where you can't go against, You can't really pick against him. It's one of those things where no matter who he fights, it's always a safe pick because you just know 11-10. 11-10 is I'd rather pick someone that's 11-10 than 15-0. 11-10, that's like, all right, well, no matter what happens, there's a good chance that they win, right? They fought 20 times, they've won 11. That's pretty good. Like you're erring on the side of, okay, well, they're probably going to get a win. And even if they don't, there's a good chance that they will. 10-0, that's a good record, but there's always a chance that they lose. So you got to kind of just believe in Tulan. You just got to believe in Tulan, man. Missed my dono? Okay, I'm on it. Thank you for the $2. Chicken. If Ankalaev loses, there's no contender for light heavyweight. I agree. But you know what? Someone commented on my recent video that Pereira was ducking Ankalaev, which I think is total bullshit. I just think the UFC doesn't want to give Pereira a fight with someone that's not really separated themselves from the pack and like made more of a name for themselves. I think that now that they've had Alex Pereira headline all these events, they want him to fight a bigger name. Why Dana is de-promoting a potential Pereira and Tom Aspinall fight, MMA Guru made a video about this. I hadn't watched his video, but I saw the fucking clip of Dana White, and it was so frustrating to listen to. And Dana White was basically saying, wait, you want Alex Pereira to move to heavyweight? Why would he move to heavyweight? Wait, isn't he a light heavyweight? Dana White was doing some stupid shit like that. Isn't he a light heavyweight? Why would he move to heavyweight? Playing some dumb shit. So to be honest, it is a little bit weird because like Alex Pereira is he's fun against anyone that he fights. And Magomed Ankalaev is not like a total no-name. But I think that he's not ducking Ankalaev. Him and his team have said that they're willing to fight Ankalaev. Alex Pereira, if you've watched his vlogs, if you've watched his interviews throughout the past 6 months, he's always said, I don't care who's next. We're ready to fight. If it's Yuri, if it's Ankalaev. There was only one moment where Ankalaev was like, let's fight in Abu Dhabi. And Pereira said, no, not because he didn't want to fight in Abu Dhabi, but because he wanted to fight sooner. It was one of those things where he was like, well, I just want to fight sooner. I don't want to wait 6 months for you. So, yeah. Jai Herbert winning is good for Volk's legacy. Trust. Is it? Who's he fighting against? Jai Herbert. I forget who he's fighting against. Jai Herbert. Oh, Bedoya? How is that good for Volk's legacy? Yeah. Okay. So Ilia Topuria beat Jai Herbert. Let's think of the logic. Ilia Topuria beat Jai Herbert. So Ilia Topuria's wins aging well makes Volk's loss to Topuria look less pathetic because Topuria beat guys that were good and he's not just beating bums. You know what I mean? I get the logic. Tony by submission calling it now. Also, Dana White hates Ankalaev. Yeah, he doesn't like Ankalaev. That is also part of it. I think it's not Pereira ducking Ankalaev. I think it's the UFC not liking Ankalaev that much. But you know what? Ankalaev's always been a bit salty, but I think he has a reason to be salty, dude. I think he has a reason to be salty. You know how many rematches he's had to have? To be fair, yeah, one of those rematches was not his fault. I mean, it was his fault. Like, he had an illegal knee over Johnny Walker. But also the draw, and, I honestly think Ankalaev won that fight. The draw that he had with Jan Blachowicz. We'll do a poll. I think he actually won that fight. But then, of course, we had the rematch with him and, what's his name? Fuck, dude. He was in Bedtime's fall-off video. Ion Kutalaba. I mean, I don't know. Ankalaev's had to put up with a bunch of BS. He's never had an undisputed title shot given to him like 3 months out, 2 months out, like any other fighter. The only title fight he's ever fought in was like a Mickey Mouse title fight put together the week before. So, I mean, listen, people that say who cares about Ankalaev, if you're a hardcore fan of MMA, you should care about Ankalaev. That doesn't mean you want him to be champ. It doesn't mean you want him to win. But I don't understand. Yes, he's not fun and he's not that promotable, but I don't understand like saying fuck Ankalaev, like who needs him in the promotion. He's a solid fighter. He's one of the few like elite fighters in heavier weight classes. I don't get why people like say who cares about him. Like he's a good fighter. Yeah, I don't know. You hate Ankalaev? He's an entertaining fighter. He's got knockouts. I mean, he's not the most entertaining, but he's also not boring. I just think like for one of the heavier weight classes, you don't want less of the good fighters. Those weight classes are kind of shitty. There's only like 5 good fighters, 6 good fighters in each division. Why would you want to get rid of them? Why would you not think that one of the few actually elite ones is not valuable? Especially for a title fight. Like Pereira, we want to see Pereira fight a wrestler at some point. Even though I want Pereira to win and I don't want him to lose, in a way, I'd want Pereira to even beat Aspinall if he were to move up just to see him become the GOAT of the sport. I'd want Pereira to beat everyone. You do want to feel nervous before a Pereira fight, you know? So, yeah. Holy shit, dude. Thank you for the $50. NIF. Thank you for the $50, man. I really appreciate that. It's a big super chat. Thank you for the sticker. And NIF, you also donated here. Lucas, I was watching your live when you mentioned the recent stock rising losses video. I helped inspired. Yeah, I remember one of you guys, I guess it was you that mentioned it. Stock rising losses. Someone said that they want to see the opposite of that video, but I already kind of made that. I made a fighters worst wins, which was like, in a way, they kind of lost stock when they won. Like Adesanya's win over Vittori. Not everyone they lost stock, but I had to kind of nitpick and find the worst wins, right? I forget the other ones that I did. I think it was like Makhachev's win over Thiago Moises, which wasn't a good one. Didn't really make him look impressive. Yo, Bedoya looks completely different. I know he cut weight. Bedoya looks like a completely different person, bro. He's lost a shitload of weight, man. I know he cut weight, obviously, but he's hardly even recognizable, bro. Completely different guy. This is the real Rolando Bedoya. Why is Guram? Guram's always reffing, man. Interesting. How is Guram reffing, but he's fighting in the same card? It is interesting. Nice leg kick from Bedoya. That was a solid leg kick. Bedoya's doing well. He's getting after it. He's getting after it. Who wins in a fight, Shamil Gaziev or Stipe? We'll talk. Come on. Come on, bro. Come on, bro. Shamil Gaziev, bro. Oh! We'll read the donos in between the rounds, guys. But I want to lock in. Because I've been, last card, I didn't do a good job of locking in during the fight. I'm going to read all the donos in between the rounds. Unless if this turns into a dog shit fight, which we don't know yet, it's too early, then I'll just read them all right now. But it's actually a good fight. And that's a credit to the shoot box style that Bedoya has. You know, these guys are always... Oh! Jai Herbert knocked down! And he shucks him to the ground. Knocks him down with a right hand. Lightweight skill. Lighter weight class skill. Lighter man skill. Bedoya is used to fighting the slower welterweights. Jai Herbert's usually the twig man, pitter-pat man. Now that he's fighting a slower guy coming down a weight class, lighter man's... Dude, I'm telling you, it's proven 90% of the time. It's proven 90% of the time. Dude, stop spoiling it. I'm watching the fight live. This is kind of the point of a live stream. If I'm spoiling it, then you need to pause my live stream. And sync up the stream with me. This is a good fight, dude. Early knockdown for Herbert. I honestly cannot believe that Herbert got a KO. I mean, a knockdown. My bad. There's Li Jingliang. Li Jingliang, isn't he? Li Jingliang. Isn't Li Jingliang fighting soon? I know Li Jing. Oh, he's fighting on the Australia card. I'm just joking. That's not Li Jingliang in the crowd. Yo, the Australia card's better than the Sphere card too. Kind of crazy. I'll show you guys the comparison. Nice knee. Dude, Herbert's actually looking pretty good on the feet in this fight. Oh, nasty front kick. Snap and a snapping front kick to the face. If you watch my Shamil Gaziev Dante Mays breakdown, nice jab, but a good jab return from Herbert. There's a nice sweet pea special. If you guys watch my Shamil and Mays breakdown, that was not an Australian accent. That was a Dan Hardy accent. Whatever accent Dan Hardy has. Whatever part of England Dan Hardy is from, that was that accent. Nice shot to the body. Hard leg kick. Bedoya moves forward, but can't land clean on Herbert, who's got the range advantage. Good prediction so far for me. I picked Jai Herbert to win this fight comfortably. I think a lot of people probably picked him, but again, lighter man skill was a big part of it. Lighter man skill paired with a reach advantage, with a range advantage, and a picking and prodding style is pretty difficult to beat. It's pretty difficult to beat, bro. You can't bet against one of these guys. unless they're fighting like one of the most elite fighters that is moving down a weight class. Bedoya is throwing leather there, but it's going to be a Jai Herbert round. There's a sweet pea special from Herbert. Who's got the best sweet pea in the UFC? The best jab in the UFC. You know, I think Volk might have the best jab in the UFC. Volk, Strickland. I think those are the best jabs in the UFC. Strickland for a heavier weight class guy, Volk for a lighter weight class guy. O'Malley, Volk, and Strickland. O'Malley, Volk, and Strickland. Best sweet pea specials in the UFC. Not glazed. That's not glazed, dude. Oh my goodness. You know, it's funny how people say I glaze Volkanovski. I'm sorry that Volkanovski has become one of the best fighters ever and has proven his technique multiple times as being superior to all of his elite opponents that he's basically had. My bad. Let's just pretend that we live in a world where Volkanovski's lost half of his fights, has been outstruck a million times, hasn't actually looked good in every single one of his fights. Let's just pretend we live in that world. Yeah, Volk sucks, man. Volk's trash, bro. Strickland's jab easily. No. Strickland's jab is great for middleweight. It's not better than Volk's. Get off your knees. It's not better than Volk's. I'm sorry. Thank you for joining the Lucas Tracy MMA Club, and thank you for the $2, MC Binks. I appreciate that. They call him this a striker's delight. Stop the glaze. This is a good fight, though. This is actually a good fight. You know. Thank you for the $2. It's a good fight. Thank you for the $5, Mr. Smile. Imagine Khamzat pulls out again. Yeah, we're all worried about that. I mean, the last Abu Dhabi card was stacked too. Not as stacked as this main card, but it all fell apart. At least that we have some insurance. You know, if one of these fights falls off, like let's say Rakic and Ankalaev falls off, we're good. If Gane and Volkov falls off, we're good. If 2 fights fall off, we're in a different situation. But still, let's just hope that the big 2 don't fall off. Thank you for the $5, Mr. Smile. Thank you for the $5. Card already stacked, but who else do you think will fill out the Abu Dhabi card for the casuals? Love you, Lucas. No homo. Thank you for the $5. I appreciate that. The third ever super chat, CJ. Who do I think will fill out the rest of the cards for the casuals? I don't think any fight that the UFC adds to that card is going to be casual friendly because they've already put a bunch of big fights on there. I don't even think Ankalaev and Rakic is a casual friendly fight. That's like a hardcore fan fight. Hardcore fans look at, dude, maybe that's not the case for everyone, but like, again, Ankalaev is an elite light heavyweight. He's not that boring. I like to see him fight. Let me ask you guys a question. Okay? Let me ask you guys a question. Do you look at Ankalaev and Rakic as like, you know, a big fight? Not a big fight in terms of it's not going to like break the internet, but like for you, is it a big fight? For example, I think Rakic and Ankalaev would be the second biggest fight on this card. Yeah, most people are saying, yeah. It'd be the second biggest fight on this card. This one that we're watching right now. I like the fight. I think it's a great fight. So I think it's already stacked, but the casuals are only going to be interested in the main and co-main event. Unless you're a casual from France, you probably don't even care that much about Gane. But they might know Gane since he fought Jones. A lot of people say yes. UFC 307 is going to be Pennington main event. Thank you for the $2. Yes, but I have faith that it's going to be a good card overall because they've already added a bunch of sick fights to it. We'll check UFC 307 after this, but Aljo Evloev is on it. They have a bunch of other good fights on there too. So I actually think 307, despite it having a shit main event, is going to be a decent card. They're going to have a bunch of decent fights on there. All of these cards are better than the Sphere. That's the worst thing. Again, like, I understand that the Mexican Independence Day thing, but like, bro, hardcore Mexican MMA fans want to see big fights too. That they I'm sure they want a bunch of Mexican fighters on the card, but hardcore Mexican MMA fans want big fights and they want high level fights. And Mexican casual fans, yes, they want to see a bunch of Mexican fighters on the card too. But like, you want to impress them. You want to convert them into hardcore fans. You have to put on sick fights in general. Like, that's the good thing about combat sports. It doesn't matter where the fighters are from, as long as they're putting on sick fights and you have the best fighters in the world that are the most entertaining fighters in the world fighting, that is the type of thing that converts fans. If they think like, oh yeah, we'll just have a bunch of amateur level fucking fights on here, but everyone's from this country, so everyone from that country is going to become a fan, they're mistaken. That's not how it works. Okay? People are converted into fans by watching the best and the most entertaining fighters. It doesn't matter where the fuck they're from. That being said, you still need a bunch of people from Mexico, but they could have added one other big fight, like one other, a Charles Oliveira fight, you know? Guys, I am going to read all the donuts, but we got to lock in this last round. Oh, this is not even the last round. This is just the second round. Let's lock in. There's a big Elvis Brener style overhand from Bedoya. Is Oliveira in the corner? I don't think so. There's a few shoot box guys on this card. There's a nice body shot, but a couple of good inside shots from Herbert. But Bedoya is getting gritty. He's biting down on the mouthpiece. Oh, big gnarly shots. And there's a big clubbing combination from Bedoya. And a big gnarly overhand over the top. There's a nice sweet pea special to the body of Herbert. No matter what happens, no matter how tough the fight's getting, he's just making a point not to move away from the old reliable jab. There's a nice 1-2 from Bedoya. Bedoya's starting to get to him. Boom! Boom! Big body shot. Big body kick from Bedoya. Wow, Bedoya's putting some classic shoot box pressure on him. This is actually a sick fight. This is the best fight Jai Herbert's ever been in, aside from the Topuria fight. This is the second best fight Herbert's ever been in. Nice 1-2 from Herbert. I don't know who's winning this round. Bedoya could be winning. Oh! Nasty right hand from Herbert. Dude, Herbert's actually being forced to fight like a dog in this one. Strong low kick. Herbert could... There's a nice jab from Bedoya. And a nice hook to the body from Herbert. Wow, this is a great fight. Leg kick from Bedoya. Clipped him with the jab there. Herbert landed a front kick. I don't know who won that round. Guys, I wasn't really paying too much attention to the beginning of the round. So I don't know who won that round. Herbert literally destroys Topuria. Yeah, eats him alive, bro. Even though he got knocked out cold. Great fight so far. Who do you guys think won that round? Herbert 2-0? Might be Herbert 2-0. Might be Herbert 2-0. Have you heard anything about Nikita Krylov? I haven't. I don't know, man. I don't know what's going on with Nikita Krylov, but I've not heard of him. Thank you for the $2. Thank you for the $5, Kristen. Who headlines UFC 307 now? And do you think Strickland gets the winner of DDP and Adesanya now that Whitaker and Chimaev is booked? Yes, I do. No, I don't. Who headlines UFC 307? I don't know. They might do a BMF fight, but it might just be Raquel Pennington. And if it's Raquel Pennington, I'm sure they're going to stack the undercard. But either way, I don't know. I do not think Strickland is going to get the winner. I think Strickland, even though he deserves a shot, the UFC doesn't like when people sit out, even though he's been active this year. He's fought twice. And they don't like when people not only sit out, but they turn down the opportunity or the idea of fighting a guy like Robert Whitaker. And now Robert Whitaker's taking the tough Khamzat Chimaev fight when Khamzat pulled out. The UFC is going to reward Robert Whitaker, right? They're going to reward Robert Whitaker for taking the Khamzat fight. And of course, Khamzat is a bigger name draw than Strickland. That's just how it is. The UFC loves Khamzat Chimaev. They're trying to get him a title fight. Strickland's getting passed up. Whether you think he should get passed up or not, I do think he's going to get passed up. Maybe they could have done Strickland versus Whitaker, but I think Strickland didn't want it. So, yeah. And I don't think the UFC is gung-ho about giving Strickland a title fight right now. But Whitaker, imagine Whitaker beats Khamzat. He'll have 3 wins in a row. 3 wins in a row. Costa, Ikram, Khamzat. It's like, okay, well, now that guy deserves a title shot more than anyone else. Nice throw from Jai Herbert. Great throw. Amazing throw. The real O'Malley and Sweetie Little Treaties. I know, bro. We should have done the real. And Sweetie Little Treaties would have been good too. Salty Walties. Don't forget Salty Walties. I missed so many. The thing is, though, the video would have been so long, but I could have shortened every explanation. I could have shortened them, but it's just hard to think of them all when there's so many. Like half the things that I say anyway in every video or live streams are catchphrases. So maybe I'll do a part 2 someday. All right, we got to lock in, guys. I'm going to catch up on the donos, but we got to lock in. I got you, MMA Momentum, after this round. We got to lock in. Nice front kick to the body. Nice sweet piece special from Jai. And a good solid low kick from Bedoya. Not really, though. Yeah, both guys are slowing down a lot. Nice combination from Herbert. Jab, leg kick, another jab, low kick. Oh, weird step from Jai Herbert. Fell into the fence. Don't know what's going on there. Took a weird step, guys. You guys cry about missed donos, but he's never going to read them immediately. Well, if we're watching fights, guys, thank you for the $5. Watch him miss this dono too. I didn't miss it. Dude, I got to watch the fights. Like, I can't just miss the fights. And there's always time in between the rounds. There's always time in between the fights to get them too. But, like, you know, we want to watch the fights, you know. That's what the purpose of the live stream is to watch fights. We will get them all. Don't worry. I'm going to get them all. But if I miss the fights, how am I supposed to break them down after, right? Nice hook. Oh, he kind of stumbled him a little bit, but nice step in knee from Herbert. And also, this fight is sick. Wow. Kind of lower than I thought for significant strikes, but dude, this is a war, man. Amazing fight. I don't know what's next for Herbert. I don't know if he gets that much further, but either way, this is a good win. And Bedoya is decent, and he's kind of looking like Oliveira a little bit with the way he was walking forward. It's basically a win over Charlie Olives, mate. It's basically a win over Charlie Olives, lad. I don't know why I'm saying lad. Oh, nice 1-2 from Herbert. Hardy doesn't say lad. That's a Scouser thing. Yeah, Bedoya is missing a bunch of those clobbering right hands. You guys know what a clobbering right hand looks like. It's when you kind of clobber it in there. Bedoya is the king of big winging hooks and clobbering right hands. Dude, Bedoya is doing well, man. He's doing well. People forget, man. Bedoya is a freaking marauder, man. Bedoya is winning the end of this round, but I think Herbert's done enough. I don't know, though. Bedoya is snapping his head back with some of these shots. Takedown attempt from Herbert. Bedoya definitely won the end of that round, but I think Herbert won the fight. I think it's going to be 30-27, 29-28. Maybe Bedoya edged out the second, but I think Herbert probably won the third. Definitely won the first. First could be a 10-8. That knockdown was pretty legit. I mean, I don't know if they'll give him a 10-8. I don't think knockdowns these days are enough for 10-8s. When will the Chimmy quack again? We'll see. We'll see. Maybe October, 2 weeks out, maybe a week out. We'll see if he shows up. Thank you for the 279. I like Magomed, but I want Alex to become the go to the sport and starch Aspinall. I want Alex to never lose again, dude. Alex has the ability to become a triple champ, and I want to see someone realize the greatness. I like seeing people pass others up on the GOAT list and become GOATs. And I want to see someone new do it, because it's always been, at least throughout the past 10 years, it's been GSP, Jones, Silva. Like, We've got the same fuckers always being mentioned. I want there to be modern era fighters that are finally cracking themselves into the convo. And it'd be so cool to have someone become a 3-weight division champion. That would be insane. In Max's stream, he said he thinks Jones beats Tom. I said John lost to Reyes, and he said no, he didn't. Only a judge's opinions matter. Only a judge's opinions matter. That's okay. I mean, that obviously almost lost a fan. Thank you for the $5. Like Holloway? Only the judge's opinions matter. I mean, technically, that is true. Like, you get to keep the belt and you get to fight for the belt again. But the way that we look at fights should be based on performance and performance alone. And we should use... Let me just wait for the scorecard. Nice. Jai Herbert wins. Unanimous decision. Great fight. Great fight. Bedoya is going to have to settle into 155. It's always tough to move down a weight class, you know, especially when you got to go against a lighter man's skill. The lighter man's habitat is always a bit of a difficult place to, you know, make your debut. So it's going to be really difficult for Bedoya to sort of ease into the lightweight division and just get a little bit faster and crisper. But yeah, we have so many examples of fights where fights are scored a certain way, where we have expectations that they're always scored that way. And when the judges deviate a lot, it is weird, it's suspicious, and we could recognize it as a shitty decision. So we should judge fights based on performances, and based on the way MMA is scored 90% of the time, Reyes won that fight. And the way that fights are scored most of the time, where there's criteria that we know of, it says it in the scoring criteria, Reyes won the fight. So, yeah. Mexican independence is a joke. Narco state for real. Okay. Thank you for the $2, MC Binks. What's the narrative of UFC 304 being a snoozer? UFC 304 being a snoozer. Dana, they're just coping because Bilal won. And Bisping's just pissed that Leon didn't win. Like, it's fucking obvious. Seems people are just mad about the main event. I thought it was a fun card. Dude, it was a great main card. And Dana White was pissed about the bonus thing. He was like, 7 decisions in a row. We're never doing this again. Like, dude, a lot of those decisions were fun. Arnold Allen, Giga Chikadze was a great fight. There were a couple wars. I forget the other ones, but there was a couple of wars on the undercard on the prelims. So Dana was just using that as a scapegoat not to give out the bonuses. Dana was looking for an excuse, but yeah. And he said that, but Aspinall had a first-round finish. Paddy Pimblett had a first-round highlight reel finish. There was a bunch of good finishes. Not that many, but where it mattered, there were good finishes. So, yeah. And didn't he give Pimblett 2 bonuses? That's ridiculous. That's ridiculous. What's going on, Lucas? Always use your breakdowns for bets. Win me some big money today, bro. Well, you know, listen, I don't think that you guys should necessarily just take my predictions and bet on them. I don't recommend that people do that. I just like making predictions because that's just the fun thing to do. That's what MMA fans like to do. But if I guess, you know, I think my most confident pick on tonight's card is probably, I don't know. I kind of want to say Kessa, but the odds probably are terrible since Tony's lost so many fights. So those probably aren't even good odds for you. And Tony could like beat him up on the feet. We never know. Kessa's just Kessa sometimes has horrible performances as well. I'd say that what other fights are pretty sure? I think Gaziev definitely beats Mays. And the main event is tricky. I don't know. Main event is really tricky. What's the co-main for 308? Gone versus Volkov or Hamza? Oh, definitely Hamzat Whitaker. 5 rounds. I want to see a 5-rounder Hamzat. Yeah, it's 5 rounds. So it's Hamzat Whitaker. Dana said it was the co-main. Can't wait. And I'm picking Whitaker. I'm picking Whitaker, guys. And a part of it is because Hamzat pulled out again of one of his fights. Not again. Hamzat doesn't really pull out that often, to be honest. I think that's a fake narrative. But either way, He doesn't fight very often, and we know he's had health problems, and he's had to take time off in the past, and he pulled out of his last fight because of his health problems. I think that his gas tank issues are related to his horrible weight cuts and training camps because I think his body crashes. And I think that, listen, unless he completely fixes the problem, I think he's going to have a weird training camp again. I think even if he shows up, his gas tank is not going to be great. And I'm picking Whittaker to beat him up in the later rounds or knock him out. I think Whittaker wins. Unless Khamzat gets him out of there in the first, I'm going to pick Whittaker. Font versus Phillips official. Nice. That's a good bantamweight fight. I don't know why the UFC did Aldo versus, what's his name? Batista. They should have done Aldo versus Cejudo. They had the opportunity for Aldo Cejudo. And Cejudo is a former champion with a big name for the bantamweight division. Aldo's a former champion with a big name. How did they miss that fight? Like, do they have other plans for Cejudo? Is Cejudo not fighting anymore? I'm sure Cejudo would love to fight Jose Aldo. Just insane that they didn't make that fight because that fight's amazing. They gave Aldo Batista. Like, listen, Aldo just fought the guy with like a dark horse that's under the radar. That's what I'm looking for. Under the radar fighter. Why are we making him fight another under the radar fighter? I think he'll have a showcase win. I think he'll have a dominant showcase win, which is going to be fun to watch because Aldo will probably win. And it'll be good to see him get a win, but you kind of want to see him fight a bigger name, right? I don't want him to lose. I want him to win no matter what. Someone said the other day, you just want Aldo to lose, fight a bigger name, so it makes Volk's legacy. Like, no. Or you want Aldo to beat a better name so it makes Volk's legacy look better. Like, not at all. Hey, Guru Waiting Room. Thank you for the $2. Well, yeah, we're about to definitely lose some people when he goes live. That's for sure. Yours, thank you for the $2. Locked in, Blob, Victoria, Bullet, baby. $100 wins 193. Okay, that's pretty good. I think that's actually a pretty good parlay. Thank you for the $5. Play as Tony. We're going to play as Tony in UFC 4. If this gets out of the first round and this is boring, we'll play as Tony in UFC 4. Women are fighting, bro. Pull your balls out. Okay, thank you for the $2. Check my last dono, Brody. I got you. Thank you for the 17. I don't see any other dono from you. Oh, yeah, I just read it. For Khamzat. He's the co-main. Thank you for the $5, Jow. Colby straight up waited 2 years and got the shot, and his wins were washed up Woodley and Masvidal. Strickland's way more popular than him. It makes no sense. I get that. I think that Strickland should have been given the fight against the winner against Adesanya and DDP. I think Strickland should be reserved to fight those guys, but that's not the way the UFC is going to operate. The UFC, they're not dying to give Sean Strickland a fight. Robert Whittaker is the guy that's more game. He's willing to show up often as well, just like Strickland. He's fighting more than Strickland. He's doing the UFC a favor and fighting Khamzat when Khamzat pulled out. You just know that the UFC is making this as a number one contenders fight instead. I don't know if there was a Whittaker versus Strickland fight that they could have made. Maybe they didn't even offer Strickland the fight. And in that case, that's even worse for Sean Strickland because it goes to show that they don't want to give him a fight. But yeah, listen, I'd rather see Strickland fight Adesanya than Whittaker fight Adesanya. That's all I'll say. I'd like to see Whittaker fight DDP and Adesanya, but Strickland had a better fight with DDP. Adesanya and Strickland are going to have a better buildup. So I'm with you, but they're going to give it to Strickland, dude. And if Khamzat beats Strickland, they're going to give it to him. So that's just how it's going to go. Unless they shock us, but I don't know if that's going to happen. If Figgy loses straight after Edwards, I'm done. Straight after Edwards. So Figgy and Leon Edwards are your favorite fighters. You're like, that's funny. Figgy and Leon are like the guys that you want to see win the most. Completely different fighters. Nothing alike. I like Figueiredo as well, though. I don't want to see Figueiredo lose. I hate seeing Figueiredo lose. And I want to see Figueiredo prove lighter man skill in this fight. And Figueiredo, as a former champion that's sort of under the radar, and this is the third time he's fighting and he's on a good win streak, you kind of just want to see him beat a guy like Cheeto who has never proven himself to be as elite. And I want an elite fighter to beat someone that I view as not elite so that the world makes sense, essentially. Umar will ragdoll Cory, inshallah. Thank you for the 59 NOK. Umar will ragdoll Cory. There's a chance. There's a chance. I want to see what happened. What happens. Cory Sandhagen said it best. The good thing is we get to see reality. We get to see the truth. What's what? I cannot wait. If Umar beats Cory Sandhagen, then that means he truly is like, future champion material. Ragdoll would be crazy. I don't know if he's going to ragdoll. Bro, this fight has been going on for 1 whole minute. Please play UFC for our sanity. I'm catching up on the donos, but thank you for the $5. I'm going to play it in a little bit. Thank you for the $5 NIF. Lucas, what would you do for the UFC 307 main event? That's really, it's a good one. I think Pennington and Aldana is just a great matchup, to be honest. I think that a lot of fans, hardcore fans, kind of want to see what's gonna happen. Juliana Pena's kind of been in the works too. She's kind of been making a statement for herself. So that's also a great main event. I wouldn't change a thing, honestly. I might put Patchy Mix in the mix, to be honest. I might do Patchy Mix as a co-main event. Maybe Patchy or potentially Melsik Bagdasarian. I think Melsik Bagdasarian would be a great choice for hardcore fans alike. Potentially a McGuegi fight. That's not an Australian accent. Guys, that is not an Australian accent. He's a bad man. Patchy Mix is a bad man. Yeah. He's a bad dude. That's another Lucas Tracy phrase. He's a bad man. That's how real hardcore fans act. No. You know who that is? That's Nick Pete. That's how Nick Pete would describe him. Patchy Mix is an absolute bad man. Nick Pete is that guy on the BT TNT Sports crew that does the breakdowns with Bisbing and Voldemort. He's a bad man. Patchy Mix. He's been a bit of a bad man for years. Like, what the fuck does that even mean? Nick Pete. Nick Pete. Only real hardcore fans know that shit, dude. That's exactly what Nick Pete would say. Yeah. Just got back from the Salty Spittoon. What I missed? If you actually are just tuning in, you missed a war. Thank you for the $2. You missed a war, a Jai Herbert war, and I'm not even trolling. I'm not even bullshitting when I say that. Jai Herbert actually had a sick fight with Rolando Bedoya, dropped him in the first round. High output, both of them landing clean, striking battle the whole time, both of them like beating each other up. It was probably the best Jai Herbert fight I've ever watched outside of the Ilya Topuria fight. The second best for sure, if not the best, because it was longer than the Topuria one. Thank you for the 99 Czar, Irfan. Thank you so much. I appreciate the dono and the first ever super chat. Chuck and Forrest Griffin are pipsqueaks. Thank you for the $2. Alex B, brother. I appreciate that. Wow, they're actually slugging. Wow. Sam Hughes is beating her up. Aldo could have been double champ. Jan was a bad matchup. He easily would have beat Cejudo. Aldo, I believe, could have beat Cejudo. Yeah, super tough. But Cejudo, at the time in his prime, lighter man skill. Hold on. Just wait. Lighter man skill. That doesn't mean he trumps Aldo's skill. It just means that Cejudo's lighter man skill could bring him to a more level match with Aldo. And I believe Cejudo had a better gas tank and a better chin, better toughness. I think he would last long. And I think we could see Aldo beat up Cejudo and then Cejudo come on strong in the later rounds to maybe win a decision or get a finish. It's always possible. Cejudo in his prime, dude, Cejudo's still beating Merab in the first round, hurting him. Cejudo took 2 rounds off of Aljo, like had a very close fight with him. One of those rounds was, one of the swing rounds was very close. So imagine Cejudo 5 years ago when they were first going to make that. I think Aldo would have been a tricky matchup, but it would have been a striking battle. Aldo would have beat Aljo, though. That's what I think. Aldo would have beat Aljo, and he would have become a two-division champ if Aldo fought Aljo. Imagine if they did Aldo versus Aljo instead of TJ versus Aljo. Then Aldo would have became champ, and then Aldo would have fought Cejudo. Then we would have seen it when Cejudo came back. Would have been awesome. Damn it, bro. I can't have anything. Can't have anything. Wouldn't you want a Jai Herbert sick fight? Thank you for the $2. I appreciate that. What happens after Hamzat and Whitaker fight? Does he really deserve a title shot if he beats Rob? Listen, I'd rather have Strickland fight for the belt before, but I just think the UFC is going to give him. And I do think, yes, if you beat Robert Whitaker, no matter who you are, you deserve a title fight. If Hamzat beats Whitaker, he does deserve one. Does he deserve one before Strickland? No, but in a way, it's like, listen, if Umar wins against Sandhagen, yeah, it's a little bit like, shit, he kind of had an easy path to the belt, even more than Hamzat, because like he just went from fighting under the radar, unranked guys that aren't that good to Sandhagen, but it's still a win over Sandhagen, which proves that he's a test for anyone in that division. Hamzat would be more deserving because his path has been longer. It's not like Hamzat has been fighting unranked guys and now all of a sudden he's getting a big bump up. Hamzat fought Burns. He fought Li Jingliang. He fought Holland, who's not that amazing, but Holland is better than like some of these fucking Nate Maness guys that Umar was fighting. He's fought Usman. Like Hamzat has fought good guys. This is like the third elite guy that he's fought. So it's not crazy. But yeah. If the UFC actually did a 4-man tournament for the heavyweight title, do you think it would be the biggest UFC event ever? Thank you for the 65 SEK. I don't think it would be the biggest UFC event ever, but it would be one of them. Like, it definitely wouldn't be bigger than Conor and Khabib. I don't even know if it'd be bigger than UFC 300, but it would be huge. Jones versus Miocic, Aspinall versus Pereira would be epic. I'd much rather see Pereira versus Miocic and Aspinall versus Jones. I think that'd be even bigger. Jones and Miocic, like, that's just kind of a joke compared to Aspinall and Pereira. Aspinall and Pereira active in their prime, actually like proving themselves every few months, basically, even though Aspinall has not fought every few months, but you get my point. Versus Jones and Miocic, like, just having those side by side, it'd be one is not like the other, right? But it would still be big, and it would sell a lot of pay-per-views. I don't know if it sells 1 million, though. It might. It might, actually, given that there's a storyline between Jones and Aspinall, and Jones is on it. Pereira has been being built as a bigger star by main eventing all these cards, so it actually could sell 1 million. But I don't know. It would sell 1 million if this were to take place a couple years ago. We were in the same situation just a few years back, but now that more people are streaming, I don't know. It'd come close, though. Volk top 5 merch. Volk top 5 merch. That'd be pretty funny. I don't know. For merch, I think like I would only want to do the funniest stuff, you know, and I don't know if I'd be able to with fighters' photos and stuff like that. Like, but that would be pretty funny. Volk top 5. I could get myself a Volk top 5 shirt, but he wouldn't be top 5 for long, you know? Volk might lose his next fight. Personally, I think he would slap the head off Bilal, though. I think Volkanovski would slap the head off Bilal. Anthony Smith is better jab than Volk. Facts. No, the fuck he doesn't. Thank you for the $2. No, he doesn't. Who's the blindest bat in the UFC? Thank you for the $2. Max Kellerman. The blindest bat in the UFC? Probably. I think maybe Anthony Smith, to be honest. I don't know. I don't know. Guys, okay, let's be honest. Be real. And please don't bullshit. Be real and please don't bullshit. Volk would beat Bilal. Okay? Can we just be honest? On paper, he does. On paper, he does. Yeah. No. No, man. What are you saying? No, I'm kidding. I actually think Bilal beats him. I'm just joking. But Volk would do better than Colby Covington right now. I think he'd do better than Colby. Colby would show up fucking not hungry, not amped at all, showing up for a paycheck. Volk would fucking go hard in that fight. I think Volk does better than Kobe. He does better than Kobe. I think Volk does better. Okay, can you at least say Volk does better than Kobe Bryant? If Kobe Bryant, if we were to take Kobe in his prime, do you at least think Volk does better than Kobe Bryant in his prime? R.I.P. Kobe Bryant, but in his prime at least, you at least admit Volk does better. Oh my gosh, dude, stop. You can't say that Kobe Bryant does better than Volk. Fucking stop, please. I know Kobe Bryant. Yes, I understand he is not with us anymore, but I'm talking about prime. I said Colby and I accidentally said Kobe. I'm just making a joke. Kobe Bryant. I said Colby's name wrong. Kobe is more grit. Yeah, Kobe had the Mamba mentality. Okay, no. But this is actually the real question, though. Please. Volkanovski has one of the best jabs in UFC history. Yes or no? Jabs. Volkanovski has one of the best jabs in UFC history. I'll do a poll. And we can't just say I'm glazing there. That's just a fact. Colby Bryant. Oh my gosh. Dude. What do you guys think Volk was like? Are we just seriously this casual where we're like, Volk was just a pitter-pat leg kicker, man? Nah, man, Volk was kind of a well-rounded guy. He was never a striker. This is what they do for Jones. Jones was never a striker. He was a wrestler. Like, are we really going to say Volk was a fucking wrestler or some dumb shit like that? Come on, bro. He was jabbing up Ilia Topuria and fucking piecing him up. He was, dude. I cannot wait to show you guys. Does Volk have one of the best jabs in UFC history? That's already like 50% no. Oh my gosh, bro. Please stop. When we say one of the best, I mean like top 10 jabs in UFC history. Literally name 5 people with a better jab than Volk. Oh, Usman, stop. Usman had a good jab, not on Volk's level. Bro, Volk was using his jab to piece up Ilia Topuria and Max Holloway. All right? It's different than Usman freaking jabbing up Gilbert Durinho Burns at 170. Jan Blachowicz is a good jab, not on Volk's level. I'm sorry. He's got big, ugly jabs. They're great jabs. Jan Blachowicz is a good jab, not on Volk's level. No, not GSP. But what do you mean, man? GSP jabbed up Carlos Condit, bro. Oh, yeah, okay. Volk jabbed up Max Holloway. Bit of a difference, huh? Volk was in the rematch. Volk was freaking sliding. You know, Volk has the lateral movement where he's like chucking jabs on while moving laterally. Volk was freaking jabbing up Holloway, dude. Stop. Brother, Habib had better jab, but I'm not trolling. This is the thing that's so frustrating about being a Volk fan is like, if you say something like, yeah, Volk's one of the best strikers ever, just because he's lost a couple times, people will be like, bro, you got to be trolling, right? Strickland's a better striker. Like, oh my goodness, stop. Please just stop. Get on UFC 4. Have Francis Ngannou. Yeah, Francis Ngannou was better jab than Volk. What do you mean, dumbass? Francis actually knocked some can out with his jab once. Of course he's better than Volk. Dustin Poirier is not known for his jab. Dude, at least 62% of people were like, yeah, dude, obviously Volk had a fucking epic jab. Like, it was one of the best things that he had in his game. Volk had a long reach with a freaking crazy jab for featherweight. Don't even mess around and say that it wasn't. Whitaker has a good jab. Great jab. Probably on the level of Volk, not higher. Maybe a little lower. Like, what do you need to do to establish a good jab? You need to KO someone with a jab once? Like, that just, come on. Font has a better jab? Font has a great jab. Amazing jab. One of the best in UFC history. But Font's been KO'd like a bunch of times and outstruck a bunch of times. So like we can't necessarily say, yeah, Rob Font is, he's got the best jab ever. He's not been outstruck a bunch of times. He's been outstruck a couple times. Volk has never got outpointed. Ever has Volk been outpointed. And that just goes to show when Volk is not getting KO'd, he's jabbing people up. GSP jab is debatable. GSP had a good jab, not on Volk's level. TKZ had a good jab, not on Volk's level. Volk fucking jabbed his up. Jabbed his up. Volk jabbed his ass up, son. Striking match isn't just jabs. I know. Volkanovski was an output guy with a crazy jab. Just stop. Volk, someone asked me who has the best sweet pea special in UFC, and I said Volk has the best jab. Him, Strickland. Who else? Whitaker, O'Malley. Those are I'll give you the top 5 jabs in the UFC. Islam Makhachev's jab is good. There's a lot of fighters with good jabs, but here's the top 5 jabs in the UFC. In no order. Sean O'Malley, Alexander Volkanovski, Sean Strickland, Sean O'Malley. I already said Sean O'Malley, didn't I? And maybe Rob Font, bro. Nah, not Peter Yan. Peter Yan showed a decent jab, but it's not up there. His jab is good. Like a lot of you guys are naming people with a good jab. Pereira has a good jab, but his jab is not top 5. Izzy is not. Adesanya is not even in the conversation. Aspinall, stop, bro. He's a heavyweight that throws big clubbing jabs. He's got a good jab for heavyweight, but Aspinall's not freaking piecing people up with a rangy jab. Aspinall's like clubbing people, closing the distance like a sprinter with his jab. It's different. Look at what he did. Rosenstrike, look at what he did to Shamil. Yeah, Rosenstrike has one of the best jabs ever. Moreno has a great jab. There you go. Amazing jab. No, Habib had a good jab. Habib had a good jab, but not top 5. Anyway, guys, I mean, listen. There's a reason why 62% of people say Volk does have one of the best jabs in UFC history, and it's because he does. If he didn't and it was actually a bad take, then it would be like 30% yes, okay? It'd be like 62% no. Anyway, guys, we're out of here, man. Nah, let me catch up on the donuts. All right, we're going to do another poll before I catch up on the donuts. Sandhagen's got a good jab, but not on Volk's level. Blachowicz has a good jab, not on Volk's level. Not many people have a jab better than Volk. Strickland is up there. O'Malley's up there. Volk is up there. Marty Lewis is one of the GOATs, but he's not here with us anymore. He's not in the UFC. No, not Habib. Max Holloway's got a great jab, too. But I'm talking about guys that like consistently just piece people up with a jab. All right? Volkanovski was busting up the face of Ilia Topuria. I'm going to show you. You know how like, dude, I'll show you guys. Thank you for the $2. Jan beats Jones and Pereira. You just hate on him? Jan beats Jones and Pereira. Jan Blachowicz? You think I hate on Jan Blachowicz? Listen, I make fun of Jan Blachowicz for being old, but I don't hate on Jan Blachowicz. When I say Jan Blachowicz is like a big ugly jab and a big ugly low kick, that's also just a joke. It's just a way to say, yeah, he's never going to like surprise us with a spinning wheel kick. And he's got the old crafty style. But I always talk about Jan Blachowicz as being one of the best strikers in UFC history in the upper weight classes. I talk about his defense being next level. I talk about his speed being a little bit faster than we always imagine. I don't hate on Jan Blachowicz. Jan Blachowicz is one of my favorite fighters, and he's one of the best strikers in the UFC. He could have beaten Jones in 2020. But I don't think he beats Pereira in a rematch. He had a very close fight with Pereira. I think Pereira is improved a lot. And, yeah, I think Pereira's improved a lot. Guram is up next. I cannot wait for this, man. Guram is up next. Jairzinho Rosenstrike, look at what he did to Jamil. True. Thank you for the $2. I'm getting tired of all these rematches. Just saw Gane versus Volkov 2. Come on. Yeah, I don't love that match. I would have rather see Gane versus Almeida. And I would have seen Volkov versus, to be honest, you can't really give Volkov another fight unless it's a rematch, right? Because you're not going to give him a title fight unless you do him and Aspinall. He's already fought Rosenstrike. He's fought basically everyone. He's fought Curtis Blades. Maybe you do him versus Blades. You kind of have to give Volkov a rematch. He's fought everyone. So I don't mind it, to be honest. Volkov's a tough fight for Gon, too. Give me your picks for the last 3 fights. I've got Cheeto, Shara, and Cory. I have the same last 2, except I'm picking Figgy. I got Figgy. I think he's going to out-grapple Cheeto easily. I think the striking will be interesting, but I think he's going to easily out-grapple Cheeto. I do think we're going to see a more aggressive Cheeto because he knows that his issue is being a slow starter and letting other people get into their groove before him. But I got Shara and Cory as well. Thank you for the $10, Clyde. Miss Tono, okay, I'm reading them all right now. Thank you for the $2, the bluish. Marty Lewis's jab was better. Marty Lewis has one of the best jabs in history. We can't compare everyone to Marty Lewis because no one's better than Marty Lew. Font has a better jab. Font's jab is great. It's just his jab is good. His jab is really good. Yeah, I agree. I think Font has one of the best jabs ever. When I say ever, I'm talking like if you were to come up with like the top 25 guys with the best jab in UFC history, like you come up with 25 people, Font probably makes the list. Thank you for the $2.99 Australian dollars. Jake Paul destroys Aspinall in MMA, KOs him stiff. I agree. I think Jake Paul is just a little bit too slick for him. He could kind of sneak in a right hand. A little bit too slick for Tom. I'm joking. But thank you for the $2.99. Figueiredo approached the third Moreno fight like Edwards approached the Diaz fight. Yeah, you're right. A lot of low kicks on the outside. Figueiredo's game plan for the third Moreno fight was excellent. Moreno was piecing him up in some of the rounds that Figueiredo won, but Figueiredo would get the knockdown. But the leg kicks were big for Figgy. And for whatever reason, he went away from the leg kicks in the fourth fight. But yeah, Cejudo was in his game. Cejudo was part of his game plan in his corner. I mean, yeah, that was one of Figgy's best performances. Even though it was a close fight, that was a great performance. I remember so many people were crying robbery after that. But I thought Moreno was going to destroy him because he destroyed him in the rematch where he was jabbing him up. Moreno's jab looked excellent. Then he choked him out. But of course, Figueiredo said he had a horrible weight cut. He got sick, but you never know what to make of that. And I thought Moreno was going to beat him, but Figueiredo surprised me. Make a jab tier list video. I will. I like the idea of it. I like the idea of it. I'm going to do a jab tier list video. Best jabs. We've done best boxing. I'm going to do best jabs. Fans don't understand how of a big ducker Ilya is. I don't think Ilya Topuria is a big ducker, but thank you for the $2. Who is he ducking? Ilya Topuria is the champ. He's undefeated, never lost, probably feeling himself. Like, there's no way Ilya Topuria is ducking anyone. Neither him or Max are ducking anyone. Should have made Kobe versus Bilal when we had the chance. Yeah. Thank you for the $2. Kobe would have dunked on him, man. Prime Aldo would beat Umar as well. I could see it. I agree. I mean, if I'm picking Sandhagen to beat Umar and Sandhagen's takedown defense is questionable, you bet I'm picking Aldo to beat Umar, especially in his prime. 100% I'm picking Aldo. You'd be a fool not to. Bilal would violate Volk. I know he probably would, but wouldn't be so easy. Guarantee you Volk gives him a tough scrap. Okay? Bilal probably isn't knocking him out. But he could head kick him. Bilal actually is a lot taller and has good kicks, so that's always possible. Edging my big meaty hook till I peaches in Creamville. Interesting. Thank you for the $2. I appreciate that. John is going to make us wait even longer so we can be announced as undefeated. Yeah. Perfect. The perfect run-defeated record. Are you still perfect with the no contest? No. I mean, he lost to Reyes. So even if they take off the no contest, like they take off the Matt Hamill fight, he still lost to Reyes. It doesn't matter if they announce him as undefeated. I forgot Makayev. What about Makayev? I forgot to add in my message earlier. I just want to hear you say inshallah again, brother. Thank you for the 99. I guess I just said it. I appreciate the 99 ZAR. Irfan, thank you so much. Do you think Aspinall would beat Stipe and John Jones in the same night? Yes, I do. Because I think he beats both of them in the first round. So let's say Aspinall KOs Stipe in the first. Throw him in there with John Jones. The power of Jones is nothing to worry about. If Aspinall got hit a couple times against Stipe, like, he's not going to be concussed. If he fights Jones first, it gets more difficult if he fights Jones first, because maybe Jones makes it tough for him. Maybe Jones like survives and like Aspinall KOs him in the second or something, or maybe Jones even wins. But because listen, I don't think it's 100% Aspinall beats Jones. I think it's more like 70% Aspinall beats Jones. But my point is, maybe Jones clinches with Aspinall, like kicks him in the leg a few times. It'd be harder for him to win the second Stipe fight, but I'd still think he beats them in the same night. Yeah. Guys, let's lock in, and we'll read up on the donos in the middle of the round. But this is a big fight. Kutuledzzi versus Vucenic. Guram is back. You know, this sounds kind of crazy. Wow, what a jab from Vucenic. That's actually a really good jab right there. Nice sweet pea special. And there's kind of a mediocre sweet pea special from Guram. Oh, nice. Jab and a lead hook. That was that Dustin Poirier combo that Poirier was catching McGregor with in the rematch. This was a great combo right there. Vucenic is feinting at Guram. This might sound crazy because Guram used to be hyped up. Oh, nice combo from Vucenic. But Guram Kutuledzzi doesn't have a single win in the UFC. Guram has literally never won a fight in the UFC. He should have beat Gamrot. Wait, or was it him or was it Gamrot that should have won? I remember it was a robbery. Just don't forget. No, Guram does have a win over Gamrot, but Gamrot got robbed. Gamrot got robbed in that fight. Yeah. So what I'm saying is Guram has lost every single one of his UFC fights, despite being one of the most hyped up prospects ever by hardcore fans. Lost to Demir, close fight, but still lost. Lost to Brener, we saw that, and lost to Gamrot, even though he won. It was a bit of a robbery. So this would be Guram's first like legit win if he gets it done. But let's see if Guram imposes his will. That's always kind of been the issue for Guram. We never really see a method to the madness. It's always just, his technique is awesome. Everything that he does is good technique. But there's never really, we don't really know what he's doing. Like, is he going to put the pressure on him? Is he just going to stand there and throw shot for shot, tit for tat? Guram is kind of a tit for tat guy. There's a nice leg kick. Let's see if he targets the leg, though. That's what I mean by imposing his will. Like, is he going to target the leg and try to land investment shots? Oh! Vucenic drops Guram! And Vucenic's dangerous. Guram got dropped bad, dude. Holy shit. Elbows from Vucenic. Vucenic is landing. Guram might literally lose again. He might be one of the most overhyped prospects in the history of the sport. I remember the Weasel, MMA Joey, literally saying things like, Guram, that guy's so good. He's always a couple fights away from a title. Dude. Like, listen, man. I like MMA Joey, I like the Weasel, but they actually said that. Guram's recovering, but Vucenic's about to win the first in dominant fashion, getting the knockdown. People were literally saying, Guram, that guy's always a couple fights away from a title. Like, he had never literally won he'd never won a UFC fight. He robbed Gamrot. Like, either way. I want Guram to win. We're rooting for Guram. I want him to win. DC's mentioning shepherd's pie. What the heck are they talking about on commentary? Wow. Going to be a dominant first round for Vucenic. I cannot believe I picked against Vucenic. I kind of forgot, like, Guram's issue is imposing his will. Vucenic actually imposes his will. Like, look, Guram's trying to do some fancy schmancy shit on the ground. Guys, Guram's trying to do some fancy schmancy shit on the ground right now. And that's the issue. Vucenic's just kind of like keeping him on the mat. We know what he wants to do. He wants to take this fight to the ground, control him, land big shots on the feet. What's Guram really doing? Does anyone know? Wow. First round dominant for Vucenic. Peter Yan is 2-4 in his last 6 fights. No KO in 4 years. What a marauder, man. People forget. Yeah, but one of those losses he arguably won, and it was Sean O'Malley, and I think he won that fight. His loss to Aljamain Sterling, which you're including in the 2-4, one of the numbers that increases the loss column that makes it look bad, is not actually a loss. It was a illegal knee that turned into a loss. I'm not in a world where I consider someone beating the other guy up for 19 minutes a loss, even though he landed an illegal knee. That's not a loss. You can say, let's scratch it. So really, he's 3-2 or 4-2. You could literally just turn it around and say he's 4-2 in his last 6 fights. Thank you for the 8 months membership. You could literally say Jan is 4-2. If you want to scratch the Aljo 1 fight, you could say he's 3-2. If you count the O'Malley win. But even if you don't count the Aljo fight and you think he lost to O'Malley, he's 2-3. So, not that bad. That 2-4 does not tell the story. And I actually dispute that 2-4. I disagree with the 2-4, brother. Second round. Aljo was such a fraud. Aljo was good. I don't think he was a fraud. Aljo had beat a lot of bantamweights on the come up. You know, he choked out Cory Sandhagen. He legitimately beat Cejudo. Aljo was a good fighter. He beat Jan legitimately the second time. He was not a fraud. Definitely not. Thank you for the $2 Canadian. UFC 308 should be in Spain with a stacked card. I'd like to see it in Spain, but dude, I love when the UFC goes to Abu Dhabi. Abu Dhabi always has a big card. It's always a big fight feel. Fight week is always interesting. The cards in the daytime. I like when they go to Abu Dhabi with a big card. So they'll do Spain next year, I guess, but I don't think we're going to get Spain this year. If Ilya wins, we'll get a Spain event. Maybe him and O'Malley. Let's lock in, guys. We got to lock in. The thing is, like, what is Guram really doing, though? Is Vucenic a former 45er? Someone answer this. Is Vucenic a former 45er? Because if he is, this is lighter man skill. Yes, wow. Guram's missing, man. Vucenic's striking actually looks good. I mean, his striking wasn't bad. I didn't think it was going to... There's a fucking classic Guram Kutaleadze move. Flying knee while getting outstruck. Flying knee and spinning kicks and, like, crane kicks after getting dropped in the first round. Classic Guram flying knee when losing the fight. Like, Vucenic's literally just pushing the pace. What is Guram even doing? This is, like, sometimes I sound crazy when I say imposing your will. It just sounds like that's what someone would say that doesn't actually know what's going on. It's just true in this case. Like, Guram literally doesn't impose his will. He floats around just throwing flashy technique after flashy technique with no method to the madness. I've never seen Guram push a pace. Ever. Yeah, he doesn't look small for 55, Vucenic. This is called... fuck, I should have picked Vucenic, man. I should have went with Vucenic. Nice knees from Guram. Guram is actually good in the clinch, and if he can take someone down. But this is short notice for Vucenic, right? So to be fair, Guram could win the last 2 minutes and win the third. He's not out of it yet. You're behind? Okay, I don't think I'm that behind. I'm not behind, bro. I'm not behind. If you guys want to sync the stream, you got to pause your stream and then wait for me to catch up. But I'm not behind, bro. My clock is behind a little bit, but I'm at it in 30, 129, 128, 127. That's what I'm seeing on the screen. 126, 125, 124. We'll sync the clock properly. Takedown attempt from Guram. Nice knee from Vucenic. Here we go. Guram's looking very tired, though. Nice combo from Guram. Nice elbow, but it misses. Guram's just not looking that good in this fight. Front kick to the face from Guram. Nice body shot from Guram. Nice body kick from Guram. Jab. Oh! Uppercut from Guram. A little bit of a headbutt. That was a headbutt right there. That was a headbutt, guys. Where do you think Bilal ranks as the best pure wrestler in the UFC? Arguably top 3 based on his wrestling dominance alone. When other wrestlers are less dominant, that is true. More dominant against Leon than anyone Leon's fought. More dominant against Wonderboy than a lot of other fighters. Took down Wonderboy a lot easier than Shavkat. His submission game's not on the same level, but took Wonderboy down easily. Wow, Guram might actually win this round. Great takedown from Guram. Kutaladzi's starting to get the momentum. I think Bilal's definitely top 10. Arguably top 5. But yeah, that's a good point. He has been more dominant where others have been less, but other guys are rated higher than him. Reports are coming out that this was Gaziev's hardest weight cut, so I propose if Shamil Blobiev loses the Waldo, Cortez Acosta should be crowned the new king of the blobs. Waldo is not a blob, though. Waldo is overweight, but he's not a blob. Like Shamil the Blob Gaziev is a blob. Romanov is a blob. Parker Porter's a blob. Like, Waldo is just a little bit overweight, but I wouldn't consider him a blob. But Gaziev actually does look leaner than he did in his last fight. That being said, Gaziev looked way leaner when he finished Martin Budai. And I think maybe Gaziev, you know, how people usually come into the UFC, they look physically impressive in their debut, and then they start to become less physically impressive. Like Lucas Brzezinski, for example. A lot of guys are saucing a lot more easy. It's easier to get away with it in other promotions. And they come to the UFC. They have to be a little bit stricter. I'm not saying that that's what it is, but Guram is, I mean, a blob. Shamil actually did lose a little bit of weight this time. Here we go. Round 3. You didn't answer who's the main event for 307. I don't know. I think it's going to be Pennington. I can't think of... Pantoja. Probably Pantoja. Main event. Think it'll be Pantoja. And Guram's out. No, Guram gets back up. Good ability to get back up. And good hustle. Guram's doing a good job. Keeping it on the feet. Tony's going to win. Bet the house on Tony. Thank you for the $2. I don't think Tony's got it, guys. I think that's wishful thinking, but I hope Tony wins, and I think he will win the striking exchanges. I just don't know if there's going to be a lot of them. Nice knee from Guram. And a good knee from Guram. And there's a crafty knee from Guram. Figueiredo, Edwards, Aldo, my 3 favorite champs of all time. Edwards, I don't know how anyone's favorite could be Edwards. Although Figueiredo's new style is more reserved, but it's about personality I relate to the most. Yeah, I've always liked Figueiredo. Figueiredo used to be the villain at flyweight. He kind of played into that a little bit, which made his fights and the build-ups to his fights pretty fun. He had the aura when he was champ. Boring fight. Who's your favorite fighter in every division? Thank you for the $5. I'll give you the list after this round. We got to watch this. And then I'm going to get back to the donos. Thank you for the $5, M. Wow, Vucenic has the back of Guram, but Guram gets on top of him. This is where Guram's dangerous. We saw Guram beat up Elvis Brener when he was in Elvis Brenner's guard with elbows, but maybe Vucenic is better. We'll see. Guram could win this. Nice elbow from Guram. That's that classic Guram elbow. Guram's got really good ground and pound. Here it is. Here it is. He's posturing up for an elbow. He's looking for them. Posturing up. Boom. Big shots from Guram. Vucenic throwing up submissions, not getting close. Let's wait for another Guram elbow. Now Guram is out grappling him. Now Guram's looking for the back, but now he's going to fall off the back of Vucenic. Wow, Guram maintains dominant position. Now he's got the back of Vucenic. Wow, Guram has the back of Vucenic. Nice! And Guram Kutulidze is imposing his will. Guram's imposing his will. Guram's imposing his will. Guram's imposing his will. Nice. Guram's actually imposing his will. Guram started imposing his will midway through the second round and is now actually, this is how you win. Welcome to the winning column, Guram Kutulidze. He's about to win this fight. Vucenic looked legit, though. Vucenic looked legit, got a knockdown in the first. Maybe they'll count it as a 10-8, though. First round could be a 10-8. Let's not forget about the knockdown. Let's not forget about the knockdown. First could be a 10-8. Guram's imposing his will. Guram's imposing his will. Guram's not going to do anything with it, though. You know what? Let's keep it consistent. Vucenic's landing damage with these pitter pats, but now Guram is. So I guess we're not all Volkanovski, built different to where, you know, the only one getting damaged is the guy who has the back. Vucenic's learning that we ain't all Volkanovski, son. You ain't Volk, son. Yeah! You ain't Volk, son. Nah, but Vucenic did really well. He's talking to Guram. But here's Guram smothering him. Guram's just a smotherer. Guram's looking to smother him. Like Dan Hardy would say, he's a bit of a smotherer. Oh, Guram's beating him up now. He's actually landing ground and pound. This is entertaining. Oh, here comes Guram. He's landing pitter-pat shots, but it's damage. It's going to win him the round. No, watch the back of the head. Oh, but he's hitting him into the side of the head. He's hitting him to the side of the head. Yeah! Let's go! Guram gets it done. Second and third round. Unless it's a draw. It's either a draw or a Guram win. It depends on how the judges score the first. It's either a draw or a Guram win. The first could be a 10-8 because Vucenic held him down, outstruck him, and knocked him down. He was winning the striking, and then he knocked him down. That's dominant, and then he held him down. Stop coping. There's an argument that Vucenic won the second. Maybe Vucenic's going to get 2-1. But I think the judges are going to give Guram the second round. Although the beginning of the second round, he was sort of getting outstruck. There's a chance. There's a chance. We'll see. Because Guram was throwing like the naked flying knees. So not setting them up. Fedor Emelianenko. Thank you for the $2. Crocodile. Let's see who wins. Let's see who wins. I want Guram to win, man. Let's get Guram his first legit. Dude, imagine if Guram wins, it's another robbery. Nah, he might actually win, though. All three. They're going to give it to Guram. They're in Abu Dhabi. They're giving it to Guram. Guram won. I don't know who Guram is. They gave it to Guram. I don't know where Guram is, but Guram didn't win, guys. Guram did. Guram. I guess maybe we don't know how to pronounce his name and Buffer does, but wow. There we go. Guram gets it done. Close fight. Could have been a draw. It should have been a draw. You guys remember that? You guys remember that? If you're an OG, you've been watching MMA Guru. You guys remember? It could have been a draw after the Jan Blachowicz and Adesanya fight. Remember MMA Guru did this call-in to this Nigerian MMA show? And this guy was saying it could have been a draw. He was coping big time. Yeah! Let's go! It's the bomb! Yeah, let's go. Here, the big man from Bahrain. Woohoo! The big man from Bahrain. The big man from Bahrain. I love how they introduced him. It could have been a draw. It could have been a draw. It could have been a draw. Ask MMA Guru if he remembers that shit. Love early cards to change it for every card. Thank you for the $2. I appreciate that. No, I'm not talking about this. This actually could have been a draw, though. This actually could have been a draw. Hey, fam god. No, it isn't. I'm literally doing a Nigerian accent. That's how they speak. Tony Emelianenko. Thank you for the $2. James. Here we go, guys. It's time. When will Islam fight? Every pay-per-view is booked till the end of the year. Maybe December, maybe January. I think it'll be January because Makhachev's hand is messed up, so he needs to have surgery. January timing makes sense. Him versus Arman, and Bilal should fight around there. Maybe Bilal loses and we get a Makhachev double champ fight after. Just ordered KFC meal in honor of Shamil. Nice. I've not had KFC in a long time, but KFC's pretty good. Thank you for the $2, MM. Missed Walrus Dono. I got you. Thank you for the $2, Rs. How many walruses to beat Blob? Shamil Gaziev he grew up eating walrus, so probably him. Muzz of the Blob. I'm not gonna Muzz of the Blob KOs him because I actually think he will, so it's likely. It's not gonna be that easy, but thank you for the $2. We got Benoit Saint Denis in the profile picture. Thank you for the $1, Steeler. I appreciate that. Maze is a victim. Let's go. The deal. Let's go. Thank you for the 20 and okay. Love the early cards to change it for... Dude, early cards are so much better. You guys agree? I know there's some people that don't like early cards, but I love early cards, man. I have so much more energy for them. And they're usually great. That's another reason why I like the Abu Dhabi cards. Guru for 100K subs, high production, miniseries. Lucas 100K subs, my funny catchphrases. Well, I tried to get an interview. I'm still trying, but thank you for the $5, man. I was trying to get that Volk interview, guys, and the Blob interview. Is Guram the guy that yelled at Hamzat versus Gilbert Burns in his corner? Is Guram the guy that yelled at Hamzat versus Gilbert Burns? I don't think so. No. I don't remember that. I don't remember anyone yelling any moment where someone yelled. I have no idea. I don't think so. Guram is a training partner of Hamzat, though. He's probably in the corner of Hamzat in that fight, so maybe that was him. I put 200 on Tony. I think way too highly of Kessa. Okay. I think you're right. I think people do think Kessa is going to easily beat him everywhere, but I just think Kessa is going to out-grapple him. I don't think Kessa outstrikes Tony. If Tony can keep it on the feet, he wins. It is a closer fight than a lot of people are saying, but I got to go with Kessa because he's like twice as big as Tony. Lucas, I put my savings on Brener. Am I cooked? You shouldn't have put your savings on anyone betting. I would not bet and put your savings on anyone. So I just think betting in general, I wouldn't recommend it. But yeah, that's not a good idea. Brener has a very tough fight, especially with Joel Alvarez. It's a tough fight. What Leon versus Bilal says about Leon versus Makhachev, I think it says Makhachev wins the same way, if not a little bit better. He's a better striker than Bilal. Grappling is on the same level, if not better. So, yeah. I think it just says that we know the outcome of that. If Islam beats Arman, what's next? Well, there's not nothing. Thank you for the 20 and okay. There's nothing. There's not nothing. There still is a double champ fight. There's upper weight class fights. That's what's next. But yeah, at a lightweight, there wouldn't be any next. Rob Font, Pedro Munoz, and Cheeto are the same person. Munoz and Cheeto are similar, but not Rob Font, I wouldn't say. And not Cheeto actually finishes people. Munoz, he's only gotten like a KO once in his career, basically. So Munoz is the NPC out of them. But Munoz, I still like Pedro Munoz. Rob Font, he's got character. I mean, he's getting dropped. He's getting KOs. Got one of the best jabs. Artem Lobov has the best jab. Actually decent for his reach. Thank you for the $5. Do you think all this glazing and Volk don't like you? Well, I wasn't glazing. I think Volk just has a really good jab. Here we go. Series where you create Volk in the newer boxing game and beat career mode. I could do that. I don't have a boxing game, but in a UFC game, we could do it. How many Burger King ads do they want to put on? I don't know. I've not been paying attention, but thank you for the $2.99. Here's Shamil. We got to lock in. Thank you for becoming a member. Ishbi. Bro, you're so entertaining. I am so lost for real. Thank you for the $2. Guys, they got to book the Blob versus Mick Parkin after this. That's what I want to see too. Thank you for the $2. NIF. Shamil, it's time. It is time. Dante Mays. Here we go. Here we go. Shamil Gaziev versus Dante Mays. Let's get it. We got 2,000 people in the chat. Oh, I told you guys Mays was going to sling leather. Oh, Mays is catching him with that hook. Oh, big shots from Gaziev. Dude, Gaziev's just freaking imposing his will. He's going to get the takedown. Here he goes. Yes! Let's go! Shamil Gaziev took him down. 270 pounds of Dante just hit the mat, said John Gooden. Now Shamil Gaziev is imposing his will. Maybe we could possibly see a heavyweight submission, a bit of a heavyweight submission here. Possibly a head-on triangle, potential Kimura. Maybe we could see a Kimura. What are we at? 136. Let's do one. Here we go. We're locking in, guys. I just wanted to jot down the timestamps. Shamil Gaziev out grappling Dante Mays. 3 minutes and 33 seconds on the clock. Big round and pound shot from Shamil. Shamil, the Blob Gaziev. He's already gassed. No, he's not, dude. He's in half guard, bro. He's having his way. He's having his way with Dante. He's literally dominating him. Dude, he's actually fighting. It's hilarious. Dude, Shamil, you can't get up. Once Shamil has you down, you're screwed. Dante Mays being held down. This is a very slow heavyweight fight, but Shamil Gaziev just doing everything in his power to keep him down, smudging him into the canvas. Big shot from Shamil. There's a big booming shot from Shamil. Can't imagine a full belly blob on top of me. Thank you for the $2. Yeah, Shamil Gaziev is tiring out Dante Mays. He's literally crushing him into the canvas. Thank you for becoming a member, Aiden. If Volk stumbled upon your lives, he'd probably think you hate him. We only know you're a fan of him because we watch your lives. You call him a fool and Ilya beats him. That might be the case. Little as you know, I'm like the biggest Volk fan on the planet. I just say those things because, you know, I want what's best for Volk. Well, I guess it's not that surprising that Shamil Gaziev has a boring fight every once in a while. This is the most boring Gaziev fight we've ever seen. He's literally looking for a heavyweight submission. He might gas. We never know. We got to see how his gas tank is. Bit of a different game plan. This is, to be honest, what he wanted to do against Rosenstrike. It's just that he wasn't able to keep Rosenstrike on the ground that easily. But Shamil's been doing a lot of training in the desert. And he's holding him down. Good grappling from Shamil. This is heavyweight grappling. High-level stuff right here. This is the highest level of grappling in the sport. Just good old solid heavyweight grappling, camping in half guard. We're using his weight advantage. There's a maze-shaped hole in the canvas. Thank you for the $2. Yeah, they're going to be stood back up. I'm looking forward to seeing the state of Shamil. Like, you know, let's see how he looks on the Let's see how he looks on the stool to see if he's gassing or not. There's a shot from Shamil. Yeah, it doesn't look like Shamil's going to get close to a finish. I'd say McParkin. I'd say McParkin probably beats him, dude. I don't know if like Shamil even takes McParkin down, and McParkin has a better gas tank. The Shamil. Not necessarily the most technical fight. Oh, now he's looking for the submission. He can't finish this from this position though. Shamil is just making reads right now. True, he's just making reads. That is true. Thank you for the $2. He's just making reads right now. He's doing well. That's a 10-9 round for Shamil. He is doing really well right now. He's doing excellent. You got to respect his game plan for this one. This is a great game plan. I told you he was going to come through. You got to expect him to come through with a bit of a different game plan. Shamil Gaziev. That's funny. He nearly tapped. Yeah, I know. I did notice that he nearly tapped too, but he didn't have enough time to finish it. Let's see. But they're showing the commercials in between the rounds. This kind of sucks. Ah, fuck. They're going to do this in the main card too because it's a fight night. So we never see the walkouts. We're not even going to see Sandhagen and Umar's walkout, guys. Or that might be the only walkout that we see. 13th Burger King ad, I know. The ads are just brain rot. Thank you for the $2. Thank you for the $2. Up, Chuck. Gaziev Masterclass going to be pound for pound number 1 next week. It actually is. There he is. It actually is a masterclass so far for heavyweight. Here we go. Round 2. Gaziev versus Mays. There's a big clobbering shot from Shamil. Another clobbering shot from Shamil. They're both slugging. Dude, Dante Mays is kind of tricky, though. He's already looking like he's got the tricky style that we predicted. Nice jab from Gaziev. There's a good sweet pea special from Gaziev. Gaziev probably has never ate a sweet pea. He's never had sweet peas. Nice, crafty uppercut from Mays. Takedown attempt from Mays. Gaziev stuffs it. Oh, and a big MMA knee from Gaziev. He's showing MMA. He's grabbing the shorts. He's grabbing the shorts. Shamil has the Dagestani squeeze in that arm triangle. He does. Dude, you can't grab Shamil's shorts, man. The heck is this guy doing? You can't be grabbing his shorts. It's a warning. It's a warning. Gaziev submission via weight. I could see it. Dude, Gaziev looks so tired. Gaziev looks so tired already. He looks so unbelievably tired, man. Come on. Oh! Big elbow from Shamil. Oh, what a jab from Gaziev. There's that classic Dante Mays combination. And they both collide heads. And a big knee to the body from Shamil. Nasty right hand from Shamil. Shamil's throwing leather. And there's the takedown from Shamil. He's going to gas himself out, man. Shamil, don't be shooting takedowns. You're winning the striking exchanges. Shamil Gaziev, dude. Shamil's playing with his food, true. That's where Shamil's like, he's like catching his breath for 15 seconds in between everything he throws. There's a good knee to the body from Shamil. Shamil Gaziev, man. Dude, he's going at him, man. Dante's tired as fuck. Dude, Shamil's taking like 20-second breathers in between every single, like he's not allowing himself to throw any strikes until he takes a 20-second breather in between. Wait, he needs 5 more seconds before he throws a knee. There it is again. Shamil is fighting to breathe right now. His whole game plan is just being able to breathe. Like he's not fighting to. He's in a different frequency right now. Shamil's like having a hard time breathing. There's an elbow from Shamil. Shamil holds the handles on the Stairmaster. True, he holds on to the sides. They each lost 1,000 calories already. Shamil's burning a couple K, not just one, a couple K. Dude, this is literally a deep waters fight. The deep waters started at the beginning of the second round for these guys. You got to respect Dante Mays. I mean, this is a big jump up in competition and an absolute massive heavyweight that he's taken on. I mean, it's a real tough fight for Mays. You got to feel bad for Mays for fighting a guy like Shamil. He's just a tough matchup. There's a knee for Shamil. Dante Mays doesn't know what the fuck to do. This is like when I say that becoming a UFC fighter isn't that hard, this is what I refer to. Like, I think that I could bloat max and get up to heavyweight. And as long as I could keep my back off the cage and survive one round, maybe I can just leg kick and poke and prod at range against a guy like Shamil. Imagine guys like Martin Buday who Shamil run through. Like, the heavyweight division is just so lacking of skill, man. Shamil beats Fedor. Oh, yeah. I mean, that's an easy fight for Shamil. Shamil by Boston, no crab because he ate it. Okay, thank you for the $2. He ate it. All right, second round. Shamil Gaziev 2-0. Jones is ducking Gaziev. He's been ducking Gaziev for 5 years now, man. Jones has known about Gaziev coming up on the Bahraini scene for years. So you actually are right. He has been ducking him. I just think Gaziev's got this in the bag. Gaziev's gas tank is even worse in this fight. Like, his fight with Rosenstrike was higher paced than this, and he gassed out sooner in this fight. Like, he was gassed at the end of the first round. At least against Rosenstrike, he was gassing in the second. Like, I don't know. Gaziev's gas tank is just terrible. Shamil somehow wet blanketing while standing up. I know, it's crazy. He's just putting all his weight on him. He's getting big on him, like DC says. So many ads on these fight nights. Fight of the year so far? Yeah. Gaziev looks improved. I don't know. Does he really? Does it, Gaziev? Yes, Gaziev. Does he really look improved? Dude, Gaziev looks so tired. He doesn't look as funny as he did in the Rosenstrike fight, but if this is I want to see stand-up battle right now. There's a big shot from Mays. Gaziev has a granite chin. It's impossible to knock him out because he's got so much weight on him. There's that classic Dante Mays. Gaziev just freaking shoulder bumped him. Someone's got to put a GoPro on. Someone's got to put a GoPro on Dante Mays so we know what it's like to fight Shamil. That might be a million. That might be a million pay-per-view selling card right there. If you just put a GoPro on Shamil Gaziev's opponent. Shamil or Guru with 5 years of training? Honestly, probably Guru. Gaziev distracted by Burger King ads. Oh, and Gaziev just fucking waits. That wasn't even muscling him. Gaziev just straight up weighted him to the ground. Oh, fuck. The rest of the round's going to suck. Gaziev literally just weighed him down. Outweighted him to the ground. No technique, just outweighted him to the ground. Yeah, guys. The rest of the fight's going to be kind of shitty. Gaziev's just going to maintain this position. And Mays doesn't know how to get up. Dude, I thought we were all thinking like Gaziev ran through Budai. He's going to like beat up Dante Mays and TKO him. And instead it's a Gaziev wet blanket session. Crazy. Insane. But like, bro, when you see heavyweight fights like this, you have to imagine that someone that's actually athletic that comes up from a lighter weight class that with a lighter man skill, if they bloat max, they could probably win, guys, right? Like, guys, if I bloat maxed, like I'm not Daniel Cormier. People say you're not DC, bro. I know I'm not DC. DC is a world champion. He was a world champion. He's one of the best heavyweights ever. I'm not saying I'd be one of the best heavyweights ever. I'm just saying if DC, who's naturally a big dude, even though he's short, can bloat max and get to heavyweight and become a champ, I could bloat max and be one of the worst fighters in the heavyweight division. But my point is, I would make it to the UFC heavyweight division before I would make it to the lightweight class division. If I wanted to become a UFC lightweight, I'd probably take 10 years to get there. If I were to become a UFC heavyweight, give me 3 years and I'm there. Give me 3 years of bloat maxing. Just if I just eat 5 meals a day, ice cream, pizza, just tons of calories, and I train, I lift weights, I'd probably be walking around 230, good solid 230. I'd be an absolute blob, but I would have the lighter man skill. I would have the lighter man skill with the lighter man speed, and I would have that Daniel Cormier hand speed. I wouldn't have the DC hand speed because he's probably, gifted for boxing, but I'd have like a poor man's DC hand speed, which would be good enough to at least beat a Dana White Contender Series guy. Guys, if Shamil and Dante Mays are in the UFC, I could at least make it there. Because these guys, these aren't even the lowest level. Shamil has beat lower level people. Shamil literally destroyed Martin Budai. And Dante Mays has won fights before. So there are people that are lower level than this in the UFC. I'm 5'8". Yeah, there are definitely heavyweights that are like 5'8". I'm telling you. Chandler Cole is 5'8". If you guys don't know who Chandler Cole is. Chandler Cole is a UFC Dana White Contender Series alum. Actually, not. I don't think he graduated because he didn't win on Contender Series. So I don't know if you consider. Well, he competed in it, but Chandler Cole is like 5'8", and he's like insanely overweight. They're booing. Yeah, doesn't matter. Shamil's winning. That's all that matters. Dude, I'm telling you. Okay, let's actually be serious. Ilia Topuria beat Shamil Gaziev, yes or no? Ilia Topuria off-season, like 170 pounds, beats Shamil Gaziev, yes or no? Dude, if Ilia Topuria just keeps his back off the fence and doesn't let Shamil take him down, he wins the fight because Shamil would gas himself. Dude, Shamil 4 minutes into the fight would be gassed out. Ilia Topuria would land body shots and knock him out. I'm telling you right now, Ilia Topuria beats him. That doesn't mean Ilia beats Gon or Volkov or any of the good heavyweights, but he beats Gaziev. Ilia Topuria beats Gaziev. Volkanovski beats Gaziev. Please. Dude, Gaziev is so slow. He wouldn't. If Volkanovski just survives the first round, he beats Gaziev by decision by leg kicking him at range. Volkanovski would literally just leg kick Gaziev and tip him over. Yes, he would. Volk would beat Gaziev. I promise you. Stop, man. Dude, stop, dude. Oh my God, man. Just stop. This is crazy, dude. Shamil Gaziev's a pro heavyweight. Of course he beats Volk. He's legit. Like, come on, guys. Like, just see what's in front of your eyes and look at the skill on display. Chris Barnett is 5'8". Chris Barnett's literally 5'8", and he's not even DC at heavyweight. Like, DC was fat, but he had muscle. Chris Barnett's literally just a blob. You're right. Yeah, Chris Barnett is 5'8". Oh, he's 5'9". I mean, same thing, basically. If Chris Barnett could spinning wheel kick KO people at heavyweight, then I'd, take people to a decision. If Chris Barnett can beat the worst, I could go to decision against the worst and possibly win on Dana White Contender Series. Damn, dude, that was one of the worst heavyweight fights I've ever seen. Look at Shamil. Look at Shamil. He's so gassed. Look at Shamil's midsection, dude. And look at the fans. Dude, Shamil, even Shamil's coaches are blobs. Those are Dante mazes. Dude, there's a mini Shamil. There's a mini Shamil. Yo! Interview this guy. Interview Shamil. The heck are they? They didn't even interview him. Boo. Oh, fuck that. Fernandez versus Yaya? Dude, stop the BS, man. Stop the BS, dude. Stop the BS. Pathetic. They didn't even interview Shamil Gaziev because we have this fucking fight. They're going to show 50 Burger King ads without an interview for Shamil. Pathetic. Guys, I'm going to be right back. I just got to get something to drink. All right, guys, just got off the phone with Shamil Gaziev. Apparently, he was cut from the UFC. Unfortunately, Shamil Gaziev was cut from the UFC, and yeah, he's head to the PFL. No, I'm kidding. I got off the phone with Shamil. I was just talking to Shamil Gaziev, and me and Gaziev are actually, I'm helping him out with his cardio. Essentially, we're gonna help him out with his cardio. We're gonna fly to Bahrain. We're gonna get him on the Stairmaster. So I'm looking forward to it. Minoxidil break. Minoxidil break. I'm gonna set up an interview. Two for $5 on my parlay. Gaziev and Dumas need Tony to go the distance. That's actually kind of likely. Shara and Sandhagen. Sandhagen's going to be the tricky part for you. Also, another parlay, Tony KO and Cheeto win. Tony KO and Cheeto win is going to make you a bag, I would suspect. The odds on that are probably pretty good. Steve Ercik, but it's going to be tough to get that. Steve Ercik would beat Gaziev by decision. Dude, I'm telling you right now, like unranked featherweights, if they survive the first round against Gaziev, literally beat him in a fight. I'm telling you right now, they beat him in a fight. If they just keep their back off the fence in the first round and they just leg kick him and teep him, they could win. Got a shitty fight now. Could be a shitty fight. We'll see. Come on. All right, let's see. Yaya back for the first time since he's fought Trevor Peek, and Fernandez, I think, is making his UFC debut. I picked Yaya. A lot of people are going with Fernandez. There's must have been something that I didn't see in Fernandez, but yeah, everyone's picking him for whatever reason. Must be pretty good, though. So I feel like I made the wrong pick. We're doing pretty well in picks. Let's actually check how our picks are doing. Staff on the nose. I don't know. Let's see. We got the first one wrong, second one right, third one right, Guram one, Shamil one. So we're 4-1. 4-1. Nice leg kick from Fernandez. I don't know, man. Edwards is relatable to me, and I like his style. Followed since Bama and met him. Also, $22 donated now and not donating again until Figgy wins. Well, thank you for the $5, and thank you for another super chat. Listen, I like Leon Edwards too. I just not much as champ, to be honest. And his style is a little bit boring. But I don't dislike Leon Edwards. Topuria is officially at 180 pounds on fight night. No way. I don't think so. What I've read, 180, I think is a little bit of a stretch. Maybe read that somewhere else. When I read Topuria's weight, like in cage weight, it said that he was a pound higher than Volk. He was like 174 pounds. Wait, no. It said that he was like 166 pounds, Topuria. I think Volk was 165. Topuria was 166. So I think 180 sounds way too high. Unless you're talking about the 155 fight, but I don't know. He's in the 170s in camp. Yeah, for sure. But like on the night of the fight, I think he only balloons up like 20 pounds. Fernandez is emoting on him. Got plans, can't stay. Hope the stream goes well. Thank you, NIF. So you're not watching the card, I see. Dude, casual, man. This guy's ditching the card. Unless you're watching it somewhere else. But good luck, man. Have a good day. Topuria meat alone is 5 pounds heavier, bud. Stop. All right. Thank you for the $2. MC Binks. I thought he rocked him there. Fernandez almost rocked him. Fernandez is winning this, dude. I feel like an idiot for picking Yaya. Pereira versus Shamil, in-depth breakdown. I think Shamil would be a real bad matchup. You know, it's the heavyweights are too big. Shamil Gaziev probably beats him. Dana White would pick Gaziev. Oh, man. I mean, Gaziev's a big heavyweight. He probably takes him down. Those guys are on a different level. Pereira would switch kick, body kick, KO Shamil Gaziev with the first thing he throws. He'd KO him with a body kick instantly. Although Shamil kind of does just engulf things. Wow. Yaya is looking so insanely slow and not confident in his ability. He's not imposing his will. Big shot from Fernandez. I cannot believe I picked Yaya to win this fight. Dude, Fernandez is doing better than Peak. But, yo, I mean, nice combination from Yaya there. Nice three-piece. Wow, those calf kicks are starting to add up. Those calf kicks are nasty. Shamil top 5 run starts here. I think so. I think Shamil could get in there. Nice teep kick for Fernandez. Oh! Big 1-2. Fernandez catches Yaya and the ref's going to step in. Ref steps in. That's a first round KO. Put us out of our misery. He put us out of our misery with that one. Nice. I was not looking forward to watching a 30-minute, pitter-pat fight there. I picked so wrong. But to be honest, I just didn't fucking know much about Fernandez, so I guess I just learned that he's pretty good. Should have known, man. He literally sleeps Volk, bro. Bro really picked Yaya, man. He should have known, man. Fernandez literally like go to the sport, dumbass. Should have known, man. Fernandez is like the future go to the sport. He beat exactly 0 UFC fighters in his entire career and was an absolute GOAT before he joined the UFC in that unknown promotion that no one watches. I'm coping big time right now. Should have known, man. Fernandez was an absolute marauder back in the day in Pride FC, bro. My bad, man. You should have known, man. Even though he's never fought in the UFC, you should have fucking been a big fan of him before. You're only a casual hopping on the bandwagon, bro. My bad, bro. The real Rakic, he doesn't really look that much like Rakic. You picked Yaya? No, I picked Fernandez. I just picked Yaya as a joke. No, I'm joking. Unfortunately. Yeah, dude, that Yaya looked like Jacob Malkoun when Malkoun fought Phil Haas. When he shit his pants. Is Whittaker versus Chimaev the most hype non-title fight the last few years? I would say it's lost a little bit of its hype. You know what? No, I actually think it's gained even more hype now that it's on a pay-per-view. I think it's more hype. It's more hype than Costa Chimaev. A little bit more hype. Although Costa Chimaev was a good fight because they had a little bit of beef, I think it's hype. I don't know if it's the most hype non-title fight. I think Holloway and Gagey was pretty hype. I mean, that's not really for a title, right? It's BMF title. Conor Poirier. I mean, that was 3 years ago. So there's that. Poirier, Gagey. There's been a couple that are on that level, but it's definitely up there. Can't turn on notifications for your channel because the content isn't made for kids. You should fix it. Oh, okay, yeah. Well, for this live stream, I'm pretty sure I toggled it the way I would normally do it. Let's see. Dude, what a win from Quay Fernandez. What a win, bro. It says, no, it's not made for kids. That's how it usually is. So, I don't think there's anything different. What is actually the best fight of the year? Not based on rankings or stakes, but just purely the most chaotic war. What was the best fight of the year? Just pure chaotic war. Yuri and Rakic was pretty good, but to be fair, Yuri wasn't like landing a lot early in that fight. Yuri had his moments at the end of the first round and the second. I don't know. Maybe you guys could what do you guys think the best fights are this year? The best wars this year. No, not Max Gagey. That was not a war. Silva versus Dober was epic. That's one of them. That's a good pick. Rakic, Yuri, Silva. No, not Max Gagey. That wasn't a war. Max and Gagey was not a war. It was not a war. Max Holloway slowed the pace down and was having a clean winning performance against Gagey. That's not a war. Makhachev Poirier, yeah, but there was a lot of grappling. I don't know if I'd say that was just... It was a great fight. It was more similar to Volk and Makhachev, though. Like, I wouldn't say it was a war. This guy's asking for pure chaos. When there's a lot of grappling, that's fun. It can be fun. But the grappling wasn't like Teixeira versus Yuri, where there's tons of ground and pound, right? And there's like, you know, they're getting close to finishing each other on the ground with ground and pound shots, with elbows. That's different. JDM and... No, I wouldn't say JDM and Gilbert Burns was a war, though. That was a good fight, but it was not a war. It wasn't so high output. Leon versus Colby, I'd have to put it number one. That was a war. No, I would actually say Strickland Duplessis was good, but I wouldn't... You know what? I would say maybe Dober versus Silva. Dober versus Gene Silva and Yuri versus Rakic are probably the best ones. We've not had that many wars. Yeah, Sheppy Mariscal versus what's his name? You just mentioned him. Where I think I missed it. Where the heck is it? Cherrier, yeah, that was a good one. Someone also mentioned Jarno Aarons, Steven Nugent. That was a good fight too. Aarons versus Nugent was good. Great fight. But I would say Dober and Gene Silva was pretty epic. Aarons versus Nugent was good too. Not Sean versus Cheeto. That was not a war. Not Volkov versus Sergey. Come on, that was not chaotic. You can't say that was that chaotic. Cap versus... Yeah, Manel Cap versus Mikhaev. Yo, it's the Density Maxer. Nasrat versus Gordon was good, but I don't know. I wouldn't put him in top 3 most chaotic. I think Dober versus Silva was more chaotic. Yuri versus Rakic was more chaotic. Those are the 2 ones. Those are the 2 best ones. Chimaev versus Burns was like 2 years ago. Year and a half ago. No, basically 2 years ago. Pantoja Usyk was good, but I wouldn't put it as top. Yeah. I think the right answers, guys, are Gene Silva versus Dober, Nugent versus Aarons, and Rakic versus Yuri. Those are probably the 3 most wild fights this year. Joff versus Waters was good too. That was a great fight as well. City versus Tavares was epic. Yeah, that was a great fight. That was good. Very good fight. Anthony Smith versus Roundtree. Yeah, I mean, that was a good fight, but I wouldn't put it up there. Gaziev versus Budai. Gaziev versus Budai was a one-sided beatdown. Whitaker Costa was good. Who did Gene Silva fight before Dober? That fight was pretty good. He knocked out Charles Jourdain like a couple weeks before, and then his first fight he beat Wonder Boy's training partner. I forget his name. Literally forget his name. He's a can. Like, that just goes to show that he's a bit of a can. I don't know. I don't remember his name. Like the long, lanky guy that got a submission recently. Yeah. Where are we at with picks? I am 4-2. Someone's going to mention it. Weston Wilson. Yeah, someone mentioned it. Weston Wilson. Where's Crow Cop in your top 15 all time? He's not there. Thank you for the $2, MC Banks, because he doesn't have the resume. Cory versus Umar is better than Khamzat versus Rob. I think it's as hype stylistically, but Khamzat versus Whitaker is a bigger fight feel. And Khamzat has done more in his UFC career than Umar. Robert Whittaker's coming off of a KO win. Like, I think that's fight. But I do think that Cory versus Umar is one of the best fights this year. And this is like the most excited I've been for a non-title fight in quite some time. It's one of my favorite highly anticipated fights ever. Just the build-up. Hopefully it delivers. I hope it's not a boring fight. It could be boring. Here comes Azamat. Who's the casual again? Yeah, that was a terrible pick for me. Thank you for the $2. Thoughts on Ankalaev not fighting Alex next? I mean, the UFC just didn't want to give him a shot. I think Pereira was willing to fight him. Pereira was open to fighting him, but I think the UFC doesn't want him to fight for the belt next, so they want to make him prove himself a little bit more. So if Ankalaev has a good performance, he'll get the title fight. I still think Ankalaev wins. It's a big fight. I can't wait for it. And I do think the UFC should have made Ankalaev versus Pereira, but it is what it is. Maybe they want to give Pereira some time off so they can build a contender. But like, you know, we need Pereira to fight someone. I don't know who he's going to fight. Maybe they're you know what they might be doing? They might be trying to set up an Adesanya Pereira trilogy, because if Adesanya beats Dricus, then they might want Adesanya to turn around. Since he's fighting in August, they may be like, well, that's a good timeline for him to turn around in December. So maybe that's what they're doing. I don't know. I don't really know. Mini Shamil. Who's better skill for skill, Jan or Topuria? I would say they have different skill sets. Like Topuria is not as slow of a starter. So in that sense, he has a more winning style. Like his fights aren't as close, and I think his KOs are more frequent. So I'd say maybe Topuria is a little bit better at winning consistently. But technique-wise, I don't think anyone's better than Petr Yan technique-wise. But they're close. Wait, why the fuck do we get to see this guy's walkout? I don't know. I think this is the main card now, right? Are Aspinall and Jones ducking Gaziev? But this isn't even the main card. Yes. I think Jones, no. I don't think Jones is ducking Gaziev just because I don't think Jones knows who Gaziev is. Aspinall admitted to being scared of Gaziev. He said, if there's anyone that I would never fight, it's Shamil. He said, it's Shamil. It's actually Shamil. And everyone in the room knew right away, yeah, well, you don't want to fight that guy. That guy is way too dangerous. Lucas, does Rakic have any chance against Ankalaev? Of course, man. You could put him out with a 1-2. You could kick the shit out of his legs and hurt his legs and then start to beat him up on the feet once Ankalaev is handicapped. It's possible. He's got really nasty low kicks, right? And Ankalaev, I don't think it's going to be easy for him to get the takedown. Not that he wrestles that often anyway. Like, he's a good striker. But if he starts getting beat up on the feet, it's hard to take down Rakic. But the same is true for Rakic. Like, if he starts to get beat up on the feet, it's going to be hard to take down Ankalaev. It's going to be a good stand-up battle. Is Khamzat the most dangerous first-round fighter? Thank you for the 20 and okay. I'd say yes, he is. Definitely. Him and Aspinall. Aspinall has proven himself as more dangerous, though. Definitely fight of the night and performance of the night. I think so, too. Thank you for the $2. Thank you for the $2, Eli. I appreciate that. Here we go, guys. Murzakhanov has been density maxing for a long time. This is where the rubber meets the road. This is where the density comes into the equation. Look at Murzakhanov's build, dude. He's like the probably the most dense person on the planet. There's no fat, really. There's a little bit of fat, but there's basically no fat. And he's just so fast, dude. He's so fast. The density levels of Murzakhanov are off the chart. His coaches said sometimes they even see him start floating up in the air because the earth can't deal with the density levels. You would think that density means he's going to be rooted to the ground, and he is, but when he wants to, he's very explosive and light on his feet. That's the thing. People forget, man, but density maxers are very light on their feet and rooted to the ground at the same time. It's a weird phenomenon. But Murzakhanov is one of the densest, Oh, sweet pea special for Nurmagomedov, dude. What a jab! This guy literally looks like your typical fat Dagestani wrestler that has a mid striking skill set. You think, this is about to be a Abu Bakr part 2, and it's like the fastest guy in UFC history. No one's denser than Shamil. I mean, Azamat. My bad. His name isn't Shamil, it's Azamat. Manfield did not wobble him, bro. Oh, yeah, I was just making sure my clock is on point. Thank you for the 16 months membership. Buckley versus Ruziboyev was super hype. That was a hype fight. Both guys with a ton of fans, and fans were going crazy during that fight. Dude, that was a great fight. Underrated buildup, and also just a fun fight to watch. I'm happy I picked Buckley. A lot of people were buying into the Ruziboyev hype because of the EV. Even though he's good. Wow, knee from Azamat and a right hand. I'm happy I picked Buckley. It was fun to see him win. Yeah, Azamat's just too fast for him. He's just a little bit too much for him. He's just too dense for him. Everything that he does is explosive and fast. Boom, boom, boom. Dude, you can't fucking outstrike Azamat. He's too good. He's not out. There's no way. Dude, Azamat is an absolute monster. You got to imagine Azamat's looking to take him down here. Dude, they didn't even post Shamil Gaziev. The UFC did not post Shamil Gaziev's fight. Bro's built like Muranov? No, he's not. Azamat Murzakanov is not fat. You literally cannot objectively call him fat. Azamat Murzakanov is not fat. There's nothing you could say to where he's fat. He's actually dense. Like, dude literally has abs. He has he's lean. Azamat Murzakanov is lean. He's not shredded, but he's too fast and he's too lean to be fat. You literally cannot call him fat. And he's not built like Muranov. Muranov doesn't have an ounce of muscle on him. Dude, Azamat is... He is chubby, bro. Look at the spare. No, dude, he's not. That's not chub. That's called density. Yeah, dude. Now Azamat's slugging with Manfield. You can't slug with Azamat. Azamat has a fun style to watch, right? Fatter than Alonso? Yeah, but Alonso's just a puffed up bodybuilder, though. Alonso Manfield has like the bodybuilder physique. He's leaner, obviously, he has more muscle, but he's not as dense. If you were actually to measure the density, like which one is more dense, you'd see that Azamat's actually a lot more dense. You can't be that fast and that explosive. Azamat's just a dense dude. You don't understand until you're in front of someone that's dense in real life. It's one of those things you can't really gauge while watching it on the TV. But Alonso Manfield right now is finding out about it. The referee, look at the referees. He cannot believe how dense Azamat is. Damn, dude. Manfield's getting messed up. He went for that Buckley, that Buckley head kick. That Buckley style head kick. Oh, nasty body kick. Nice. Yeah. Alonso Manfield's got a messed up eye. Bro, this is hilarious. Bro glazes anyone who looks like Volk. That is fucking hilarious, dude. I'm not glazing Azamat because he looks like Volk, and I'm not glazing Azamat. Just joking around. That's funny, though. You think that Azamat looks like Volk? That's so funny, bro. That means that I hype up Volk so much to where even if there's someone that looks like him, if I'm talking about their skill set positively, it's like, bro, you're only saying that because he looks like Volk. Yes, you are. It's not true. It's like, how can I make this, how can I make Volkanovski look more hype? Let's hype up Azamat's skill set as if that's going to do anything to Volkanovski's legacy. Lucas, is Alonso on the sauce? I think so. He might be. But his gas tank isn't that great, and he doesn't throw a lot of output, so maybe he's not. If he was throwing tons of volume and had the same power, then it'd be more like, all right, maybe he is. But he doesn't really throw a lot of volume. It doesn't have the best gas tank. Aren't smudge and wet blankets the same thing? Basically. Also, 308 is stacked, which means it's bound to fall apart 2 weeks out. I know that's usually how some of these Abu Dhabi cards are. Thank you for the $5, Jaron. I'm worried about it. I am worried about it. Here we go, second round. But Azamat gassed out in the third against Jacoby. Oh, nasty knee up the middle for Azamat. Nasty hook from Azamat. Azamat Mirzakhanov. He's like a Shamil Gaziev that defies the laws of physics. He's like a Shamil Gaziev that somehow is lean and fast. This is Gaziev if Gaziev actually took his career serious. Azamat's got the DC hand speed. He's got the Daniel Cormier hand speed. Nasty uppercut from Azamat and another uppercut. Boom. Dig into the body is Mirzakhanov. Boom. Big counter from Azamat. He's just too fast for him. Too fast for you. I'm too fast for you. Nasty knee, step in knee. Nice uppercut, though, from Alonzo Manfield. That was the best punch he's landed this round. But that's the only punch he's landed that's actually that good. Boom. Dig into the body is Mirzakhanov. Not a lot of sweet pea specials from Azamat. Now Mirzakhanov's clinching him up against the fence. It's just no matter what Alonzo Manfield does, Azamat's just a little bit too dense. In all the grappling exchanges, clinch exchanges, it's just it's too much. This is why guys like Jilton run through the rankings. Very true. Thank you for the $5, but you're referring to the Shamil Gaziev fight. You sent this a little while ago. Yeah, because heavyweight sucks outside of the top 5. Thank you for the $2. NIF, Shamil. Kenny Okoye, welcome to the Lucas Tracy MMA Club. We got Kenny Okoye on board. Shout out Kenny Okoye. Thank you for becoming a member. I wonder if he's still watching. Everyone forgetting short blobs like Chris Barnett. Yeah, that's true. People do forget. The blob's going to need to... The blob's going to need to hibernate till 2026 after this. He might. Yeah, now they're slugging. Oh, yeah, he's going to finish. He's going to finish Alonzo Manfield. That's it. That's it. He's going to finish Alonzo Manfield. That's it. And Azamat Mirzakhanov gets the KO just too fast, a little bit too dense. The density maxer is back in the win column. He's probably going to take another 1.5 years off. Azamat never fights, but he's just too fast. He's too fast for you. He's too fast for him. It's just the UFC's never seen someone this dense. It's insane. He's explosive. He's quick twitch. He looks like Abu Bakr. He looks like he's 50 years old. Azamat Mirzakhanov is basically like he's the Trojan horse because you go in there and you expect it to be this some old fat guy. Shamil backflops like Gagey and caves the canvas. Dude, I don't want to see Shamil attempt that. You go in there with Azamat, you're like, oh, some old fat guy. Because you just look at him on the screen, you're like, yeah, he's not that lean. But then you get in front of him and he's like extremely dense. And he's fast and explosive. So yeah. That was a big fuck you to Alonzo Manfield. That last one. That was a big fuck you. Welcome to density maxing, son. Density maxing. Dude, Azamat 14-0. How old is this guy? Azamat's like what? He's like 28 years old, but he looks like he's 50. He's probably like 34, actually. 35. Okay, he's 35. But Pereira at 35 was fighting for the UFC title for the first time, right? Pereira was 35 when he fought Adesanya the first time. So Azamat, I mean, Pereira's champ at like damn near 37. Azamat could become champ. Dude, Azamat, I don't think he actually will become champ, but he's very good. He's very good. He's very good. The real Gaziev. Azamat Murzakanov is literally Shamil Gaziev if Shamil Gaziev got in shape and took his career serious. Gaziev. It's funny because people will be like, dude, Gaziev does take his career more serious than anyone. You have no fucking idea how hard he works. Like, I'm sure he works hard, but he probably doesn't work. I probably have an idea of a way to work harder if he's like gassing out after the first round. And he's like morbidly, he's kind of obese, but like, come on, dude. Obviously, Gaziev can freaking turn up the heat a little bit in the offseason and diet. Okay, nah. Shamil Gaziev's the GOAT. Shamil Gaziev's the GOAT. My bad, guys. Shamil Gaziev's literally the GOAT of the sport. Just here, density maxing with the Lucas Tracy meal plan. Thanks for adding Five Guys and Popeyes to it. Makes it so easy to get jacked and lean. Thank you for the $5, Dr. Easy. Yeah, man, we thought we'd add the Shamil special. Azamat, man. He's literally a lean Shamil. He's a dense Shamil Gaziev. Azamat Murzakanov is the physical manifestation of fat heavyweights if they actually took their career serious. For every fat heavyweight that gasses out, that's slow, that's not good, if they actually took their career serious, they'd be Azamat Murzakanov. Fast, fighting in the real weight class. Dude, Azamat could be fighting a middleweight. I wonder if he knows about the density maxing thing. That's the thing. Like if the density maxing meme was about an American fighter, that they could find out more easy. Like if you look at Shamil Gaziev's comment section, none of the Russian comments are saying the blob, only the American ones. So like, I think it's harder for these guys to kind of know what the memes are, even though they could just translate it to Russian. Nice. I don't know if he knows what the memes are. Boom. Nasty shot. He's a mix of Shamil and Whitaker. Yeah. He's got the look of a Shamil if Shamil lost weight with the speed of Robert Whitaker. And the density of a boulder. Boom. Just, yeah. See, that's the difference between density and just power. And, obviously Alonzo Manfield hits hard, but just, again, no one can mess with the dense blitz of Murzakanov. Maybe Pereira is going to be the one that's powerful enough to match him. Pereira's a pretty dense guy, too. So there's the lean version of Gaziev, and then next to Azamat is the lean version of Azamat. The translator is the lean version of Azamat. Like they're doing the Russian dolls. It's the Russian doll situation. Shamil, Azamat, and the translator. They get progressively shorter, and leaner. That's actually a Russian doll fucking situation right there. That's funny. What was the revenue for the best bodies types vid? It's a good question since it's the 1 million view video on this channel, but it's probably not high because you would think it's 1 million views, but it got copyrighted since there's like UFC footage. So about 2 weeks after I made it, or maybe a month after I made it, it stopped earning revenue. For me, at least. It's probably earning revenue for whoever copyrighted it. But yeah, I don't know. I have no idea. but not what you would think. But yeah, it's pretty crazy. That video has 1 million views. I got to do another documentary style content like that. Oh, there's Anthony Smith. Oh, man. Imagine if Anthony Smith, what are the odds on Anthony Smith saying, you know what? He's looking for a top 10 guy. I know a top 10 guy. His name is Anthony Smith. I wonder where we can find him. What are the odds on Anthony Smith making a joke like that? Dude, Azamat Murzakanov would be an absolute nightmare matchup for Anthony Smith. He is a big problem. He's the dark horse of the division. That would be a horrifying matchup for Anthony Smith. Azamat Murzakanov versus Anthony Smith would be horrific. How is Cory Sandhagen plus 300? People are just buying into the hype of Umar. Listen, I don't think it's crazy to pick Umar at all, but that's what it is. People are buying into the hype. I mean, people picked Ruziboyev. People were picking Shamil Gaziev to beat Rosenstrike. I did, right? But I think it's too big of a jump up in competition. I've not seen someone take a jump up in competition like this and win very often. I mean, we saw, what's his name? Ikram try to do it against Whitaker. I think that Umar is a better chance than Ikram, but you know, even when Khamzat beats Gilbert Burns, he goes to a war. And Khamzat's fight before Gilbert Burns was Li Jingliang, who was ranked. Umar's ranked. He didn't fight anyone that was ranked. So it's a bigger jump than Khamzat took, and Khamzat went to war. It's going to be a tough fight. I'm going with Sandhagen. More proven. I trust in his ability to improve on the ground, to be able to get out of the bad positions and land the damaging shots. I think there's going to be a big skill gap on the feet, even though Umar's fast. Wait, is Figgy and Marlon fighting next? Is that the first fight on the main card? I would expect that to be like the feature fight. I guess it's interesting. Putting 150 on Tony, I'm delusional like Smith. Yeah, 150 on Tony is very risky. But listen, I think Tony is going to outstrike him. So if Kessa doesn't win on the grappling, if he doesn't get him down easily, he's probably getting outstruck. Dream matchup for Peter Yan and Roundtree, not Hill. Yeah, okay, not Hill for Khalil Roundtree. Azamat Murzakanov versus Roundtree would be a good matchup. Or Roundtree versus Yuri would be a good matchup. Or Roundtree versus Jan Blachowicz. And for Peter Yan, dream matchups. To be honest, Jan has kind of fought everyone that is an interesting matchup, because everyone else that he hasn't fought is like Umar, grapplers that I'm not like dying to see those matchups, but I don't know. I've kind of seen everything with Jan. Like every fight that he has is going to be an entertaining fight outside of the Marab ones, which are entertaining if you like cardio, but I'm trying to think. I don't know. No idea. Tough. I can't really come up with an interesting. Oh, maybe Figueiredo. Yeah, Figueiredo. Or Cheeto. Cheeto or Figueiredo. Whoever wins, Cheeto or Figueiredo would be a good fight. Because Cheeto would stand with Jan, and Jan would beat the shit out of him, and Cheeto's like durable, so we'd see a lot of Jan combinations. A dream matchup for Jan is anyone where we're going to see Jan throw tons of combinations and box a lot. Whoever's going to be in a fight with Jan where he's boxing a lot is going to be the dream matchup. So Cheeto is tough enough to take the punches and have Jan throw a lot of them, and Figueiredo is also a good matchup too. Both of those. Which lighter weight class guys beat Shamil and how? Dude, I'm telling you, if Max Holloway, Ilya Topuria, Volkanovski, these guys like just do not keep their back up against the fence and they don't get taken down. And when Shamil shoots a takedown, they just run off to the side and juke him out. And Shamil tires out after 5 minutes. I think they just beat him by decision a lot. There's a lot of fighters. I'm not buying into the whole, Shamil's like, some of these guys have such horrible gas tanks and they don't have fast hands. Like, dude, if they don't get the takedown easily, they're screwed. By decision, most likely. We need early fight nights and late pay-per-view cards. I like early fight nights. I don't mind. I mean, listen, I want all cards to be early, but I don't mind that. I think that'd be great. If all fight nights were in the day, that'd be great. That'd be great. But I kind of like early pay-per-views too. Guys, we're going to look at some of these up-and-coming cards. Pretty good. It was pretty solid. Look up right now. Dana's going off on the pound-for-pound rankings. Okay, we can look it up. We can look up Dana White pound-for-pound rankings. They're pretty solid. I'm eating mango. Try mango. All right, let me look it up. Where did he go off on the pound-for-pound rankings? Where did he go off on the rankings? I don't see. I don't see it, man. And who cares, man? Like, I don't even care that much about the pound-for-pound rankings, but the UFC has it correct and Dana White's wrong. So we all know Dana White is wrong when it comes to his take on the rankings. Oh, wow. Bilal's talking about Volk. Let's hear his interview. Here's what Bilal said.
It's weird, right? Because we had the watch party. It was a UFC watch party, and then the UFC lady was like, we have other watch parties, so we can call one of them. And it was like Bobby Green. We called him.
Bro has the diet of a chimp at a bad zoo. What did I eat? No, I had some yogurt this morning. No, I don't have. I've a diet of a healthy chimp, not a bad zoo, a healthy chimp. Wait. Let's hear what he's saying. He had a UFC watch party.
The UFC lady was like, we have other watch parties, so we can call one of them. And it was like Bobby Green. We called him, FaceTimed him for the watch party. He was like smoking weed and stuff. They were like, we have Wonder Boy and Volkanovski. And I just like fought Wonder Boys. I was like, let me call Volkanovski. And he called and he like ignored the call. So I just like tweeted out like, oh, Max Holloway, you suck, Bo. And then he like ended up calling back. And I was like, oh, hey, what's up, Bo? Hey, man, just forget about Twitter, man. You was just joking around. It was all a joke and fun. Yeah. But the guy's weird. But I'm like, bro, if he wants to smoke,
He said he's 5'1". Yeah, I mean, to be honest, Volkanovski would get beat up by Bilal. I mean, we all know that. Ilya Taporia said, 16-0, still undefeated, the first to knock out Max Holloway. I think he might do it, bro. I think he might do it. I think he might do it, man. Rob Font versus Kyler Phillips booked as well. Guys, Rob Font versus Kyler Phillips is booked as well. That's a big fight. That is a big fight. Let's see. Bilal has no power. Yeah, but he's just too big for Volk, and he could land head kicks and stuff, you know. He could literally land head kicks. But yeah, let's look at some of these cards. Let's look at some of these cards. UFC 307. What's on UFC 307 so far? The fights that are booked for UFC 307. Evloev versus Sterling, Aldo versus Batista, Curtis versus Holland, Ketlin Vieira versus Kayla Harrison. What? Why? What a random fight. Who gives a shit about that? Ihor Bedoya versus Cesar Almeida. That's good, but there's so many WMMA fights on here. Tisha Pennington versus... Fuck that, bro. So there's 2 Pennington fights. There's only 3 good fights on the card. Listen, they got to add a couple more, but yeah, UFC 307 is kind of looking like shit. Like Aldo is good. Curtis Holland's good. Evloev Sterling is good. Harrison's fighting a nobody. It's like, for Harrison, she should be 1 fight away from a title because of how no one cares about the division. But yeah, UFC 307 is looking horrible. Alexander Viktomovsky gets chinned by Ortega. Well, we've seen that fight both in their prime, and we saw Volkanovski literally 50-40 for him. So 50-43 if you think that 4th round was a 10-8 as well. 3rd round, Ortega's best, closest round. Outside of the 5th, he got 10-8'd. That famous round for Ortega, he got 10-8'd in that round. So, can't even watch Guru talking about biological stuff. Yeah, religion. Yeah. I mean, dude, we try to keep it MMA on here. But yeah, thank you for the 2 months membership. I appreciate that. Thank you. You should get more exposure for actually being a funny MMA channel. Yeah. Thank you, man. I appreciate that. Shout out Guram reffing fights after this. And thank you for the 2 months membership, Zachariah, man. I appreciate that, man. Let me see if I missed anything before the fight starts. Here we go. Round 1. This is actually going to be a good fight. Thank you for the $2. I already read that, actually. I think I'm all caught up. Here, let's go. Leg kick from Brener. I'm picking Brener. Risky pick. I wonder, did I pick Mirzakhanov by decision or KO? I think I went with KO, but I don't remember. Congrats on 100K. Fluke has been here since you were at like 11K. Should do a debate stream this week. We'll see, but thank you for the $5, dude. 11K. So that's the week after the John Jones return. If you tell me when you started subscribing, what I was at, I can determine when you subscribed. Pretty cool. Thank you so much. Nice jab for Alvarez, but Brener hits very hard, man. Strong low kick for Brener. Nice body shot from Alvarez. Alvarez is most dangerous on the ground with a submission game. But I don't know if he's going to get Brener down so easily. Alvarez's wrestling is not great. Brener has decent takedown defense and good takedowns as well. But now Alvarez is landing some shots. It's a good sweet pea special. A little bit of a slow fight early, but it's not surprising. Both of these guys are having a bit of a feel-out process. It's tough for Brener to get in on the inside of Alvarez. Looks like Alvarez is just dying to shoot a takedown. Oh, nice 1-2 from Alvarez. And he's got the neck. He's got the neck of Brener. But Brener shoots a takedown and was able to get out of it. They're back at range on the feet. They're back at range. Nice knee stomp from Brener. But a good jab from Alvarez. Alvarez is doing well with the jab. Leg kick from Brener. That leg kick is money for Brener. He needs to keep going to it. He's landed every single one he's tried. Nasty head kick. Oh, 3-piece. But Brener is on him, clinching up. That's very smart. Good IQ for Brener. Took a head kick, a jab, and a knee. Looks like Alvarez is winning the round now. I mean, he's done enough to be winning this round. Well, let's see what happens in the second and third. Here comes a takedown attempt from Brener. I don't know if you're going to want to offensively grapple against Alvarez. It's not going to work, but he was recovering. Nice jab. There's a looping shot from Brener. Landed that lead looping hook. Nasty body shot. Yeah, man, it looks like Alvarez is starting to walk down Brener and beat him up a little bit. Hard low kick. His shot selection's looking great right now. Shot selection looking real good right now. Long rangey striking is doing wonders. Nice head kick attempt right there. And he's all over Brener. Body shots, leg kicks, mixing it up beautifully. Grappling as well. This is like a Charles Oliveira. Joel Alvarez is fighting like a young Oliveira. Brener trains with Oliveira. But Alvarez actually fighting like a young Oliveira right now. There's the submission attempt. And he's got it. He's got it. He's got it. He's going to tap him out. I think he's going to tap him out. Will he get his 18th submission? He might go to sleep. Maybe not, though. Maybe not, though. He's good. 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 He's going to survive. This might get interesting. And he's good. That's it. Wow. Dominant first round. If there was a knockdown in there, that would have been a 10-8. Dominant first round. Really good first round for Alvarez. He's looking like a killer right now. How are you doing on picks? Not that well. Not that well. I'm doing all right, actually. Let's see. Let me pull it up. Let me pull up the card. So I've gotten 2 wrong. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 5 and 2. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2. Yeah, 5 and 2. I've only gotten Dumas Tulan wrong and Yaya Fernandez wrong. Every other fight I've got right. Anyway, guys, here we go. Round 2. Big Shelley. A big Shelley. I don't know what's going on. I can't see the chat updating. Oh, no, we're good. We're good. I can see the chat updating. Nice hook from Brener. Brenner's got to go out there and really make this fight a little bit scrappy, even though that's hard. Easier said than done. He's just going to get outstruck at range, and I don't think he's going to have success grappling. Just looks like a matter of time before Alvarez starts landing again and catches him with a good shot and then starts beating him up. Good combination from Alvarez. This is in the words of Adesanya, you almost forgot. Botched type of performance from Alvarez. Not really been that active. I don't even remember the last time Alvarez fought. Who was it against? Mark Chikadze submitted him. He doesn't fight very often. Nasty hook to the body from Alvarez. That lead hook to the body is nasty. Yeah, Alvarez is bullying him on the feet now. Nice jab from Alvarez. But there's a good switch kick to the body from Brener. When you land a good switch kick to the body, you know you start taking over the round. Anyone that lands a nice clean body kick starts to win. Oh, that's a nasty hook from Brener, too. They're both landing good body shots. There's a takedown from Brener. Yeah, he's not going to get it. Alvarez's takedown defense is solid. You're a minute behind? I don't think I am. I'm not a minute behind, dude. I'm caught up. I'm literally caught up. Damn, this fight's shit right now. I'm not a minute behind. Dude, if I'm a minute behind, then you gotta, if you want to sync up the stream, like I'm on ESPN Plus. I'm as far forward as I can go. So if you want to sync the stream with my commentary, then you're gonna have to pause the stream. Making Brener do some cardio? Yeah, he is. This fight is a little bit slower than I thought. I thought it was going to be more of a bit. It's a bit of a chess match right now. I mean, it's not bad. It's just that Azamat Mirzakhanov fight was a lot more entertaining. And Brener, we kind of we expect a war out of Brener when he fights, you know? This is like the slowest Brener fight. Good performance from Alvarez, but nasty combination. There's a sweet pea special from Alvarez. Nasty sweet pea special from Alvarez. And a good low kick from Brener. And a good low kick from Brener. Do you think Beakers and test tubes could get a finish? Yes, I do. I think Cory is going to be out here with the lab coat. And I think Cory is going to be in there with the chalkboard. Maybe he could drum up some sort of a hypothesis for, you know, this problem, and maybe he can figure it out and get the solution. I could see it happening. Maybe he could prove the hypothesis. We'll see. You're definitely a minute behind. Then I'm a minute. Then ESPN is a minute behind. Yeah, I can't do anything about it. I'm as caught up as I could possibly be. Yeah, Alvarez is gonna win. 2-0 Alvarez. Kind of a slow. Oh, fucking Burger King advertisement again, man. Yeah. Is this live stream pre-recorded? Yeah, it's pre-recorded live stream. We're just predicting what we're reacting to every strike. I hope that I'm actually predicting it to a T. All I know, I mean, Brener could have gotten the KO in the first. Worst fight ever? It's just not what we expected, to be honest. Like, this is kind of a shit fight. You can hear a pen drop in that arena, I know. The Mirzakhanov fight was hyped. The first round for this was good, but second round kind of sucked. It's not the worst fight in the world, but, you know, I don't think anyone is hyped for this fight right now. It was hyped before the night. It was hyped before this fight, but now this fight's just falling off. Not living up. Are we good? Are we good? I think we're good. Let me check. Everyone's saying that I'm lagging. You're adding Burger King to the meal plan. I am not adding Burger King to the meal plan, guys. Okay, we're good. We're good. We're good. We are good. Lucas got slept virtually. I think we're good. We good. We good. Okay, we're good. We're good. This fight is not that good, guys. Let me try to see if my stream is actually behind. I don't think it is. Bro, streaming from 2012. Streaming from 2012. We don't even have that many people. We had way more people in the beginning of the stream. Bro's 3 minutes behind. I'm not. Okay. If I'm 3 minutes behind, then that means everyone that's watching ESPN Plus is 3 minutes behind. ABC's faster. Oh, that's right. It's on ABC. That's right. A lot of people are watching this on ABC. I'm not watching it on ABC. I'm watching it on ESPN Plus. Out cold? No way. We'll see. We'll see. Sandhagen and Umar just started. That's funny. That is funny. Go east. East would probably be even slower. Nasty low kick from Alvarez. Nasty low kick. But there's a good... Oh! Brener's hurt. He's teeing off on him. Dude, that's like 5 knees in a row. Brener's hurt. There's a good jab from Alvarez. Alvarez has the good shot selection tonight. Yeah, he's going to knock Brener out. He's going to knock him out, man. Elbow from Alvarez. More knees from Alvarez. More knees from Alvarez. This is getting nasty. But Brener staying on his feet. Yeah, he's going out. That's it. That's it. Wow. Wow. That was an amazing finish. Alvarez's shot selection is insane. Insane. Guys. Wow. That's crazy. That is crazy. That was kind of a crappy fight, to be honest, but only the second round. The second round was crappy. The first round was good. The third round was good. So we can't hate on that. That was a good fight. Complaining nonstop about the stream being behind does nothing. Pause your TV and sync with the stream. Problem solved. Yeah, I mean, what do you guys want me to do? Like, I'm watching it on ESPN. I can't do anything. I was trolling. I didn't actually know he would go out. Yeah, you could always just say that and just bank on maybe there being a KO. Wow, what a finish. Dude, this guy never fights, though, Joel Alvarez. Let's see. Yeah, he's fought. This is his third fight since February of 2022. He fought no times from February 2022 to July 2023. So a year and a half, basically, he waited. And then it's been another year. He fights like once every year and a half, Joel Alvarez. He's so inactive. That's kind of the issue with Joel Alvarez. How old is he, though? 31. Okay. You know, he can afford to take some time off, but that's a big win. That's a big finish. Elvis Brener's respected by the hardcore fans. So the UFC is probably going to give him another bigger name outside of the rankings. And then if he wins that, he'll probably get a big fight. I think, Paddy Pimblett would be a good fight. They'll never make that, though, because they're trying to build Paddy. They don't want to give him a tough, relatively unknown guy. But I think Brener would beat Pimblett. Not Brener. Alvarez. What do you guys think? Pimblett versus Alvarez, who wins? I'd go with Alvarez. He did the Irish jiggle, another catchphrase. The Irish jig. Yeah. Thank you for the 20 NOK. Pimblett or Alvarez? I think Alvarez wins. Paddy smokes him? I don't think so. You could pick him, but Alvarez is actually good on the feet, man. He is pretty good on the feet. I picked Brener. I mean, I feel like an idiot. I picked Elvis Brener. Recency bias is crazy. Bro, Alvarez has got more submissions than Pimblett does throughout his whole career. 17 submissions. Really decent defensive grappling. Dangerous on the ground. He's got a good frame for the division. I mean, I think he would destroy Paddy Pimblett. I think he would destroy Paddy Pimblett, guys. Ludovic Klein, Joel Alvarez, there are some guys outside of the rankings that would beat a bunch of ranked fighters. Maybe not a bunch of ranked fighters. I don't know if he beats Dan Hooker, though. Alvarez just needs to improve his defense a little bit. Yeah, his takedown defense looked pretty good, though. Whenever Brener would take him down, I mean, he would never have any success with it. Couldn't keep him down. How bad is Guram? Yeah, Guram barely won tonight. And Brener lost to Odolbai, right? Odolbai had a really good performance, but Alvarez did better. But, Alvarez is more experienced than Odolbai in the UFC, though. Odolbai is a prospect. Brenner's done. He needs to retire. I wouldn't say he's done. He's not way, way too soon to say that he's done. Who's he calling out? Bobby Green? He's calling out Bobby Green. It's a good call out. He's taking the Paddy Pimblett route. That's a crafty move. Call out. If you want to fight Paddy Pimblett, call out his most recent opponent. Crafty move. Calling out Bobby Green. King Green. Thank you for the $50, Jerome. Thank you so much, man. I thought that was Ilya Taporia. No, it's just Tai Tuivasa. Looked like a featherweight fighting a welterweight. Turner versus Alvarez. That would be a good fight for the weight bully belt. To be honest, I don't consider anyone that doesn't consistently miss weight a weight bully. But yeah, that'd actually be a good fight. Turner versus Alvarez. I think Alvarez could potentially beat him. I think, listen, after seeing Turner quit in his last fight, lack of fight IQ when he had the finish and he freaking blew it, I'm not picking Turner to win his next one. Wow, UFC Noche. Let's see this. Oh, no, I thought they were just going to do a cool advertisement for Noche. The biggest letdown of the entire year. The one and only once-in-a-lifetime Sphere card headlined by O'Malley and Merab with no other sick fights on there. Diego Lopez and Brian Ortega is nowhere near as hype as Khamzat and Whitaker. There's so many other fights that they could have done that are bigger than that, and that's the second best fight on the card. It's a good fight, Lopez and Ortega, but that's the second best fight on the card, and it only gets a lot worse. Like, it literally gets a lot worse after that. Thank you for the 50. Jerome, man, I appreciate that. Thank you so much. Guru calls him weight bully, but glazes Hadley. Is Hadley a weight bully? Hadley has missed weight, has he? Well, listen, Turner has missed weight too, so you can call someone a weight bully when they miss weight, but when they don't miss weight, I don't think you call them a weight bully. Either way, a lot of people call people weight bullies, and that's just because they're big for the division, but like, there's a lot of fighters that are big for their division. Everyone cuts an arm and a leg, so I don't know. Like, what is a weight bully really? It's when someone uses a weight advantage to beat someone, but everyone is cutting a shitload of weight. The only time you really have a real weight advantage is when you weigh in and you're higher than you were before. Or you're higher than your opponent when they weighed in. You weigh more. Thank you for the $50, man. I really appreciate that. Alvarez is insanely underrated. He is. It's just a shame that he never fights, so people forget about him. Like, he'll have a good performance, and then people will forget about him. People will literally forget. So thank you for the $2. They'll literally forget. He's only fought 3 times throughout the past, basically 2.5 years. I'm just catching up on donos, guys. Someone said that I missed something. Is Azamat the wonder boy of the light heavyweight division? Is Azamat the wonder boy of the light heavyweight division? He doesn't really fight like Wonder Boy. He has a lot more power. He's more of a power puncher than Wonder Boy Thompson. You know, Wonder Boy, someone that really likes to stay on the outside. Azamat, he can fight on the outside, but he's someone that crashes in and closes the distance. I mean, you could say Wonder Boy crashes in and closes the distance too, but not as explosively, right? He's not slinging leather. Wonder Boy's landing Tootsie Roll punches. Another Lucas Tracy term. Tootsie Roll punches, Fruity Pebble punches. Azamat's throwing leather, right? Alvarez missed weight against Moises, I think. Okay, yeah, then he has missed weight before. But if you make weight and you win in a fight where you made weight, you're not a weight bully. You made weight. Everyone cuts an arm and a leg. Not everyone, most people. All right, guys, let's check the Sphere card. Let's check the UFC website. Let's just see. UFC. I mean, we've already gone over this, but we may as well again. I cannot believe this is the Sphere card. Insane. Do a video of the underrated fighters in each division. I've done that. I've done a couple of those. I did one this year. I did one last year. I don't want to do too many of the same videos just because we need to wait more time for us to have new takes, new opinions, new fighters come onto the scene. Fighters that were not underrated that are now underrated. Like, it takes a while to have different takes on a topic like that. Okay, so yeah, O'Malley, Merab, good fight. Grasso, Shevchenko, it's a good fight, but you know, you can't get that hyped though. It's not a big fight feel. It's a good fight. I'm looking forward to it, but it's not a big fight feel. I was happy when they made that a main event of a fight night. It's not the main event. Okay, that's fine. Ortega Lopez is good, but listen, even though Brian Ortega's hyped, Diego Lopez is hyped, they're not huge names. Diego Lopez has yet to fight someone and destroy someone that's a big name yet. Like, he's knocked people out, but none of them are big names. So he's not a big name yet. He's still an entertaining fighter. He's a big name with the hardcore fans, but you can only get so hyped for a Lopez Ortega fight. It's a great fight. It's a sick fight. It's going to be a war. Stylistically, it's amazing, but that's the second best fight on the card, and it drops off of a cliff after that. That's the issue. It falls off so much. Good fight here. Manuel Torres, Ignacio Bahamondes. I wanted both of them on the card. Oh, no, it wasn't Ignacio Bahamondes. I think I was talking about Zoe Huber that I wanted on the card. I don't know if they put him on the card. Oh, yeah, they do have him on the card. But then I don't understand this one. Come on, man. Like, we really needed this on the card. Chavez versus Borjas is decent. That's okay. But, like, we really needed this. This is the thing that I don't understand. You could have gotten rid of this. You could have moved all these down. You could have moved all these down. And then you could have had a big fight after Ortega. You could have had another big fight. But I'm actually happy that Holloway and Topuria is not on it because I actually kind of like the fact that that's in Abu Dhabi during the day. I like Abu Dhabi stacked cards. I don't know. When Abu Dhabi has a stacked card, it's always a big fight feel, big build-up feel. I'm kind of happy that it's in Abu Dhabi, to be honest. If they were to do that, Max Holloway and Topuria on the Sphere card, it'd be hype, but in a way, I kind of like it above Whitaker and Khamzat more. And that card, that main card is so unbelievably stacked. I actually prefer it that way. If we had less pay-per-views, but every single pay-per-view was absolutely stacked, like how many pay-per-views are there a year? 13? If we had only 10, but everyone was insanely stacked, I'd be way more hyped. Crowd sucks in Abu Dhabi. It doesn't suck that much. I disagree. I don't think the Abu Dhabi crowd sucks that much. The Abu Dhabi crowd does get hyped. They're not the best. It's not France. It's not the UK in the daytime. It's not even Singapore is a pretty good crowd. I think you're maybe conflating it with the Saudi Arabia crowd and all the boxing fights in Saudi Arabia. Those fights suck. The atmosphere, not the fights. The atmosphere in Saudi Arabia, maybe because it's easy to kind of tie them together because it's like, they're in a similar place. The atmosphere sucks in Saudi Arabia, but Abu Dhabi crowd, it's not the best because you do have a lot of the same, billionaires front row that aren't going to get that hyped and all that. They're not like the most hardcore fans, but there's a lot of regular fans here. Whereas Saudi Arabia is like, there's not that many regular people watching the fights. Way, way better than the Saudi Arabia crowd. Yeah, there are lots of real fans in Abu Dhabi that turn out for these fights. Here we go. So, okay, someone's saying I missed a dono. I'm trying to find it. Performance of the year by Gaziev. Okay. I think I already read that, but thank you for the $2. Hold on. I think I missed something. Guys, I'm not finding anything. Trying to find this dono. Guys, you're saying I missed a dono. I did not miss a dono. Big knockdown for Lupi Gudinez, or maybe she caught Dern off guard. Still looking. Still looking. Ha. There it is. You're right. I did miss it. There it is. Can you rate my top 10 strikers list? I'll check it out real quick, and I'll thank you for the 249. I got you. I'll check it out real quick. Ranking the top 10 strikers. Gone. Okay. Thompson, Makhachev. That's a hardcore take. Yair, Jan, Holloway, Volk. Volk at 4. O'Malley at 3. Taporia, Pereira. I don't know if I'd put Taporia at 2 just yet, just because he knocked out Volk. I think we have to wait and see how he does against Max, because Max has more time. Damn. As Green would say, sheesh. Sheesh. Yeah, no, I don't know. I think it's a little bit too soon. I think it's a little bit too soon. If Taporia beats Max, then I'm like, all right, yeah, it's time. Depending on how he beats him, if he outstrikes him. But I think Max has proven his striking way more. And there's the classic WMMA takedown from Mackenzie Dern. Classic WMMA takedown right there, tripping Gudinez. The Sphere was never presented as a supercard. Dana's thing was the presentation of the event. Yet it isn't the greatest, but it's at least a 6 out of 10, and Rosas should be on the main card with Diaz versus Luque. Is Diaz Luque being booked for the Sphere? Do they still have more fights? If they still have more fights, then there's still hope. Listen, Rosas on the main card, I get it. They're trying to build him as a star. I don't mind it. I don't mind it that much. This shouldn't be on the main card. These shouldn't be on the main card. And Ode Osborne should be on the main card. If they add Diaz to it, then it's better. But to be honest, Dana didn't say it was just like, hey, Dana was hyping up like we're gonna unload some big fights, some big announcements. He was kind of hyping up the Sphere a little bit, announcements wise. Whoa! Dern's looking for a submission against Gudinez. Thank you for the $10, Hardy. Miss my dono. Thank you for the $2, Hardy. Listen, I think that I think it was hyped up a little bit. It was hyped. I mean, we knew Dana White was hyping up the production, but if you're hyping up a card so much, the production, like the event, how sick it's going to be, it's expected that you give us good fights. That's the expected thing. I think it's just no one even needs to bring it up to expect it. The UFC just fumbled a tiny bit. It's not the worst card. I give it a 5 out of 10 pay-per-view. With the modern standard, it's probably better than that, but in my opinion, like, it could be way better. One more solid fight on the main card. The main card's good. The main card's great with one more solid fight. But as a whole, it's not a great card. And I kind of judge it as a whole. If the prelims were stacked, then I'd be like, yeah, this is a sick card. But it needs one more fight on the main card to be a great card or a good card. But that's the thing. It's like, what we have right now is just lacking. And the prelims aren't that good either. And that definitely makes a big difference. We will still get the best version of Chimaev, not going to lie. I don't think so. I think the best version of Chimaev is in the past. He's probably gotten a little bit better skill-wise, but I think Khamzat Chimaev, I'm guessing physically he's not the best he's ever been. I could be wrong. I hope that I'm wrong. Even if I want Whittaker to win, I hope that I'm wrong, and I hope Khamzat Chimaev is the best version of himself ever. I hope that he doesn't gas out. And in a way, I hope that he runs through Whittaker in one round and submits everyone that he fights, stays active, submits everyone in the first round. Kind of want Whittaker to win, but I also kind of hope Khamzat returns as like future GOAT potential Khamzat, fighting 3 times a year, submitting everyone. But I don't think that's the case. I hope he proves me wrong. I'd like to see Khamzat be at his best. We need a top 15 salt for salt ranking. Salt for salt ranking. I could do a top 15 salty video. That sounds like a good idea. Ankalaev might even make the cut. But no, I don't think Ankalaev would make the cut, to be honest, because Ankalaev, he's not been that salty. You know, Ankalaev's accepting fights and not complaining because the UFC's not giving him a shot. He's not complaining. He's accepting tough fights. Sometimes all it takes is throwing it over the top like a sack of potatoes. That's true. Sometimes in a fight, that's all it takes. That's what Lupi Gudinez needs to do to win this and impose her will. Because Dern's striking is okay, but she doesn't have a lot of power. Gudinez has more pop. Just started to watch. How was the fight night so far? It's been pretty decent. I haven't done that well on picks, but we've seen a bunch of good finishes. We've seen a war with Jai Herbert. So when a Jai Herbert fight is good, that's always a good sign. Because usually they're terrible. Alvarez finished Elvis Brener, which is pretty crazy. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Yeah, I'm 5-3 on picks though. I can go 10-3 though. I could go 10-3 depending on how this goes. Looks like a featherweight fighting a welterweight. Turner versus Alvarez for the weight bully belt. No, I already read that, but thank you for the 50 again. Yeah, I think I'm all caught up. Guys, I think I'm all caught up. Yeah. Yeah, Gudinez is not fighting the way she normally fights. Woo, yeah. Miss mine? Oh, I got it, right? Sometimes all it takes is throwing it over to the top like a sack of potatoes. I just got that. Thank you for the $5. Calvin Kattar pulled out. All right. Well, at least that fight isn't until September, so it's all good. They'll find someone else. Missed my dono during the Shamil fight. Okay, I'm on it. Let me try to find it. Shamil. I don't see anything. Let's see. Pereira versus Shamil in-depth breakdown. I got that too. Guys, I'm all caught up. Did Shamil win his fight? Yes, Shamil won his fight. Nice takedown. Crazy, man. Crazy fight, man. Man. Fight of the year, man. As high level. Oh, wow. Here's the Burger King ad like clockwork. Same Burger King commercial. Pathetic. Who the fuck is buying into this shit? Don't get me wrong. I've had a good burger from Burger King before, but like, seriously. Is anyone really getting hyped to eat Burger King? I love how they dress people in these commercials. Like, they dress them like they're, I don't know. Some of these people are wearing like 2000s outfits. NPC outfits. Literally a Yuri Prohaska type beat outfit. Yuri Prohaska doesn't dress like an NPC, but like you get what I'm saying. Yuri Prohaska walkout type beat. Thunder. Hear the thunder. Lightning and the thunder. Thunder. Hear the thunder. Lightning and the thunder. So wake me up when it's all over. So wake me up when it's all over. Shit, man. This is how legends are made. Whoa. Yuri Prohaska is probably going to walk to Wake Me Up. So wake me up when... And you know Yuri's like literally crying tears of depth. Yuri Prohaska is so deep he cries during these songs because the words really speak to his soul. So wake me up when it's all over. Yuri Prohaska is going like this. Yeah. Yeah. You know Yuri always takes a big sniff? Yuri will take a big sniff and he'll go like... The power. Yeah. The power. Yeah. Power B. The power B. Yuri. The power. Yeah. The power. Yeah. Yuri Prohaska is going to do Tears of Inspiration. Thunder. Hear the thunder. Yuri Prohaska is going to put his hands up. He's going to put his hands up when he gets to the top of the cage. When you walk up the stairs after the ref puts the Vaseline on your eyes, Yuri Prohaska is going to go like this, and he thinks everyone in the crowd's going to be having tears of joy and inspiration, and they're all going to start throwing tomatoes and eggs at him because of how corny his walkout music is. Thunder. Hear the thunder. Lightning and the thunder. A Lucas T fitness outfit. Thunder. Hear the thunder. Power. The power. Power. Yuri Prohaska is just a white Yoel Romero, if you think about it. Not really. He's not as funny as Yoel, to be honest. They're different. But Yuri has like, he's got like his sound bites. Yoel has the come on, bro. Come on, bro. Come on, bro. Come on, bro. How did you and your BF celebrate 100K? Well, I don't have one. I don't know. I don't have a BF, but thank you for the $2. I just, I had a nice dinner. I had a nice meal. Thank you for the $2. Had a big meal, and I had some ice cream. Didn't really go and do a crazy celebration. Thoughts on the next fight on the card? You mean Tony versus Kessa? I'm looking forward to it. It's not even a sad matchup. People are kind of sad about Tony Ferguson fighting, but he's not going up against someone that could KO him. So, I don't think it's a sad fight. Seeing Tony get squashed into the canvas is not a sad thing at all. Seeing Tony get KO'd is sad. Okay? Seeing him get knocked out, that's sad. But seeing him just get squashed into the canvas is, yeah. It's just, okay, Tony loses for the 100th time. Is this shocking at all? We're more used to Tony losing than Tony winning. So I don't find that to be shocking at all. But yeah, I'm looking forward to it. I just want to see who Tony has in his corner. Probably, he's got the wrestling coach. He's got the Bo Nickel wrestling dads in his corner. Tony's got the Bo Nickel wrestling dads in his corner. That's who he's walking out with. Goggins? No, he fired Goggins. That was the funniest thing to me because Tony gets angry with his team every time Tony loses. If you've been following Tony for a while, Tony actually gets mad every time he loses. And he ends up firing a coach or two. And so the funniest thing was Goggins and Tony had this this revival training camp. And David Goggins was Tony's new inspiration, and he was with him in his corner, and he was helping him out throughout the whole camp. And I guarantee you, Tony just walked backstage and threw a fucking tantrum. Tony just threw a straight up tantrum. How many more times does Tony need to lose for you to try to beat him? For you to beat him? You know me? How old is Tony? He's like 41. I don't think I beat Tony, to be honest. I think even if Tony was 55, he'd beat me. Like, if Tony was like 50, then it'd be like, all right, maybe in like 5 years. But nah, I don't think I would ever beat Ferguson unless I actually train consistently. If I were to start training today, I'd say in a couple years I beat him. But I need to start training, and I need to not let off the gas and actually go hard and like dedicate my life to it. If I dedicate my life to MMA for a couple years, then I think I could potentially beat Tony Ferguson. In a couple years, not right now. Obviously, right now I would get destroyed. Tony Ferguson would knock me out right now. And more Little Caesars BS, dude. But that's it. Now we're on to the big fights and only the big fights, guys. Only the big fights. Lucas, do you think Cody Garbrandt would be a great protagonist for a young adult novel adaptation? I'm very confused by the question. I don't know. I have no idea. I think thunder. Hear the thunder. Lightning and the thunder. What are some other Yuri Prohaska walkout songs that he would walk out to? Lucas agreed with me that Bilal is the modern day GSP. He is kind of similar in a way. He's been very dominant recently. He 50-45 Gilbert Burns, beat Wonderboy up badly, had a clean looking performance against Luque, destroyed. He took 4 rounds off of Leon. Destroyed. I always forget his name. Like, Bilal is not the forget his name guy. The forget his name guy is Sean Brady. I always have trouble memorizing Sean Brady's name. Sean Brady is the guy that I can never remember his name when I'm talking about Bilal's wins. Yuri would walk out to Astronaut in the Ocean. I don't even know that song, to be honest. Maybe I've heard it, but I wouldn't recognize it by the title of the song, by the name of it. The Philly NPC. Sean Brady's not even that much of an NPC, though. Like, even though he's boring, he imposes his will. It's just that he lost to Bilal, and at the time it looked pretty bad. It was like, whoa, he lost to Bilal. But Bilal KO'd him, which was... He got stopped standing. The Knights of Vici, yeah. Yuri's definitely a Vici fan. What you know about rolling off in the deep end? What you know about rolling off in the deep end is probably the most Yuri Prohaska song you could ever even imagine. What you know about rolling down in the deep when the train goes down? I don't even know who won. Dern is changing some beliefs in there. She's so hot. Yeah, she is pretty fine. Did she win? I haven't even seen who won. Oh, yeah, I guess she won. I could tell by the accent. It's not Lupi Gudinez even fighting. Wow. Robbery? I don't know. Bro, I really thought Gudinez won that. I don't know. Gudinez was losing the first round. It looked like she wasn't really doing anything. The people in my chat as well were saying, man, Gudinez, why is she fighting like this? Looked like she was very reserved early on. Really bad scorecard, right decision. Yeah, maybe they gave her the benefit of the doubt because of her looks, right? But I don't know. Gudinez won the second and third. Yeah, I could have seen Gudinez winning the second. She got a much needed takedown. And in W, oh, there he is. Hey, there he is. Hey, what up? Magomed. Brother, these guys crazy, brother. These guys crazy, brother. These guys kind of crazy, brother. These guys short but strong, brother. Magomed and Goliath in the crowd. Magomed's a big star in the Middle East, guys. He's a big star. People don't understand this. Magomed Ankalaev is actually a bigger name in the Middle East than Cristiano Ronaldo. I know people don't want to admit that, but it actually is true. In the Middle East, that is. In the brotherland, he's a bigger name. Nah, he's not. Magomed is top 5 most famous athletes in the Middle East right now. It's Habib. It's Cristiano Ronaldo, since he played soccer there. It's Messi. It's Makhachev, and then it's Magomed. He literally plays in the Middle East now, but he retired, didn't he? I know. That's why I was like, all right, how could I even pull this joke off? Like, he literally played there. Yeah, he retired, though. Nobody knows Magomed. People know Magomed Ankalaev. A lot of people know Magomed Ankalaev. He's more known than most UFC fighters overall. I'm not saying that he's famous. Like, he's not Conor McGregor. He's not Habib. If you ask someone on the street of America who's Magomed Ankalaev, they're going to say, it sounds familiar, but I don't know who that is. Most of them, they'll be honest. They'll say, it sounds familiar. I don't know who it is. You ask someone on the streets of, I don't know, you go to Mahachkala, Dagestan, Russia, everyone knows Magomed Ankalaev. Okay? You go to Georgia, a lot of people know Magomed Ankalaev. They'll be saying, I'm not a fan of him, but I know Magomed Ankalaev. Go to Zimbabwe. Ask Themba Garimbo's training partner, his first ever training partner or whatever. They know Magomed Ankalaev. He's a big name. Okay? Dern's record is awful. Yeah, I mean, it's not that bad, though. She usually wins. If you go to the buffet, they know Shamil. Yeah, Shamil's a big buffet guy. Sounds like a... No, he doesn't. Magomed Ankalaev doesn't sound like a terrorist. That's not true. It's Magomed. Hey, there's Magomed. There's Magomed. They call him, hey, there's Magomed. Hey, it's Magomed. He's getting big on him now. That's what DC says. He's getting big on him now. There's Tony. Tony time. It's Tony time. All right, guys. I'm going to get something to drink. I'll be right back. All right, we're back. We are back. This matchup reminds me of when my grandpa got kicked out of the assisted living home for fighting over a chair at bingo. Tony does not. He does not remind me of an assisted living home person yet. Steve Bay does though. Actually, he's getting close. He's getting close. Tony just looks old. Tony just looks very old and sort of weak. The welterweight trash talk continues, guys. I'm seeing Bilal Muhammad and Kamaru Usman are shitting on each other. I'm pissed, man. I'm at work on the ambulance, so I'm going to miss the card. Also, did your friend Magomed Ankalaev, UFC did my friend Magomed dirty. Rakic was number 5 and just lost. I know, but it's going to be a tough road to the title for Magomed. Not every Dagestani's got that Dagestani privilege, you know? So Magomed's going to have to work. Thank you for the $5. May the spirit of Shaman lead Tony to victory. Shaman. Thank you for the $2. Let's wait. So Bilal and Usman are shit talking each other. Let me read this. Usman said, "Whose blueprint did you copy to help you win that fight?" Blueprint, bro. You didn't fucking beat him. I mean, he beat him once the first time, but everyone forgot about that. Lol, I did what you couldn't do. Bilal says, "I finished the job. I'll send you the bully's blueprint PDF. Just enter your email and card information." That is funny. You also taught me how to clean your fingerprints off of it. That's funny too. Dude, Bilal's actually kind of an underrated trash talker. Is he not underrated? A little bit? Makshev just posted a photo with Umar. Crazy. Bilal literally said he copied Kamar's game plan. Yeah, but he actually won with it. So it doesn't matter, like, if, oh, you copied a game plan. Like, all right, so is the rule that you can't use a game plan that works because someone else showed it and it had some success, so you're not allowed to use that? Is that like, does that somehow make it less impressive? It's like, no, whatever helps you win is the thing that is going to matter in a title fight. So Bilal can copy the game plan all he wants, dude. At least he won. Usman didn't. Did what Usman couldn't. Outside of the first time Usman and Edwards fought, but last 2 times didn't work out for him. It almost did, but Bilal did better than Usman did even in the rematch. Because in the rematch, Leon took the back of Usman, right? Well, he took the back of Bilal too, but he also won the 5th round by knocking him out, right? Bilal won 4 rounds, didn't get KO'd. Either way, let's go. Here we go. Kessa versus Tony. Who is in Tony's corner? Who is in Tony's corner? Dude, Kessa is going to mog Tony Ferguson. Jocko better be in Tony's corner. Tony has 1 corner, man. Bro, Tony has 1 corner, man. He's fired everyone that there is left. Tony has fired every possible corner man outside of 1. Dude, what is he doing? Tony's doing the fucking Mike Perry thing where Perry had his girlfriend corner him with no other coaches, which is just so weird. It's not weird to have one person in your corner that doesn't know a lot. Like, that's fine. It was weird that he didn't have anyone else. That's the weird part. I'm all for people like having someone in their corner that doesn't know shit about MMA. Just if it hypes them up, that's fine. But Tony has like 1 person. I don't know. Not a good sign. Here we go. Round 1. Ferguson versus Kessa. Kessa could just make this boring as hell, bro. Tony looks so weak and out of shape. But he is going to outstrike Kessa, I'm telling you. Doesn't matter if he's out of shape and weak. Kessa has that. You know, Kessa used to be a lightweight, but he's been at welterweight for a long time. His lighter man skill still doesn't apply, but Tony's does. Tony's got the Jack Shore build. He's got the Jack Shore physique. And a nice jab from Ferguson. A sweet piece special to the body. And a big cracking right hand for Kessa. And there's that classic Tony Ferguson calf kick. Ferguson's winning the round so far. Dude, Ferguson's going to outstrike him, I'm telling you. I wish I picked him, but still have yet to see Kessa shoot a takedown. Kind of pathetic that Kessa's not even shot a takedown yet. Like, what does he think? Is he afraid of a Tony Ferguson flying knee? Is that what he's scared of? Tony's ahead on a couple strikes. There's a nice shot from Tony. Wow, Kessa hasn't shot a takedown. Tony might win this fight via Kessa not shooting a takedown. And if that's the case, then heck yeah, we get to see Tony win because he's way better than Kessa on the feet. Solid calf kick for Ferguson. Another calf kick for Ferguson. Kessa strikes missing. Tony's going to win, man. If this stays on the feet, he's going to win. And a big clobbering shot from Kessa misses. His coach is trying to get Tony to go to the body. Yelling breadbasket. Misses the kick. There's a crashing Tony Ferguson collision. Jab for jab. Tony landed a solid jab there. Calf kick for Tony. Dude, Michael Chiessa's boxing is just not all that. But now he's got Tony. He's got his hands on him. This is going to be... Yep. Just ragdolls Tony Ferguson to the ground. Gets the takedown. And it's over. Tony Ferguson's about to get choked out. It's not locked in. Yeah, it's going to be over. Tony's going to go to sleep on us. No, he's not. It's over. It's over. Yep, Kessa wins. First round submission. Wow. Dude. That wasn't even that sad, to be honest. Like, it wasn't that sad. It was just like, all right, one guy is massive, and that's weight classes for a reason right there. Lighter man skill can't help you if you're literally a pipsqueak and you're old and not strong at all. As I talked about, we just knew he was going to get ragdolled in the grappling. Striking, Tony was always going to win in the striking. Dude, Tony did try. It's just he's too weak. Ferguson's biggest problem is that he's weak, man. He's weak and he's fragile, and he needs to hang it up, man, or fight at lightweight. It was just a big mistake. Why did the UFC make this fight? Why did the UFC give Tony Ferguson a guy that's twice the size of him? I don't understand. Do they want to just send him out and prove a point that, hey, like, you lost again, we don't want you here anymore? Like, are they trying to build Kessa? You're really trying to build Michael Kessa? Should have done Ferguson versus Nick Diaz. I don't understand the whole, like, yeah, let's give Kessa a winnable fight over Tony. No one wants Kessa to beat Tony Ferguson. This guy's celebrating like he won the world title. He submitted a 50-year-old Tony. Should have spin Ferguson versus Nick Diaz. I know they don't want to fight the same former opponents, the Diaz brothers, but, like, bro, get over it. And if not, then let's do Ferguson versus, like, Muranov or some shit like that. Even Muranov would probably piece him up. Let's do Ferguson versus Nico Price, even though he would piece him up. I honestly think everyone beats Ferguson at this point. It's not that sad. I mean, listen, we've seen Tony lose 8 times in a row. Like, I'm not going to... He didn't get KO'd. He didn't take a lot of damage. He didn't take any damage, really. So, for that reason, it's not that bad. He's probably going to get cut. UFC should have put him up against someone that was older, worse. But they probably would have beat him, too. Yeah, bro's like so hyped for this win. Listen, I mean, he got his win money. I mean, it's okay for Kessa to be hyped, though. It's fine. He's got a nice first round submission. But yeah, Paddy didn't finish him. Like, this is what I'm saying. Paddy couldn't finish Ferguson. Kessa just gets him out of there instantly. I'm telling you right now, I still think, even though Pimblett had a good win over Bobby Green fucking chucked himself right into that. I know we can't do MMA math, whatever. Bobby Green chucked himself into that submission. And now people are saying, yeah, Paddy beats Benoit Saint Denis. Like, Paddy's good. Didn't do that to Tony. And this is Michael Chiesa, bro. But we all kind of knew Tony was going to win that on the feet. Tony might lose at Street Beefs. He might. He might literally lose at Street Beefs. They're interviewing Tony. This could be it. See, the crowd isn't that bad. Saudi Arabia wouldn't give Tony a cheer like that. Is that it for Ferguson? No. He's going to say, fuck no. Please say no. He should retire. He should retire. Tony. See, these are real fans, bro. This crowd ain't that bad. Don't retire, man. Just fucking say fuck it. Tony, give us a big freak out. Give us a flip out moment. He should retire. Tony can't even... Tony's like... Tony says... Tony wants to get on the mic and say, fuck no! But he's holding it back. He's actually conflicted. Dude, he got destroyed. Tony Ferguson's been like saying he's a different version of himself. He said he don't want to retire. He's not retiring. You just know that means that Tony Ferguson's going to go home. He's talked his wife out of it 10 times, Tony. That just means I'm gonna out argue my wife for the 15th time. Tony's wife has probably been trying to convince him to retire for like 5 years. We go home, try to see who wins the argument for the 10th time, and if I lose, I'll retire. Dude, it's not that sad. He's not even retiring. You fucking knew Tony wasn't gonna retire, man. Tony is never retiring. Just keep putting him up against grapplers. As long as he doesn't take damage, I don't care if he fights forever. Listen, what I don't like is when they do Tony Ferguson versus like Bobby Green, or if they do a Tony Ferguson versus Drew Dober, Ferguson versus Luque. Like, those are the matchups that I really don't like. But dude, if Ferguson just wants to keep fighting fucking jiu-jitsu experts, I don't really care. Like, he's not going to take any damage, so it's all good. But, you know, Ferguson was literally saying that this is a completely different version of himself. He's a new person. Like, he's been saying that for the last 5 years in every fight. Remember the name. There he is. Thank you for the $2. Manlet. It's time for El Kukui to retire. I agree. I mean, listen, Tony should have retired 3 fights ago. He should have retired after the Chandler loss. But, yeah. He's lost 3 times since then. So Waterson Gomez gets a send-off, but not Tony. Yeah. Waterson Gomez, karate hottie. Yeah. She gets a send-off because she's hot, right? Yeah. Oh my God. She competed in I'm not even competed. She did a bunch of Toyota tires commercials. But Tony Ferguson, UFC legend, fans literally love Tony. One of the most loved fighters in the UFC. But to be fair, because they could have done send-offs for other fighters too. To be fair, though, the issue with doing it to Tony, doing a send-off for him, is that he probably didn't agree to it. Watterson, before she fought, agreed that it was going to be her last fight, win or lose. She probably gave them the yes, the heads up, like, yeah, you guys can do this. Tony Ferguson, if the UFC said, hey, what about a send-off promotion after? He would have said no, because I'm not retiring. That's the issue with Tony. So I don't think that we should have expected it, because Tony wouldn't have wanted it. The UFC is probably going to cut Ferguson, man. Tony versus CM Punk. I would love to see Tony versus CM Punk, but I don't think Punk wants it. I think he'd beat CM Punk. Tony versus Nick, we got to see it. I would love to see it. It was the obvious matchup to make, but the Diaz bros have like a weird thing where Nate and Nick don't want to fight any similar common opponents. And Nate and Tony have fought, so Nick Diaz doesn't want to fight him. I don't know what it's about. Maybe it's about like they don't want people to be talking about who beat the other guy up better, whatever, who had a better performance, but that's like apparently a thing. Tony versus Kron Gracie. Kron Gracie would even though he's smaller and he's a featherweight, like he'd probably beat Tony Ferguson just by manhandling him. At this point, like bantamweights would manhandle him. Peter Yan would beat Tony Ferguson right now. I mean, that's pretty obvious. Like, dude, Steve Ercik beats Tony. Like, come on, guys. Oh, here we go. Cheeto versus Figgy. Tony versus Henry Cejudo. Yeah, Tony versus Cejudo would be great. No, let's do Tony versus Shamil, man. No, probably not. Nah, Shamil would just literally engulf him, dude. Whitaker versus Chimaev rescheduled for 308. Thoughts? I love it. I love it, man. I love the fight. For Whitaker, it's tough because, like, you know, Whitaker just got back in the KO column. He's on a win streak, and now he has another grueling matchup where, you know, he just had a big win where he didn't have to fight Hamzat. Now he has to fight him again, or they have to book it again. So for Whitaker, it's tough. That's how it is. If you want to get a title shot, you got to have a tough opponent to take out. So I wish it was an easier opponent for Whitaker, but yeah, it's Hamzat. Hamzat's a tough matchup. I'm picking Whitaker, though, and I still can't wait to see it, but I am picking Whitaker. Let's do a poll. Dude, I knew Tony wasn't going to hang him up. I know Hamza has the lighter man skill, but his gas tank is so bad, and I think he's going to have complications heading into the fight, and I think physically he's going to deteriorate after the first round. I don't think Hamzat's going to show up at his best version, and I hope he does. I hope Hamzat does show up at his best. He's been having health issues, so I don't know how that's going to affect his weight cut and his gas tank, so I'm going to choose Whitaker. If Whitaker survives, I think he wins. The first round, Whitaker has to survive. Tony versus Khabib finally? Yeah. Khabib probably submits Tony Ferguson in the first minute if he wants to. Bobby? Definitely not Bobby. We just saw it. Oh, you're talking about Bobby Knuckles. You mean Whitaker, yeah. I thought you were saying Bobby Green versus Ferguson. Tony versus Lucas next. I would probably lose to Ferguson, to be honest. I would probably lose, but I guarantee you I could have a chance of taking him down. I think I could maybe take him down. Would I do anything? No. Would he get up? Would he submit me? Probably. He would get up. He would be able to submit me. He'd be able to outstrike me. But I think I might be able to take him down. That's just, that's like saying I could land a punch on someone. Like, okay, that doesn't mean you win. Calvin Kattar landed a punch on Holloway and also received 500 plus. And I wouldn't do nearly as well as Kattar did against Holloway. Yeah, Tony would. What would happen if me and Tony tried to fight? If I tried to take him down, I'd probably get him down with strength alone. But Tony would submit me. I have no idea what I'm doing. Tony would submit me. Yeah, Tony would get me. Tony would get me. But he wouldn't darce me immediately. If I'm not in a position to be darced immediately, I could take him down the way Kessa did. Just drag him to the mat. Freaking pick him up, toss him around. Sack of potatoes. But as soon as the potatoes hit the ground, the potatoes would strike back. You know, it's like Star Wars. The Empire Strikes Back. The potatoes sack would strike back. Tony Ferguson would hit me with a fucking darce. Tony would hit me with a darce. The Empire would strike back, and that one. Yeah. That's the thing. Like, you guys think I'm hyping myself up just because I would beat a fighter in one single instant. Like, that's like me saying, yeah, I think I would win the outside foot battle in the opening 5 seconds. It doesn't mean that I do anything better. Tony versus Art. I don't know who Art is. I don't know who that is, but thank you for the $5. I have no idea who that is. Oh, wow. They're doing like a real promo for this. It's interesting, like, this is the feature fight, and they're doing like a promo as if this was the main event. They rarely do this on fight nights. Like, we didn't see this for Shamil. We didn't see this for... You know, maybe I'm wrong on this. The UFC used to do more of these pre-fight promotions right before the fighters walk out, like they're showing right now for Cheeto, for like prelim fights. And they don't do it as much anymore. They play more ads. Am I wrong? I could be wrong. I may have actually forgot. I may be forgetting. But I feel like the UFC used to do it more often for like lower level fights. I don't know. Maybe I'm wrong. Maybe I think that was the case. True? Yeah, like this isn't even the co-main. This is the feature fight. And I'm surprised, but this used to be pretty normal. Like, for every fight on the main card, you would see a bit of a promo. They show promos for every Dana White Contender Series fight. Yeah, they play way too many ads. Yeah, and they also used to show walkouts for prelims on fight nights, or for at least every main card fight on a fight night. They'd show every single moment of the walkout. We just missed a Tony Ferguson versus Kessa walkout. That would have never happened 3 years ago. We used to see the walkouts for the main event on the prelims. Before a pay-per-view, we would always see the walkout. Now they just show ads and they skip to the fight when Bruce Buffer's calling out their names. Lucas would be stiff as a board, blind as bat, and pale as a ghost against Ferguson. Probably pale as a ghost. Lucas Whitaker gassed out after 2 minutes of grappling with DDP. How can he see? Yeah, but DDP was also crushing him with big, gnarly hands, big, gnarly overhands, and big, gnarly jabs. And DDP was hitting him with some big, nasty body kicks. And Whitaker expended energy for a takedown. DDP took him down. And Whitaker was doing okay in the beginning of the second. I wouldn't say that he completely gassed out. But yeah, he tired out a little bit. But the thing is, Dricus's pace can be sustained for longer than Khamzat's. His pace isn't as crazy as Khamzat early, but he can sustain a heavy pace for a long time, and he hits hard. Khamzat, I'm worried, even though he's going to win the early going, I think he's going to fall off of a cliff in terms of his gas tank. I think they show the walkouts on Fight Pass. You're probably right. They probably do. I just watch them on ESPN Plus. I watch the fights. Like, look, they're not going to show the walkout. They're going to go to fucking Burger King ads. Burger King ads. Cheeto is only 31, but he looks like this is his retirement fight. Yeah, that's true. Cheeto's 31. You'd think he's like fucking 37 with how long he's been in the UFC, how active he's been. Cheeto's always been very active. That's one thing you got to respect. He's the opposite of Joel Alvarez. He's the real Joel Alvarez. Not really. Completely different fighters. Dude, I looked up Joel Alvarez, like how often he's fought in the last couple of years. He fought Mark Chikadze July last year, so that's been over a year since he last fought. And before then, it was a year and a half. He fought in February of 2022 before that. Cheeto fights every 4 months, basically. The longest Cheeto's ever taken off was between his Munoz fight and the O'Malley fight. But he's usually very active. Because Cheeto can recover. Cheeto could get a Max Holloway 500 strike beatdown, and he'll be in the cage the next week. He's got weird recovery. Add it to the damn meal plan. BK Burger King. I'm not a big Burger King fan. I prefer McDonald's. Burger King has a decent, the Whopper's pretty decent. The Whopper's all right. But I think McDonald's has more variety. Lucas versus Burger King for the Sphere. Thank you for the $2. Why is the card moving by so slowly? Yeah, I've noticed that too. Like the last Whitaker versus Ikram moved by quickly. It's like we still have 3 more fights. We're like 3 fights into the main card. I think it was the Elvis Brener and the Mackenzie Dern fights that were slow. Thank goodness Kessa just got the submission. But it's the main card, bro. It's because the fucking commercials, man. This is the second time they've showed the Burger King commercial in the last commercial segment. They've shown this like 50 times today. It's because of the ads, man. For the main card, you're supposed to keep it moving. They only do it for pay-per-views, though, but the UFC is doing more and more ads, bro. Show us the fucking walkouts. That's what we want to see. The walkouts are a big part of the fan experience. That's what gets people into the sport. It's not like the only thing, obviously, but it definitely adds to the experience. The more things you take away that add to the experience, the shittier it is. The less palatable it is. Like, we don't see the walkouts for any fights anymore. What the fuck? So many commercials. It's getting out of hand. It's getting out of hand, man. Seen this Burger King commercial a million times. We're not eating at Burger King. I'm never eating at Burger King. UFC fans should do a burger. UFC fans, if we actually wanted to make a statement, we would all go to the UFC's page and say, I'm never eating Burger King again in my life. And go to the Burger King's page and saying, you ruined the UFC event. We're never eating Burger King ever again. So that they know that they fucked up by doing all these ads. That's how you get back at them. You let the UFC know, hey, that was a cool fight night, but we're never eating at Burger King, and we're fucking done with it. And so the UFC is going to be forced to pull the fucking Burger King ads and shorten it up. Burger King's going to know never to make ads again. Seriously, man. We gotta comment the UFC, stop with the Burger King ads. We're going to do that. We're going to do stop the Burger King ads, guys. That's what we need to comment on the UFC's page. Fucking hell, man. Yeah, this is like Marlon Vera's retirement fight with the way that he's looking. Marlon Vera is the most in shape, out of shape person I've ever seen in my entire life, dude. He has a good gas tank, good power, decent athleticism, just like, I don't know. He's got like a fat, watery physique, but he's lean at the same time. He's got a weird physique. I think Figgy's got it. Figgy's got it in the bag. BK's better than McDonald's. Only the Whopper, though. The Whopper's... I'll take a quarter pounder over a Whopper, actually. And I'll take a regular McDonald's cheeseburger over a quarter pounder. The best burger out of all those is the regular McDonald's cheeseburger. Not the quarter... The quarter pounder is great, and I always get a quarter pounder. But the best tasting is the regular cheeseburger. There's no classic fast food burger that tastes better than that. But you always have to get a quarter pounder with it just because it's not very heavy. Figgy's got the aura, man. Okay, here we go, guys. The UFC thinks we're going to let Burger King hit. I know. It's crazy. Thank you for the $2. No commercials on UFC Fight Pass? Yeah, Fight Pass is probably the way to go from here on out. The commercials are getting out of hand. Burger King trying to lure in Shamil for another ad. Yeah, they're probably doing this for Shamil because they know he's enough of a customer to get them to profit, right? The Burger King commercial is so annoying that they've shown it 50 times. We're probably not even exaggerating. Here we go. Round 1. Vera versus Cheeto. Cheeto said he was going to be more aggressive in this fight. Let's see if he actually sticks to it. Aspinall versus every woman strawweight. Aspinall beats all of them. Oh, maybe not all of them if they all fight him at the same time. Then they beat him. But one by one, he beats all of them. You're right. I'm going to start adding McDonald's cheeseburgers 6 times a week to my regular meal. I'll get a Whopper for my cheap meal. This guy loves Burger King. I don't think I've ever seen someone hype up Burger King so much. Thank you for the $5. Dr. Easy. I appreciate that. Here we go. Classic Davidson Figueiredo slow start. Both guys are slow starters, to be honest. There's a nice kick from Figgy. But Figgy's got the lighter man skill. And there's a classic Cheeto Vera sidekick. And a hook counter for Figueiredo. There's a big shot from Cheeto. Cheeto hits hard. Big difference between the way Figgy strikes and the way O'Malley strikes. Figgy's a lot more hittable. But he's got the flyweight speed. Nice body shot from Figueiredo. And he ducks out of the way of that punch and gets him down. That's called flyweight skill. That's flyweight speed. That's flyweight speed. Ducked under the punch and got the takedown. Epic. Cheeto said he's welcoming the ground game, but let's see. Figueiredo is a higher level grappler. They're saying Figueiredo didn't use his grappling in 125. I mean, it's not necessarily true. He had a bunch of submissions, but he didn't offensively wrestle that often. That is kind of true. But we knew Figgy was a dangerous grappler. Now we know he's a consistent grappler. Lighter man skill, guys. I mean, to be fair, Sandhagen did this too, but we don't hype up Figueiredo as much as we hype up Sandhagen sometimes. Former championship level skill. This is champion level skill versus Cheeto. Cheeto's got the run-of-the-mill skill. Figueiredo's got former champion skill. Cheeto's throwing elbows off of his back, doing a good job. He's trying to cut open Figueiredo, but Figueiredo just landed a good shot right there. Let's see if Figueiredo can cut him open. Cory Sandhagen hit Cheeto when he took him down on the ground. There's a nice shot from Figgy. Sandhagen tried to cut him open with like elbows. Couldn't get it. Couldn't get it cut. See, this is the thing. You could have like a low-level WMMA fight. This could be the situation, but it's not interesting because it's, or like a low-level fucking amateur fight. But when it's high-level fighters like Figueiredo and Marlon Vera, even these exchanges can be interesting because you know whoever wins, there's a lot of implications. The future matchups are interesting. The legacies are on the line. People that aren't even fighting, their wins are aging well or they're aging poorly, and those people matter. Head kick attempt from Cheeto. Figgy's about to bite down on the mouthpiece and unleash big meaty hooks. Impose his will to leave Cheeto's. Okay. Thank you for the $5, but let's relax with the last part. All right. Thank you for the $5. But Figueiredo's winning this round. Control time. He's landed the better strikes, or at least he's on par with strikes. There's a solid leg kick. Seems to be the faster guy. Feints. There's a nice jab for Vera, but didn't land so clean. Let's see if Figueiredo can crack him with a big shot. We've not seen a big clubbing shot from Figueiredo in quite some time. There's a nice jab from Vera, but it's much harder to hit. Oh, there's a flying knee to the midsection from Marlon and a takedown for Figueiredo. Figueiredo's going to bank this round. That was a good knee, but you just know that they're going to see these two takedowns. They're going to see the control time. They're going to see that the strikes were sort of on Figueiredo's side. Yeah, they're going to give him this round. Figueiredo's 1-0. 1-0. Vera on damage? What damage? A knee to the midsection? That was enough to steal him the round? I don't think so. Oh. That was a kick to the face of Cheeto right there. 1-0 Figueiredo. Goodness gracious. Dude, just stop, bro. PK. Fuck you. Burger King, man. What the hell? He landed a good up kick, but like still, man. They're not going to give him that round. If you think he's getting that round because of a little up kick, you're in Peaches and Creamville. Like, I hate to break it to you, but that's not how they score fights. You know, the up kick should count, but it didn't rock him that badly. Two of the biggest strikes, yes, were the up kick and the knee, but like that's not enough. That's not enough to win the round. And a lot of the jabs were like grazing shots. Here we go. Round 2. Front kick from Figueiredo. And a tapping leg kick from Marlon Vera. There's a good body shot for Vera. Nice leg kick for Marlon Vera. Stomp from Marlon Vera, but a hook from Figueiredo. Dude, non-champion Figueiredo fights a lot. He fought Font in what, December? UFC 300 and now the summer? Like, that's 3 times in the last year. Figgy used to fight once every year at some point. He was very active when he was first a champ, but the Figgy and Moreno series was like once a year we would get it. Good to see him be more active. Head kick got very close right there for Cheeto. Figueiredo feints a takedown, didn't get it. Marlon Vera might start to make some reads, man. We'll see. Ah, man. Had to hold in a sneeze there. Nice 1-2 for Figgy. I'd like to see more kicks from Figueiredo. Some more kicks from him. His kicks have been good so far. He's been able to bank points with those. Nice front kick from Vera. Vera's winning this round. Vera is winning this round right now. Yeah, tapping leg kick for Vera. Figueiredo's got to up the ante. He's kind of got low output. Looks like he's wary of the power of Vera. Takedown entry, but Marlon Vera is stuffing takedowns now. Marlon Vera's takedown defense often gets better as fights go on. There's a hard kick for Vera. And a kick and a jab. Yeah, Vera's winning this round. Looks like he's got the momentum. But Figgy's not really throwing. Hard body shot for Figueiredo lands. Front kick from Vera. And a leg kick from Vera. Takedown from Figgy. Let's see if he gets it. No. Solid body kick from Figueiredo, though. That was a great body kick. Looks like the grappling is going to be harder and harder as the fight progresses. That seems to be how it always is with Vera. Check that one. Oh, no, he didn't check it. Yeah, Vera's easily winning this round. Slow fight, though. It is a slow fight. And a stomping kick to the knee. Both of them land leg kicks. Yeah, man. Figgy's just got to let his hands go a little bit more. He's just got to throw some more output. I think he's crafty enough to land. He's missing there. But he's just getting outstruck. Figueiredo is just getting outstruck. Like, he's getting outpointed. Takedown attempt gets shucked off again. Wow. Great takedown defense from Vera. Nice body shot from Marlon. This is a slow fight, though. A nice front kick for Marlon. Marlon's going to win this round. 1-1. Vera said 1-1 because he clipped Figueiredo at the end of that round after the bell, and Figueiredo clipped him at the end of the bell, at the end of the first. He looks like he's gassing. Who? Cheeto or Figgy? Figgy looks like he's getting tired. Figgy looks like he's getting very tired. Cheeto is dialed. I don't know, man. Figueiredo's been failing a lot of takedowns. Seems like he's losing a bit of his confidence. I can't stand to look at the commercials at this point. But yeah, this card is moving very slowly. Very slowly. Cheeto's always a slow starter. True. I would just think that Figueiredo was going to be able to win the second. I thought his grappling was going to be able to prevail, but now the takedown defense of Vera is coming through. Vera's always had good takedown defense as the fights go on, but I was thinking, man, if Figueiredo just gets him down twice in multiple rounds, he's winning. We'll see. I don't think Figgy's too small. He did take him down pretty easily in the first. Here we go. Who's more wobbly cobbly, Marty's knees or Tony Ferguson? Oh, Marty. Nothing is more wobbly cobbly. There's a nice takedown defense moment from Cheeto again, but Figueiredo's imposing his will like a madman. Figueiredo is now imposing his will like a madman, but Cheeto's doing a really good job at defending these takedowns, creating distance between him and Figueiredo. But Figueiredo knows that he's starting to lose momentum. He's starting fast in this round. But Jan would bully Vera, though. I'd love to see Jan versus Vera. I think Jan would school him. Jan would absolutely school Marlon Vera. Nice body shot from Figueiredo. Head kick just misses for Vera. Solid leg kick for Vera. Oh, nasty right hand for Vera and an uppercut behind it. Yeah, Vera's starting to really come on strong in this last round. He's starting to throw a lot of output. Nice combination from Figueiredo. Yeah, Figueiredo's going to get outputted. Crazy. Nice kick for Figueiredo and a good body shot for Figueiredo. It's a good round so far. The best round of the fight so far. Nice uppercut from Figgy and a good overhand from Figgy. Front kick from Marlon. Leg kick from Marlon. Ah, he stung him and he hurt him with that one. Oh! Figueiredo dropped Marlon Vera. Figueiredo dropped Marlon Vera. First time Cheeto got dropped. Whoa, the power. Boom! Boom! Front kick to the face from Figgy. Figure he's going to win. Yeah! Figueiredo dropped him, dude. The power of Figueiredo. Insane power, dude. People are saying he's too small. Like, he's not that big, but, dude, guy has crazy power. How did he drop Cheeto? That's crazy. Cheeto rocked him before. So out of nowhere. Right before that happened, Cheeto rocked him. Vera stung him with a right hand. That just goes to show you could have a great chin. Sometimes it's just the shot that you don't expect. First time Cheeto's ever been dropped. Wow. Vera is winning. Wow. Figueiredo's going to win the fight if he doesn't get finished. If Figueiredo doesn't get finished and he doesn't get dropped, he's going to win the fight. Boom! Nasty shot to the body from Figgy. He's got the lighter man speed to sneak in that right hand. And another low kick. Wow, Figgy's literally winning the round now. Just like that, the fight's completely different. Vera's going to try to KO him. Figgy's got to be careful. All he has to do is not get KO'd or not get dropped. Nice knee. Nice knee from Figueiredo. Vera won more moments and has been winning more moments, but Figueiredo with that knockdown coming in clutch. Wow. Nice body shot after the right hand. Figgy's still trying to shoot takedowns. He can empty the gas tank. A minute left. He can empty the gas tank. He's got to be careful about front kicks, head kicks, spinning kicks like that. Takedown attempt. Get stuffed again. Wow, Marlon Vera stuffed like a ton of takedowns so far. What takedown defense from Marlon Vera. Amazing takedown defense. Oh! You saw that knee that connected. Figueiredo's chin at 135 is insane. Marlon Vera kneed him in the face. Boom. 1-2 from Figgy. Nice combinations from Figueiredo. Dude, imagine one of them puts their hand down and they do the Holloway Gagey and they slug. Here it comes. Here it comes. Elbow. This is a great third round. Crazy third round. Crazy third round. Should have been 5? Nah, fuck that. We didn't need 5. 5 would have been fine, but like, bro, this card's kind of been trudging like an orangutan. So I'm kind of fine with 3 rounds. And I want Figgy to win, man. I want Figgy to win. I'm a fan of both Figueiredo and Cheeto, honestly. I wanted to get my pick right. When I'm a fan of them equally, I want to get my pick right. 2-1. No, Cheeto didn't win. He lost the first round. You can't give him the first. Striking was close, and he had the grappling, and he got a knockdown in the third. Third round was sort of close, but if you have a knockdown, Cheeto being ahead on a couple of strikes in the third isn't enough to get past the knockdown. Cheeto outlanded him in the third, but got knocked down, and the striking was relatively close. So, got to give it to Cheeto. Got to give it to Figgy. Even if he got outstruck a tiny bit on points, he still got the knockdown and made it close in the third. He wins. 2-1. 2-1 Figgy. Marlon 100% won the second. Anything other than 29-28 is just madness. Because the knockdown wasn't like a crazy knockdown, but it was a knockdown, and they'll have to count it. I didn't think Figgy would be the guy to drop Vera. Same. I don't think anyone expected that. That caught us off guard. Right after he got rocked with the jab, too. I don't think anyone expected that to happen. Vera still has a granite chin, but that was a solid knockdown. It's going to be 29-28. 29-28. 30-27. Yeah! Lighter man skill prevails. Former champion in the win column. 3 wins in a row at bantamweight. Get this guy a #1 contenders fight against Peter Yan. Figgy versus Yan. Winner gets the belt after whoever the fuck wins tonight in the main event. Winner of Sandhagen Umar fights for the title next. Winner of Figgy Yan fights for the title after that. Oh, yeah. Thank you for the $2. Figgy gets it done. Let's listen to what he says. 30-27 is terrible, yeah. He's calling out Marab. Oh, Show Malley. He's calling out Show Malley. He said Guerrero. Dude, I'm so happy to see Figgy winning in his late 30s, moving up a weight class, showing former championship experience, former championship level skill, beating all like the guys outside of the top 5 at bantamweight. Proving that flyweight is actually a sick division and champions at flyweight aren't just like runts of the litter. that they're still really good. I don't think Figueiredo was champion at 135, but he's obviously good enough to beat tons of people in the rankings. He might lose to Song Yadong, though. You never know. There's people that beat Figgy in the rankings that are outside the top 5, but Figgy definitely beats the majority of people in the top 15. I think Cheeto is not the 6th best guy. Cheeto's like top 15 good, though. He's definitely top 15 good. But a win over Font, very good. And 3 wins. Dude, this guy is a former champion that just lost his belt at flyweight with 3 wins already in a row. He's the only former champion that needs a 4-fight win streak. The only multiple-time defending former champion that needs a 4-fight win streak in order to get a belt. And he might not even get it after that. He might need 5 wins in a row. So that's kind of why I wanted Cheeto to win, Figueiredo to win, because you just know his path to the title is going to be so hard since he's not a big name, since he's a flyweight, former flyweight. That's a title shot for sure. I don't know about that. I think they'll do him versus Jan. Listen, it should be. I think Cory versus Umar, whoever wins that fights for the title next, but whoever wins the next one after the winner of O'Malley versus Merab fights the winner of Sandhagen versus Umar, you should do Figueiredo, but they're not going to. What they're going to do is they're going to have Figueiredo fight Jan or someone like that. But yeah, 3 in a row. Figgy, top 25 all time. I mean, I don't think that any of his last wins really bump him up that much, but he's definitely in the mix, yeah. He's the 2nd best flyweight ever. Maybe the 3rd after Pantoja, but I think there's an argument that Figueiredo's top 30 all time. Let's go, Figgy. Thank you for the $5. I'm happy to see Figgy win too. Crazy to think that Figgy's doing this at 36. Is he 36? He's 36. You're right. I thought he was 37, but yeah. Yeah, you're right. I think he'll lose to Jan. I don't think he'll ever fight for the belt again. But listen, I'm just happy to see Figueiredo win a bunch of fights to prove that he's really good. I wouldn't have liked to see the former flyweight champ with aura just get destroyed by everyone at bantamweight and people be like, yeah, bantamweight's just too good. I do recognize that bantamweight has a better top 5, but yeah, Figueiredo's also old. You know, people don't win titles. They don't win top 5 fights often when they're 36 in the bantamweight and flyweight division. So prime Figueiredo, bro, if Figueiredo at 36 is beating Marlon Vera, then Figueiredo at 32 does better against Marlon Vera. And this is prime Marlon Vera, who's not top 5, but prime Marlon Vera, the one that we have now, is good enough to be ranked. Would Cheeto have won if he didn't fight O'Malley? I don't think so. Maybe if maybe he wouldn't have taken the damage and therefore it would have been harder for him to get dropped. But I think that part of his loss to O'Malley made him fight more aggressively in this fight. Cheeto fought very aggressively in the 2nd and 3rd round. Maybe that was inspired by the fact that he wasn't really pushing the action that much against O'Malley. But maybe he doesn't get dropped without taking all that damage, like that knee. Prime Chad Mendes versus Volk Topuria. Considering Volk beat Chad Mendes before he was in his prime, because Volk didn't even hit his prime till like 4 fights later. Chad wasn't even that far removed. Chad was what, like 33? I think Volk destroys prime Chad Mendes. Like, prime Volk is the one that fought 2 years after he fought Mendes, 3 years after. Prime Chad Mendes is the one that fought 2 years before Volk. So, yeah, Volk destroys him. Topuria easily beats prime Chad Mendes. That punch made Cheeto fall back. Look at the replay. Fall back? You mean the knockdown? Of course. He got knocked down. That's what happens when people get knocked down. Chad destroys Ilya is a crazy take. Did someone say Chad destroys Ilya? Chad Mendes is just objectively a lower level sort of fighter. Like, There's nothing that Chad Mendes does that's better than Ilia Topuria. What does he do that's better than Topuria? Literally nothing. Yeah, it's a knockdown. 6-fight main card for 308. Really? That's pretty good. You may have missed it. Neal versus Dos Anjos at 308. Jeff Neal versus Dos Anjos. Wow. Random fight. I'm not that hyped for it. I mean, who did RDA fight last? I don't know. I don't really get that hyped for RDA fights, to be honest. He lost to Gamrot and Luque. I don't know, man. I think that's going to be a boring fight. I think Jeff Neal, Jeff Neal, like, he has potential to be entertaining, but sometimes he just clinches against the fence and does nothing. And RDA will do the same thing. So I'm not that hyped for an RDA fight. People will look at that and they'll be like, yeah, RDA, man. But I mean, despite the fact that he accepts tough fights, his style isn't that fun anymore. So, yeah. Either way, it is what it is. I just think it's a random fight. I would have rather have seen Jeff Neal versus, I don't know, someone that's going to box with him. I don't think RDA is going to box with Jeff Neal. I think it's going to be like a clinch fest. New fan, I don't know if this was asked, but what do you think about Max and O'Malley at 135? Oh, I don't want to see that. O'Malley would torch Max at 135 pounds. Max Holloway would be like on the verge of death cutting down to 135. So he'd be so weak. He'd be so much like less durable than he normally is. That would be a very easy fight for O'Malley. Maybe not easy, but like O'Malley would destroy him. Max was actually a decent sized lightweight when he fought Gagey. Like Max has a hard weight cut to 145. 135, like that would be horrible for him. 145 is an interesting matchup. Yeah. 145, Max and O'Malley's a competitive fight. I don't know who wins at 145. 145, I'm kind of tempted to pick O'Malley, but Max could take O'Malley down and beat him up. That is possible. Max could get O'Malley down. But O'Malley has the lighter man skill, but I still am not sold on O'Malley's takedown defense. Like he stuffed takedowns against Aljo, but he stuffed 2. He didn't stuff any takedowns against Jan. I know Jan is a better wrestler than Max Holloway, but I could see Holloway shooting takedowns and maybe getting a couple of them. Maybe beating O'Malley up on the ground. I could see Holloway making it close on the feet. But I do not see a world where Holloway, because I know some people would say this for no reason, Holloway would beat his ass, man. Holloway would torch him. He would put a freaking avalanche of strikes on him. Like Sean O'Malley's output is insane. He's faster than Holloway. His output is insane. He's the same height. No, actually, he's a little bit shorter. Holloway's 5'11", and O'Malley's like 5'10", right? So, yeah. I think that I think O'Malley has a really decent style to fight Max Holloway. Prime Mendez versus Prime Emmett. Juice allowed. Menendez. I'm going with Emmett. No, actually, yeah, I'm going with Emmett. But Mendez is durable, right? He got knocked out a few times in his prime, but Emmett doesn't often get KO'd. I don't know if Mendez would be able to beat him down over the course of 5. I think Emmett would eventually land and knock him out. Lerone Murphy versus Dan Ige, 308. I love that fight. That's a much better fight than Jeff Neal, RDA. Jeff Neal, RDA, again, I'll say it again. RDA, people get excited. Oh, he's a legend. He fights all the time. And yeah, he's a legend, but like his fight style is not that fun anymore. So it's going to be a clinch fest, him and Jeff Neal. They both like to clinch. And Jeff Neal is good takedown defense, so at least it won't be a stinky matchup. But yeah, I think it's going to be a lot of clinching. Meant to say 145, my bad. Yeah, at 145, I honestly don't know. Maybe I pick... it all depends on how Max Holloway does in his next fight, man. Like fighting Justin Gaethje and O'Malley are in a completely different world when it comes to striking skill. Completely different world. So I got to see how he does against someone that's more elite. I know that Ilia and O'Malley have very different styles, but I need to see how Max does. How fast he looks, you know? I bought the new food cookbook and the Ultimate Lifting Program. Is it digital? If so, how do I access it? Yeah, you should get an email. You should get an email as soon as you get it. It should send an email to whatever email you put in. Thank you for the $5. It is digital. What's next for Alex since Ankalaev is fighting? And thank you for the $5, and I appreciate the support, man. But yeah, it is digital. What's next for Alex since Ankalaev is fighting? Sitting out, I guess. Dana White's not promoting the idea of Alex versus Aspinall. So I guess just sitting out, waiting for the UFC to build a contender that people are hyped to see. They don't think people are hyped to see Ankalaev. I want to see the Ankalaev fight. Pereira wasn't ducking him. Pereira was open to it, but I guess the UFC doesn't want to make that happen. Because Pereira was saying he'll fight Ankalaev. I want that fight to happen, but yeah. Mikhail will get in close and box Shara's head off. He could knock him out, bro. Mikhail Alexeychuk's got that big, ugly style, the big, ugly power. How many of the Stockton pipsqueaks could you take? I could actually beat a bunch of people in Nate Diaz's squad. That doesn't mean I beat everyone, right? I don't think I beat Jake Shields. I don't think I beat Diaz. I don't think I beat Crone Gracie. Like, there's obviously some killers there, but there's a few people in Nate Diaz's squad that are legit like 55-year-old pipsqueaks. 55-year-old pipsqueaks that are like 5'4". Like, come on, bro. They're vegan. They're 5'4" vegan pipsqueaks. Like, yeah, they can wear sunglasses, but like, come on, bro. Just it's a different. I'm a different level of density. When you're 55, you're out of your physical prime, and yeah, like I'm 5'8". You know, I'm not 5'4". So yeah, I think I beat a couple of them. That doesn't mean I beat the former fighters and the jiu-jitsu guys that actually are regular human size. They'd probably beat me. You'd still get whipped, not by everyone. By most of the Diaz crew would beat me up. Yes, not by every single one. You guys do know one of them is like Diaz's old coach. Like, he's like 80 years old. I would not fight him because that's obviously I'm not thinking about him, but like that is a guy in the Diaz squad. So like, I'm just saying, not everyone would whoop me. You think Nate Diaz's 80-year-old cornerman is going to beat me in a fight? Like, you're out of your fucking mind. Yeah, we do, dumbass. You're not fucking... Dude, you don't even train, bro. This 80-year-old guy would freaking spinning wheel kick you. Like, no, the fuck he wouldn't. What are you saying, man? That guy's been hanging around Diaz. Just by virtue of him hanging around Diaz, he's better than you. Like, no, he's 80. Sorry. Doesn't matter how skilled you are. Me and Alexander Karelin at 80 years old is a one-sided fight. All right? You're 5'1", brah. No, I'm not. Let's lock in. I'll read the donuts in between. We got to lock in. Richard Perez. Is that his name, Richard Perez? Dude, the guy was probably tough as fuck back in the day. Diaz's coach, the old guy that corners him. He was probably super tough, but, you know, he's old, so. Lucas, I know, the St. Peaches in Greenville. This is not a place where 80-year-olds beat freaking density maxers. Sorry. 55-year-old 5'3" Cholo owns you, little bro. Oh! Big ugly power of Mikhail Alexeychuk. Let's see if any head kicks land for Magomed. Let's actually look at this. At this point, I want Dana to retire. F him. Yeah, Dana White's been a little bit annoying throughout the past year, right? Thank you for the 249 and the way that he's like not promoting some of these obvious fights that should be promoted. Yeah. That Abu Dhabi card is clutch, though. I love that Abu Dhabi card that they just put out. That's one of the best cards they've had in a while. Sick card. Epic card. I think it might be as stacked as UFC 299. Boom. Mikhail Alexeychuk is literally chucking leather. There's a big, powerful body shot from Mikhail. Mikhail's got the former light heavyweight skill, and he's a big bopper on the feet, but he's a tough man. Oh, nice flying knee from Magomed. This is a competitive fight. I don't know if they're going to count that knockdown, but this is a competitive fight so far. Mikhail is super tough, pushes a crazy pace, heavy hands, game. But, like, how good is Michel Pereira? Michel Pereira, like, folded him up with body shots early. Let's see if Magomed could hurt him to the body at some point. Boom. Nice body shot right there. Mikhail Alexeychuk's got some heavy hands, heavy body shots. And a snapping knee to the body. And a good side kick to the body for Magomed. Magomed's not landing any, like, really flush shots. Oleksandruk's landing better shots, man. That's a good shot right there. A good side kick. That's the side kick you land on animals. When I say you land a side kick, oh, nasty punch from Mikhail Oleksandruk after a question mark kick from Magomed. Nasty body kicks from Magomed. When I say side kicks against animals, I'm talking about the side kicks that Magomed's throwing. Whenever he throws a side kick, that's the exact weapon you want to use against most animals. Because hardly any animals have their head as high as a human. So, like, where the midsection is, that's where an animal's head would be. Nasty elbow. Another elbow from Magomed. Magomed's sort of similar to Zabit, man. He's got like a Zabit-like style. Not a lot of power on his shots, but like lots of volume, lots of flashy techniques. He's Zabit without the offensive wrestling. What are you saying, man? Zabit was literally the greatest fighter ever, man. Don't ever disrespect Zabit like that. Oh, my bad, bro. I know some people aren't going to like that, but let's not be too biased to the past. Mikhal's fighting a good fight right now. I mean, he's getting beat this round unless they count the knockdown. Yeah, he's landing some big damaging shots. Big clubbing hook there from Mikhal. And a big body shot from Mikhal. Mikhal's doing well. It's very close. I think you give him this round, right? You could give him this round if you count the knockdown. Nice body shot for Magomed. Big shot for Mikhail Oleksandruk. I picked Mikhail Oleksandruk to beat Michel Pereira. Because this is what I was expecting. I was expecting this version of Mikhail to show up against Pereira, but Pereira's power at middleweight is just on another level. Lighter man skill, right? Former welterweight, moving up to middleweight. But Magomed's always been a middleweight. He's always been a middleweight. It's not that close without the knockdown. With the knockdown, I think you give him the round. What do you guys think? But if they don't count the knockdown, they're obviously giving it to Shara. Fuck, dude. More Red 40 Burger King. It's getting very tiring at this point. It's getting very tiresome at this point, guys. Here we go. It's a good fight so far. This card has gone on a long time. Not really, only 4 hours and 54 minutes, but I swear this card's been kind of trudging along, right? But this is a good fight so far. Here we go. Mikhal's doing really good work with his pressure. Oh, there's a nice hook from Magomed. Nice kick from Magomed. Nice hook from Magomedov. Bring out the round pad, brother. Let's get real. Thank you for the $2. The round pad. I got to get a round pad. That's a dream. Hitting big meaty hooks on the round pad with McGregor. I don't know, man. I'm not that impressed with Magomed. I mean, he's decent, but it's not really a clean performance. I mean, Mikhal is a tough opponent, but Magomed certainly isn't like a top 5 striker in this division, bro. Guarantee you there are going to be people saying, brother, this guy already best striker middleweight, bro. But not even fucking close. He's going tit for tat with Mikhail Alexeychuk. Good fighter, Mikhail, but there's a nice jab, though. Oh, big 1-2. He kind of rocked him. I say that, and of course he's going to start to put him away here. Nice body shot there. I say he's not that good, and of course he's about to TKO him here. Maybe Magomedov always gets better as the fights go on. We'll see. What am I waffling about? I'm just kind of waffling about the fact that, I don't know, I expected a little bit more dominance from Magomedov. He doesn't have a lot of power either. Michel Pereira folded. He's entertaining. That's true. Nice kick from Alexeychuk. I'd like to see Magomedov jab a little bit more. His jab is looking good, but he's not throwing it a lot. There's a good body shot from Magomedov. And it looks like Mikhail's not liking that. There's a good side kick to the body. There's that classic side kick. And there's a nice leg kick from Mikhail. And a big, ugly body shot from Mikhail. And Mikhail's throwing leather. A head kick attempt just misses. Lands on the guard. Strong low kick for Magomedov. Leaping in elbow. Nice. And a knee. Another knee. Another knee. Nasty. Magomedov's got good striking. It's just he doesn't have a lot of power. Yeah, he's very sharp. Nice counter hook. Nice 1-2 counter from Magomedov. Here comes the takedown from Mikhail. He gets him down. But Magomedov, let's see if he gets up to his feet. Man, this is a shit fight, man. I want to see KO, man. This is a shit fight, man. I want to see KO. No, I'm joking. It's a pretty good fight. Pretty good fight. But I don't know. There's something about Magomed's style that I'm not that big of a fan of. Like, he's always moving back. He doesn't really press forward. You know? I think his style is good. But like, he's always moving backwards, you know? But yeah, he won the round. I don't know. I feel like maybe it's just because the UFC has him in the co-main event. They're trying to set him up to be like the next champ, it feels, or the next like #1 contender. Like, this is the guy they're trying to push, and I don't know. I don't know how far he gets. What more you want with one eye? True. That is true. I think the standard might just be too high. Maybe we shouldn't have such a high standard. I don't know why, but my expectations were higher. But either way, it is what it is. Like, he's having a good fight, and he's winning. What's the best example of a fighter's corner telling them that they're down when they go ballistic in the last round? I don't know. I can't think of any off the top of my head. I mean, Leon Edwards turned up the heat a little bit against Usman in that rematch, landed that KO. I don't know. It's hard to think about it. I don't remember a lot of corner moments. Pereira's corner probably amped him up going into the Adesanya 5th round in their first fight. Right? My clock is off. Current Tony versus Artem, definitely Artem, to be honest. I think Artem wins. At 170, Charles Oliveira or JDM, how good do you think Charles would do at 170? I think Charles could potentially submit JDM. I might go with Charles to submit JDM. Take him down. But maybe JDM's too big. You never know. Maybe he'd be tough to take down and he'd beat Charles up on the feet. But I think Oliveira could get him on the ground and could submit him. If Sterling beats Mavzar, is Volk next? I hope so. I hope that they do that. What are some actually good workout supplements? Creatine. Creatine is proven to be a great supplement. Chad had that crafty blast double leg and a solid chin. Yeah, he did have a crafty blast double leg, but so does Taporia. I'm saying he was badly rocked. His stance was an L. Okay, fair enough. He wasn't badly rocked. His stance was an L. You're talking about the Cheeto and Figueiredo knockdown. Well, people say Holloway was off balance when Gaethje dropped him. Like, listen, if someone knocks you off your feet, drops you to the ground, unless you're wildly off balance, and it's so obvious that you're wildly off balance, which it wasn't in either of those cases, you got to count it as a knockdown. Why is Whitaker taking the Hamzat fight again? Probably because the UFC is promising him a title fight. Probably paying him well to take it too. Thank you for the $2. Figgy's top 20. I don't give a fuck what Fluke says. I think there's an argument that he's top 25. I mean, top 20. He's got a great resume, but I don't think beating Cody Garbrandt does that much for him. Might be pointless, but Figgy Aldo would be sick. It'd be a lot better than Aldo Batista. That's true. The bantamweight division is so stacked, though. There's like forever going to be a logjam there. There's always going to be logjams. Man, what's the next member stream? And can Islam beat Pereira? We'll do it this week, Monday. Mike Oxer, and can Islam beat Pereira? No. Hell no. Definitely not, man. Pereira's way too big for him. Mike Oxert, thank you for becoming a Lucas Tracy MMA member. Holloway himself said it was a knockdown. Yeah. It was a knockdown for sure. I don't know how it wouldn't be. Yeah, I don't think Shara's ready for most ranked fighters. He could beat Marvin maybe because Mikhail Alexichuk's got better striking than Vettori, but I don't know. If Mikhail Alexichuk, who's unranked, is giving him fits on the feet as well and doing pretty well. When I say fits on the feet, I just mean he's giving him a good battle. Like, it's tough to think that he is top 5 or even close top 5 best strikers. Takedown for Mikhail Alexichuk. I don't know why this was the co-main event, man. It should have been like the feature fight or the opener of the main card. It just doesn't feel like a big co-main event. It's like, I don't know if Magomedov has done enough to be in this co-main event spot over Figueiredo and Cheeto. I think that's why I'm like expecting more, because the UFC is trying to push him a lot. They think very highly of him. He's got a lot of hype. And so you just expect, all right, this guy's a phenom on the feet. Like, let's see how dominant he can make this look. And just, I don't know. I don't think he lived up to the expectations with his performance. Still a good striker, but I don't think he's just hyped up to be a guy that gets by. He's hyped up to be someone that's going to dominate people on the feet. Oh, the timer's frozen. My bad. Timer's frozen. All right. Timer ain't frozen no more. Which current champ had the toughest road to gold? Bilal. 100%. Definitely Bilal. Pantoja had a tough road to becoming a champ too. I'd say him and Bilal. Yeah. He's a fancy Kopylov with no power or takedown defense. That's the thing. It's like he just doesn't have a lot of power, doesn't have a lot of pop. He's landing so many clean strikes, but they don't really seem to affect his opponents to the point to where the fight is completely changed after he lands 5 strong leg kicks, or his opponents are folding up with the body kicks and they can't handle them anymore. Like Kopylov's had more impressive body shot TKOs, right? Michel Pereira folded up Mikhail Alexeychuk with a couple of body kicks and then subbed him easily, Cher's good. Yeah, he can't dominate yet. That's the thing. He's not been able to dominate. And I think for the hype that he's getting, I don't know why they have him in the fourth. I'm sorry. Why they have him in the co-main event spot. I think he's a bit of an aura maxer, right? Have big meaty hooks or be a crafty vet. Crafty vet. Safe to say Bo beats him. I think Bo beats him. Yeah, Bo probably takes him down, beats him. Bo Nickel, I think his grappling's good enough but on the feet, I don't think Bo's that good. But either way, I think he'd be able to get him to the ground. The power is not that crazy from Shara. Bit of an aura merchant. Oh, man. Corey's getting slept. We'll see. We'll see. Crying about Shara winning? I'm not crying about Shara winning. I like Shara's style. I mean, he's a fun fighter to watch. He's got a decent style. I'm just saying, like, I just expected a better performance from someone that's in the co-main event that's getting all the hype that he's getting as like this next level striker. That's it. That doesn't mean he doesn't have a decent style to watch. Like, he's an entertaining fighter. Yeah, he's an entertaining fighter. I just thought, he'd be a little bit more dominant. And it's a little bit disappointing when listen, I like when the prospects succeed. I like when the people that the UFC is trying to like push. I like when they have dominant performances, so we have new fighters to be hyped for. I would have preferred if he had dominated the fight and gotten a KO, so it would be like, wow, Shara Magomedov, he's next, man. I can't wait to see this guy get up the rankings. Now I watch it, I'm like, wow, this prospect, I don't know if he's going to go far. I don't think I can get that hyped for, him reaching like the top 10 is what I'm saying. Iran started launching missiles at Israel. Well, let's hope we're not in let's hope we don't get into anything crazy. Thank you for the $2. Shara is Cyril Gane at middleweight. No. I mean, listen, I don't think so because, Gane would have more competitive fights more often if people were closer in athleticism to him like Mikhail is to Magomed. But it's easy to say no to that because Gane fights big blobs, right? So Gane is fighting people that are not athletic or even close to him, whereas Shara is more athletic than Mikhail Alexeychuk, but Mikhail's closer in athleticism to him and in shapeness to him than Gane's opponents are to him. But when Gane fights someone that's decent like Rosenstrike, he doesn't dominate. Or Volkov, he doesn't dominate. So maybe you're right. But I think I like Gane's style a little bit more. I'm more of a fan of the heavier boxing style rather than the heavy kicking style. Gane kicks a lot. But I think his boxing is a little bit better. He throws more output with his hands. Explain your ideal route to an Izzy versus Pereira 3. Thank you for the $2. I got you. My ideal route for an Izzy versus Pereira 3. Adesanya has to beat DDP, right? And then he moves up right away. He moves up right away. Vacates. We get to see Strickland and Whitaker fight for the interim belt. And they fight. They book the fight, Adesanya versus Pereira for December, January. Winner has to defend against Magomed Ankalaev or Alexander Rakic or whatever. You know, who cares what happens after that? But Magomed would be fighting in October. Adesanya wins against DDP. He fights Pereira in December. There you go. The sooner the better. The sooner the better. Because the thing is, people are going to complain, but listen, if Adesanya beats DDP, the history that he has with Alex Pereira, we want to see the trilogy. Pereira fans, I'm a Pereira fan. Listen, we are confident that Pereira could beat him at light heavyweight. Let's be confident enough to want the matchup. Let's not be like, no, he's got to win 10 more title defenses to move up again. Like, bro, we think Pereira beats him, no? I think he does. I want to see Pereira prove that he's better. If Izzy beats Pereira, well, then we were wrong. So I think if Adesanya wins the middleweight title and beats a killer like Dricus du Plessis, fuck it, let's make the fight. That's what I think. And then guess what? Pereira can move up after that. People wouldn't like it because he's fighting Aspinall, but like they'll be like, no, he hasn't fought a wrestler yet. He hasn't fought a wrestler yet. And he'll move up to fight Aspinall. Like, wow, Pereira not fighting any grapplers, man. Like, Aspinall's literally going to go out there and double leg him and submit him. So, I'd love it. I would love it. Oh, I love it. Like McGregor says. I'm doing it because I love it. Who remembers when McGregor said that? Where did McGregor say that? Tell me where McGregor said that. Where did McGregor say that? I'm doing it because I love it. Where did he say that shit, man? Let's see if some real hardcore fans are in the chat. Can you teach MMA Guru on how to not be an incel? Thank you for the $2. I don't know what he's doing that's like an incel thing, but yeah. Thank you for the $2. Where did he say it? At the Khabib press conference, yeah. Do you guys ever go back and watch the Khabib press conferences with McGregor? I think I've seen the Khabib McGregor press conference like 6-7 times over. It's so entertaining. I watched it back a few weeks ago. Never fails to entertain me. But every time I watch it, it gets more pathetic that McGregor's like kind of making a fool of himself, to be honest. But there are some funny ass moments with McGregor. That's like Madman McGregor. I laugh at it in the sense that, okay, like McGregor's clearly insane, but I don't know. He kind of made a fool of himself a bit too. It was such a bad decision for the UFC to do the McGregor and Khabib press conference with no fans. Horrible decision, because it allowed McGregor and Khabib, or not Khabib, but it allowed McGregor to go more on these like long tangents. And I think fans would have made it a little bit more lighthearted. I think we would have seen a more lighthearted, but still intense rivalry press conference. But I think without the fans, it was just a weird, dark sort of press conference. Either way, still entertaining to watch. But big mistake not having fans there. Like, so dumb, so unbelievably done. And Dana's and the UFC's idea was, we don't want this thing to get too rowdy. Like, rowdy? What do you think? The fans are going to fucking storm the front? I don't think they're going to storm the beaches. Like, what are they going to do? Oleg Tachuk is a bum he's not a bum, bro. People are too likely to throw out the word bum. Oleg Tachuk is tough. He gave us a good scrap with a guy that's hyped up as being a great striker. He dropped Kevin Holland. He dropped Shara for a minute. Like, he's had good performances. He freaking beat Khalil Roundtree, basically. Like, Oleg Tachuk is not a bum. A bum is someone that like loses their first 3 fights in the UFC, is 1-3 in the UFC, or 2-6 in the UFC. Like, I don't think Oleg Tachuk is a bum. If you're competitive with hyped up prospects like Magomed, you're not a bum. Shara would gas out before Nick Diaz if they fought each other. Shara would gas out before Nick Diaz. I don't know about that. I think that Shara's a little bit too durable and strong to lose to Nick Diaz at this point. But yeah, Shara would probably TKO him in 1 minute. Not a minute, a round. You can't tell me there's not a good chance of Chris Barnett outstriking and sleeping Pereira. There is not a good chance. There's not a great chance. Here comes Cory. Let's see what Cory's walking out to. Cory's the opposite of Yuri Prohaska with his walkouts. Yuri Prohaska will walk out to Thunder. Or This Is How Legends Were Made, like an NPC song. Cory Sandhagen thinks very carefully about walking out. Sandhagen will never just walk out to anything. He plans it for months. It's part of the beakers and test tubes. He knows that this is the song. He's calculated. When I listened to this song, when I went to the gym this day, I had my best sparring match. It's all calculated. Yuri just freaking toggles random selection. Yuri does random selection. It's actually a decent song that he's walking out to. Here's Sandhagen. Sandhagen's amped. Yeah! Let's go! Let's go, Sandhagen! Let's go! This fight is 50-50. I believe Umar wins via decision. Thank you for the 20 and okay. I do think it's close to 50-50. You're right. Unbanned German Sparrow. This is actually very close to 50-50, even though I'm picking Sandhagen. I'm only like 55% confident he wins. So, yeah. I'm not fence sitting. It is a very close fight. Are prospects not allowed to grow and become better throughout their fights anymore? Do they have to be rank worthy off the rip now? No, they're not allowed to grow. No. Thank you for the $5. You're right. When I say my expectations were not met with this performance, like, I don't want my expectations to be that high. It's just that they are with the way that the UFC is going about having this guy fight in co-main events and the hype that he's getting. That being said, not every high-level contender was always just crushing everyone in their way as soon as they got to the UFC. It's just sometimes as fans, like, we're used to that, you know? But I understand that he can get better, man. Like, people can improve quite a bit. Like, look at Charles Oliveira. But Oliveira dominated his first couple of UFC fights, though. But yeah, I mean, in general, Oliveira was like, 19 when he came into the UFC? Maybe that's not the best example. There are other people that haven't done that well, and then they become champ, or they get to the top 5, and they're always in the top 5. Poirier was never the most dominant fighter when he first entered the scene, and he became better and better, and happens to be one of the best fighters ever now. Thank you for the 10 New Zealand dollars. UFC is waiting for the outcome of Izzy versus DDP. They want Izzy Alex trilogy to headline in November, December. I would love that. I don't think Adesanya is going to want to turn around for November, but dude, I would love Adesanya and Pereira to fight soon. I would love to see it. I know people would be like, no, Izzy doesn't deserve it. But like, bro, what the fuck? As a Pereira fan, I want that matchup. And Adesanya would have won a world title. Like, we're really dying to see him versus Whitaker, him versus Strickland. Like, if he loses to Pereira, he'll drop back down and defend his belt. I want to see the Pereira matchup again before it's all said and done with both of their careers. But let's lock in. Let's go, Cory. Let's go, Young Eagle. Thank you for the 20 and okay. I'm a new fan. MMA Guru is toxic. Thank you for the $2. El Bouquet. Ahmed, thank you so much. Dude, I people have been telling me that this stream, but I don't know. Let's enjoy this fight, guys. This is one of the most hyped up fights, and I can't wait. This is like one of my most highly anticipated matchups, man. Let's soak this in. Cory's hyped. Cory looks bigger and more dense than he's ever looked. This is like the best shape Sandhagen's ever been in. Usually Sandhagen's a little bit scrawnier. He's actually looking like he put on some mass in the time off that he's had. Probably started with a lot of strength and conditioning this camp. Umar is looking dense as well. Dude, let's go Sandhagen, man. UFC. Tender. Umar Nurmagomedov. Here we go. Cory Sandhagen's eyeing him down. He's staring him down. Sandhagen staring him down. A lot of intensity from Sandhagen. Let's go! If Umar subs him in a round, I'm crashing out. Dude, I'm crashing out too if he subs him that easily. That ain't going to happen. Lucas and Volk versus Kenny and Izzy tag team. Well, Adesanya is like way bigger than me and Volk. So I don't know. That's kind of an unfair advantage, but I'm going me and Volk. Here we go. Here we go. Dude, let's go. This is so hype. This is so hype. Guys, let's not mess up the timer. Thank you for reminding me. Here we go. Goddard. That worries me a little bit. Goddard's in there. Main event Goddard. Here we go. Sandhagen Umar, round one. Here we go. Let's see the beakers and test tubes of Cory Sandhagen. And the Sandhagen's got the lab coat. There's a crafty kick from Umar. There's a nice kick from Umar, but Cory Sandhagen's landing the first shot. They go leg kick for leg kick. Let's hope Sandhagen's body can hold up. Coming off of a long layoff, that injury. First takedown attempt. Cory Sandhagen was out for a year. He's getting it. Oh, his back gets taken. His back gets taken. Umar Nurmagomedov is on the back already. This is very similar to the Aljamain Sterling fight. But Sandhagen with the freaking specifics. Yeah! Specific Sandhagen. Sandhagen with the specifics. Gets out of the bad position. That's bad for Umar. That's the beakers and test tubes. Cory Sandhagen may be lacking strength, but he's not lacking wits and fight IQ and specifics training. 1-2 for Umar. There's a nice 1-2 for him. He's got the threat of the takedown. Sandhagen's kicking despite there being a looming threat of Umar catching a kick. It's good for Sandhagen. Let's see how Sandhagen imposes his will. Body kick from Umar. That was nice. Sandhagen, let's see how his defense is. Sandhagen hasn't really let his hands go a lot. He let his hand go there. There's a nice kick from Cory. Cory Sandhagen's doing well, man. Like, we're on the feet right now. There was already a takedown exchange. We're back on the feet. Nice body shot from Sandhagen. And a missed question mark kick for Umar. There's another takedown attempt. Let's see what Sandhagen can do. Is he going to wrestle well? You know, Umar started out mostly as a kickboxer. He's picked up the wrestling, but he's not like Khabib that's just been wrestling his whole entire life and dedicating everything to it. Umar originally with MMA as a striker. Wow, really good takedown defense from Sandhagen. Really good takedown defense from Sandhagen. Let's go, man. Dude, Sandhagen's looking really good with the takedown defense. And for Umar, that's got to make him very uncomfortable, man. That's got to be real uncomfortable for Umar. Not getting the takedowns early. He's not been able to hold him down. If he can't hold Cory down, he's probably losing this fight. Wow, Cory Sandhagen's looking really good so far. Shucking off the attempts with the green Umar Nurmagomedov, who doesn't have a lot of late rounds experience. Cory Sandhagen's been in a bunch of 5-rounders. You got to think that he's playing the long game here. Let's see if Sandhagen can land a sweet pea special. Umar said that he enjoys sweet peas, but maybe not as much as Sandhagen. He's not been throwing jabs, but Sandhagen is just a matter of time before he lets go a couple of jabs. There's a sweet pea special for Umar, but he tripped afterwards. He landed that. Nice clubbing shot from Sandhagen. Sandhagen looks very composed. Looks like he's about to sit on a shot. Let's see if Sandhagen can sit on a big punch. There's a kick. But Umar responds with a good shot. Umar's doing all right on the feet, though. Hasn't been that successful in the grappling, but he's doing all right on the feet. Looks very skittish, though. They both land there. There's a sweet pea special for Sandhagen. Just misses. And there's a 1-2 for Umar. Umar's doing well. He's landing good shots. Sandhagen, not so many. There's a strong low kick for Sandhagen. Sandhagen's looking dense, man. He's looking more dense than usual. Umar is doing a good job at going tit for tat with Cory, though. Oh, there's a nasty front kick from Umar. There's a cut on Sandhagen, huh? I don't see a cut. Who's cut? Dude, I hope there's not a cut. There's a takedown for Umar. Nice work for Sandhagen, though. Nice work for Sandhagen, though. The crafty vet. The crafty vet. It's all good, though. It's the last 10 seconds, dude. I think Umar might win the round, bro. Very close round, but Umar may have won the round. Dude, Umar's not out-grappling Sandhagen. Not going to happen. Dude, good first round for Cory. Umar may have won the first, but Cory Sandhagen just has the moral victory right now after the first round by stuffing takedowns and not being held down whatsoever. Really good round for Sandhagen. Could be 1-0 Umar. Umar had a couple moments of control, but I think he kept it very close on the feet. Landed a couple of good shots. I don't know if Cory won the first round, but what do you guys think? Everyone's kind of split. 1-0 Cory, 10-8 Cory. 1-0 Umar. I think Umar may have won. Sandhagen seems to be density maxing. He's actually looking a lot more dense than normal. Dude, I'm so happy that Sandhagen did well in the first round. Like, I was thinking he was going to lose the first round. I'm picking Sandhagen to win 2, 3, and 5. Or 1, 3, 1, 2, and 5. We'll see Umar's gas tank, though. We'll see how Umar's gas tank is. Could be 1-0 Cory, could be 1-0 Umar. It's the Middle East, though, so they might give it to Umar. Let's see. I want to see Sandhagen kind of up the sting on his shots. Sandhagen seems to be very wary of the takedowns. There's a nice body kick for Umar. See, Umar is going tit for tat with him on the feet. Solid leg kick for Sandhagen. Solid leg kick for Umar. Takedown attempt for Umar. But Sandhagen's doing a great job. Yeah! Let's go! Sandhagen stuffs the takedown. Nice. Dude, Sandhagen's fucking showing out with his technique, bro. Sandhagen's freaking showing out. Look, Umar's in it, got his back. Watch Sandhagen get out of this shit, man. Watch Sandhagen get out of this with the beakers and test tubes. It could be 1-0 Umar, yeah. Watch Sandhagen get out of this with the beakers and test tubes. Yeah! Beakers and test tubes. He got out of that. But Umar's winning the round. This is the thing. Umar's winning the round. Boom! Big clubbing shot for Sandhagen. See, as the fight goes on, Sandhagen has more experience. He can find those openings. Let's see if Sandhagen throws a flying knee at any point. Boom! Big clubbing shot from Sandhagen. Nice body shot from Umar. Jab from Umar. Sandhagen hits him with a right hand there. But Sandhagen's not really landed a lot of powerful shots. There's a knee from Sandhagen, but Umar's doing well in the striking. Nice kick from Sandhagen. They both go kick for kick. Nice jab from Umar. Umar's striking's looking good. Nice question mark kick. Sandhagen returns with a leg kick of his own. Sandhagen says he's going in there to hurt Umar. But he's got to actually go out there and try to hurt this man. Sandhagen's not really been putting a lot of sting on his shots. Sometimes with the lab coat and the beakers and test tubes, you forget, we're actually in a fight and let me try to hurt this guy. Sandhagen just seems to be trying to win that outside foot battle right now. He's stuffing the takedowns, but it's the striking that Umar is doing well in. Umar checked that kick and landed one of his own. Nice body kick from Umar. Let's see if Sandhagen starts to pull ahead. Seems like he's having trouble landing consistently on Nurmagomedov, who's very fast, who has the speed advantage. He's got Cory cut a little bit too. Nice front kick from Sandhagen. Nice counter shot from Cory. It looks like Sandhagen's a little bit impressed by Umar's striking. But Sandhagen, I think it's the speed. Umar looks a lot faster. There's a nice kick from Sandhagen. That kick is money. The leg kick is money from Sandhagen. Strong low kick for Sandhagen, but Umar's so fast he can just counter with two good punches like that. Umar's winning this round. See, Sandhagen's jab is just not that fast. He's having a hard time consistently landing that. And there's a nice punch from Umar. And he's got the back of Sandhagen. But let's see if Sandhagen can get out of this. Might be 2-0 Umar. Damn, Umar's very high level, man. Oh! He ain't get, nah, he's fine. He's fine. Sandhagen. Sandhagen finding out this ain't peaches and creamville, man. Sandhagen coming to the reality that those beakers and test tubes don't help everywhere. But nah, I think Sandhagen might win. Dude, I'm getting mad too. What the fuck? No! Umar's freaking throwing him around now, man. But Umar might gas. You never know. Umar's won this round. Umar 2-0. Crazy. Umar's not even dominating the grappling. He's fucking outstriking Sandhagen. That's legit. That's legit. It's not even the fucking grappling that where Umar's winning. It's like he's doing well in the grappling. Just it's getting shut down. Sandhagen is just getting outstruck. Man, I want Sandhagen to win this, man. He's doing so well. Like, to negate the takedowns. This is the toughest time Umar's ever had trying to get takedowns and trying to get control time. But Umar's just fast, bro. He's so fast. I just thought that Sandhagen would be, a little bit of a cut above on the feet. Let's see what they're saying in Sandhagen's corner. Sandhagen doesn't seem so confident right now. It's either 1-1 or 2-0 Umar. Either way, second round was a clear Umar round. Let's see, man. Maybe Sandhagen can rally. You know that if the first round's close, they might give it to Umar, man. First round was very close. I think it's 2-0. I think it's 2-0. It's the striking, man. Umar Nurmagomedov striking is legit. It's not just the threat of the takedown. He's actually just outstriking Sandhagen, and he's just faster than him. He's just straight up faster. Probably hits harder, too. Kick for Sandhagen. Come on, Sandhagen. You could tell Sandhagen's trying to win the outside foot battle. Umar checked that kick, though. Nice kick from Cory. But Cory's had no success with his boxing. Hardly any success with his boxing. This is the thing I worried about. Is Sandhagen's boxing going to be a little off because of the tricep tear? Would his speed be a little off? I feel like his boxing was better against TJ Dillashaw. But then again, maybe it's just Umar's a little bit better. Sandhagen's putting some pressure on him. But he's not throwing a lot. He's switching stances, but he's not throwing a lot of punches. Hardly any punches from Sandhagen. It's like they're going kick for kick. But Umar's throwing more punches and he's landing more. Like that jab of Sandhagen's just not working. Leg kick for Umar. Leg kick for Sandhagen. There's a jab for Sandhagen, but Umar gets him right back. Speed advantage. Damn, man. I was so hyped in the first round, but now it's just like Umar's outstriking him. Nice leg kick from Sandhagen. They're still going tit for tat. Just tuned out. I hear some people saying 2-0 Cory. Are they tripping or not? No, they're tripping. Umar definitely won the second round. First round could go either way. See, the crowd ain't that bad, man. They're getting hype. Damn, apparently Sandhagen messed his ankle up a bit. Or maybe it was Umar. I don't remember. They just showed someone turning their ankle. I think they might be talking about Umar. Damn, that jab of Sandhagen's just slow. Sandhagen is not imposing his will, dude. Sandhagen is being way too patient, man. He's doing the whole like, yeah, man, if he doesn't get the takedown, I win the round. Like, he can't be fighting like this, bro. Sandhagen has to fucking take the fight to him. He's doing well in the grappling exchanges. There's another moment, but like, it's almost the fourth round. Sandhagen needs to start freaking making a difference. Zero output, bro. There's like no output from him. The wrestling defense is everything that we wanted and more, but we need more output. We need him to throw, dude. Take risks if you need to, but he's going to get outstruck just because Umar's just throwing more. Umar's output's not even crazy. Sandhagen's just hardly throwing anything. Like, there's a freaking little flimsy kick to the body. I'm sorry, man. This is like Sandhagen's just not looking that good in this fight. Not on the feet. His striking is looking slower than usual. I think he might be declining. Dude, Umar, no. Dude, it's not even like, you could say cry all you want. I'm not even saying like Sandhagen's not the best version of himself. I'm just saying like, dude, he genuinely looks slow as fuck. Like, this ain't an excuse. Like, Sandhagen's getting beat, bro. This ain't an excuse. This isn't me being like, oh, Sandhagen's not showing up. It's just, I just feel like it's not Sandhagen's not. It's not about that. It's like Sandhagen for the rest of history will not beat Umar Nurmagomedov, it looks like. That's what I'm saying. Coping already. What I'm saying is, like, for the rest of history, Sandhagen won't beat him, is what we're talking about. It's not like, oh, it's just tonight. It's like, maybe this is how it is forever. Sandhagen looked way more impressive in his older fights with his striking, man. He's looking slow. He's just not throwing, man. His grappling is legit. His grappling's legit. I say that as he's getting freaking pancaked. 3-0. Bro, Sandhagen's cooked himself. He's losing. You need to throw fucking output, son. Come on. No, man. Nah, Umar fraud. No, you can't call Umar a fraud. That's crazy. Obviously not. Umar's outstriking Cory Sandhagen. Dude, Umar Nurmagomedov is doing really good. It just, I know it's not just Umar's is like the best striker ever. Like, Sandhagen legitimately looks like shit with his striking. He's not throwing anything. Like, Sandhagen straight up not throwing anything. Umar is outstriking him and outspeeding him, and like, he's faster. But after the first round, you're like, whoa, Sandhagen can deal with the wrestling. Okay, so like, he's going to take the fight to Umar and actually try, right? But he's not even throwing. He's saving his gas. Umar's got the same amount of gas as him. Look, Sandhagen looks even more tired. That's cope. Sandhagen's more tired than Umar. Sandhagen is more exhausted and more beat up than Umar. Fuck, bro. This was tougher than Sandhagen thought. The striking of Umar is the big difference. Like, dude, this guy's legit. I listen, Sandhagen would get crushed by O'Malley. I'm sorry. He would get absolutely crushed by O'Malley. Maybe he could take O'Malley down, but on the feet, I've said this, he would get crushed by O'Malley. Here we go. 5-0 Cory won already. 5-0. All right, we have 2 more rounds. Please make this worth it. Like, can we not see a shitty, boring? This is supposed to be, they were hyping this fight up as like a kung fu movie in real life. Like, let's actually see Sandhagen throw some fucking punches. Please, Sandhagen. Dude, Umar just cracked him with a nasty jab and a freaking head kick. Sandhagen's beakers and test tubes aren't helping him. Umar's pure speed and explosiveness are freaking beating him to the punch. Damn, Sandhagen's getting schooled by Umar. Umar's the real Cory Sandhagen. Bro's being a casual, man. Sandhagen's clearly winning, bro. Nah, dude, stop. I'm not being a casual. People are about to say bro's literally a casual. Sandhagen's winning, man. Relax, bro. He's literally winning the fight. No, he's getting cooked. He's getting outstruck by Umar Nurmagomedov, and he's not throwing any fucking punches. Look. That's the most commitment we're getting from a Sandhagen punch. Little flimsy jabs. There's a little flimsy left hook. This is so disappointing. There's a nice freaking crisp 1-2 from Umar. Umar's throwing like crisp 1-2s. Like Umar's fighting the way people would fight in a high level fight. Sandhagen's just throwing freaking flimsy shots. He's starting to turn up a little bit. Sandhagen's starting to turn up, but he's just too slow. Funny how if you were to say Sandhagen was slow a year ago, people would have freaking tossed you off of a fucking cliff. Sandhagen's not slow. He's literally the fastest. He's faster than everyone else in the UFC, man. Because he's long and wiry. So, like, wiry people are always the fastest in the UFC. Not the case. O'Malley is an example of where it is the case, but, like, not Sandhagen, man. It's a disappointing performance from Sandhagen. Like, the grappling was everything we wanted from the takedown defense is lived up. Sandhagen's ability to defend and negate the grappling lived up. His striking is what's so disappointing. If you were to tell me that fucking Sandhagen was going to stuff the takedowns easily, not get held down and be like, bro, yeah, he has got this in the bag, man. Like, he's not going to get schooled by Umar. Now he's getting schooled by Umar. Low effort check left hook. Yeah. It's a lot easier said than done, but like, Sandhagen's got nothing for him on the feet, man. He's got nothing for him on the feet. Umar's backing up and just fucking, look at that. Just clean 1-2 counter. Goodness gracious, man. Umar's a kickboxer. I know, but his grappling has been the more dominant part of his game. I know his kickboxing was good, but I was like, oh, he just got dropped by Beksat. He's still green on the feet. Sandhagen will be good enough to like outstrike him a little bit, you know? No. Now we know Umar's as legit as it gets. Top 5 material, 100%. Top 5 material, 100%, man. It's competitive, but Umar's winning every round. He's about to 50-45 Sandhagen. Insane. Could literally 50-45 him. Sandhagen's just getting bested everywhere. Yeah, I think it's clear Sandhagen's been overrated by a lot of people like me. And I've even said Sandhagen was overrated, but like, damn, bro. This is crazy. 2-1 Umar at most. Yeah, it's about to be 3-1. And then it'll be 4-1. 2-1 now doesn't seem like a lot. Round 4 is almost over. It's going to be 3-1. Sandhagen literally needs a KO. Or a 2 knockdowns. It's just slow. He's just too slow. Sandhagen's just too slow. People are going to clown me and be like, bro, pick Sandhagen. Now he's saying he's slow. Like, yeah, I'm confronted with him being fucking slow. I expected a better performance. I expected a faster Sandhagen. I was wrong. He's too slow for Umar. Umar's too fast for him. His output's low too. Yeah, his output's low. He's got like, look, Umar's landing like sneaky head kicks on him too. Takedown. Yeah, it's over. Sandhagen's done. Sandhagen's cooked. Sandhagen's cooked. Sandhagen will have you believe that he can become a triple champion in his interviews. Sandhagen will have you believe like, yeah, man, listen, I'm going to get better every single day. Every waking second of every single day is dedicated to training. He'll have you think that, yeah, man, this guy, like you'll run up a mountain. You'll run up a mountain after watching a Cory Sandhagen interview. And then we see this guy like throw flimsy teep kicks. Shit, man. Yeah, it's 3-1 Umar. Dang. The thing is, though, like, who really thought Umar was going to outstrike him so easily? Not many people. Like, I thought, yeah, Umar is going to win rounds with the grappling and he'll do all right on the feet. But, like, Sandhagen get outstruck this comfortably is crazy. Mix in some ankle locks. Yo, ankle locks. Yo! No ankle locks. The 5th fucking round. Ankle locks. Yeah, we're down 4 rounds. Look for a fucking leg lock. Holy shit. Dude, that's insane. Ankle locks. That is insane. Look for some ankle locks. Like, are you fucking kidding me? Cory is the Leon of bantamweight, overthinks and overstrikes. Understrikes, yeah. That's true. Lucas Tracy curse strikes once again for this one, yeah. And we got the last pay-per-view wrong, too. Here we go. They're telling him fucking ankle locks, bro. Like, that's like saying, let's bank on a guillotine. Even worse, guillotines work more than ankle locks, man. That's insane. Wow, almost minus 2,000 Nurmagomedov. Sandhagen's cooked. Fuck. I'm not even mad that I'm getting my pick wrong. I'm just mad that this is the way that Umar's beating Sandhagen. I'm more upset at the fact that this is the downfall of Sandhagen. Like, the downfall of Sandhagen is getting comfortably outstruck by a guy that's just got dropped by Bexat and is still green on the feet. We knew Umar was good on the feet, but like, still green on the feet. And he just takes a step up and just effortlessly outstrikes Sandhagen, who's known as like, yeah, he's not so fast, not so powerful, but Sandhagen's so crafty. He's so crafty. Nah, man. Sandhagen's just getting fucking outspeeded, out-pressed, just fucking out athleticism. I'm coping a little bit, guys. I'm coping because Sandhagen's one of my favorite fighters, and I'm seeing him get like beat where I'm seeing Sandhagen get beat where he like makes a career off of the striking. Like, Sandhagen's pride is, yeah, he's a good striker, you know? And he's just getting fucking comfortably outstruck by bobbin and weaving style Umar Nurmagomedov. Umar's a good striker, obviously, but still. Cory getting fucking schooled. He's getting schooled, son. Yeah, I can't watch this, man. Sandhagen's getting fucking schooled on the feet. Level changing on Umar. Come on, bro. There we go. See, Sandhagen lets go right hand. Umar freaking retaliates with a big 1, 2, 3. Damn. Nice body kick from Umar. Effortless. This is a crazy performance. Insane performance. Sandhagen does objectively look slower than he did in the past. Maybe that has to do with the tricep injury, but either way, this is a crazy performance. Umar literally shut him down on the feet. Like, fuck, man. This is one of those performances where you have to really just sit and think that what you just saw, like, this is a reality check. This is like, holy shit, this is a fucking big reality check for Sandhagen fans. Big reality check for Sandhagen fans. Look, now Umar's getting confident. He's just going to ragdoll him. See, Sandhagen's going to get out of this. I guarantee it. Sandhagen's going to get out of this. Guarantee you Sandhagen gets out effortlessly, gets back on the feet and starts sliding and moving laterally and switching his stances. But like, bro, it was the striking. We needed him to do well in the striking, man. Umar's on a different level. Crazy. Umar's on a different level. Sandhagen's cooked. Sandhagen is cooked. So overrated by hardcore fans. Listen, I think Sandhagen's always been a tiny bit overrated by hardcore fans, but I still think he was elite enough to beat Umar on the feet, but I was wrong. Umar outstruck him. But like, people have said things like Sandhagen, you know, oh, I think him and O'Malley would be a banger. Like, I've always thought O'Malley would annihilate Sandhagen ever since O'Malley fought Jan. I've always thought Sandhagen was a little bit too slow for guys like O'Malley, and yeah. But wow. I guess we know Merab probably beats Cory on the feet too, honestly. Merab probably fucking just throws more output and shoots more failed takedowns and beats him as well. This is a really sad day for Sandhagen fans because you know Sandhagen, like, so much was riding on this. He wanted to 50-45 him. Now he's getting 50-45'd. This is a reality check for Sandhagen. Like, he knows he got beat everywhere in this fight. And on the feet, which is the place where Sandhagen probably thought, like, yo, all I have to do is just work on my wrestling. If I can keep this on the feet, I'm winning the fight. Kept it on the feet, lost the fight. Everywhere. Embarrassing. Listen, it's not embarrassing. Like, Sandhagen shouldn't be embarrassed, but it's sad that this is what we're seeing. It's sad. I'm a Sandhagen fan, so I'm coping, guys, obviously. I really wanted Sandhagen to win this one. I'm also just shocked. I mean, like, when I make my breakdown video, I'm going to give Umar a lot of credit. Like, I am going to give Umar a lot of credit. This is a very impressive performance. Umar did prove that he was on another level. He's as elite as it gets. He's clearly top 5. No fucking arguments. He could be a future champ. O'Malley's tough for him, though. Because if O'Malley can get past Merab, his takedown defense could be all right. I think O'Malley could knock out Umar on the feet. That's it. Let's see Sandhagen. Yeah, and he beat him up in the last round. Wow. 49-46 or 50-45. Wow. Crazy. Damn. Oh, no. Oh, man. Cory Sandhagen said that after the fight, he looks forward to walking over to Khabib, shaking his hand and saying, sorry, maybe next time. Like, a couple more fights and we'll fight again for the title. It was Khabib that came over to Sandhagen and said, good fight, brother. Sorry, man. Good fight, brother. Fuck. Sandhagen was like, I'm going to go over to Khabib, shake his hand, be respectful, and be like, hey, man, kid's real good, man. We'll fight another time in the future, maybe. That was Khabib that freaking ducked on his feet. That's so embarrassing, man. Fuck. Khabib literally freaking sunned him there. Oh, no, man. Sandhagen's worst nightmare. Oh, no. 91 significant strikes to 64. Oh, my goodness, bro. What reality am I in? Holy shit, bro. Sandhagen just got fucking sunned. This is a rough awakening for Sandhagen. Dude, as I said, Sandhagen will have you believe like that he could run up to Mars. Like, he could literally run to Mars. Sandhagen will have you believe like, yeah, he's reached a new level of the Matrix and he's going to style on everyone. And he goes out there and just gets like comfortably outstruck by like simple 1-2s and a bobbing and weaving style of a guy that throws kicks every once in a while. Umar's good though. Just got 50-45 on the feet is insane. What's the scorecard? Yeah. 49-46 for everyone. For Umar. Wow. Wow. That's crazy. That's insane. Crushed his ego and crushed me as a Sandhagen fan too. Bro, the saddest part is seeing Khabib go over to Sandhagen and shake his hand when Sandhagen said he was going to go over to Khabib and Umar and shake their hands after he beats them. Wow. Now Makhachev, it's like a classic Dagestani win in the cage now. That's crazy. He just easily beat him. Umar's like, this guy was really tough. Umar fucking easily beat him. Crazy. So I'm so disappointed in that performance. It's not even like, Sandhagen was at his worst. Like, that's not what I'm saying. I'm saying like, I just really thought Sandhagen was going to be another level. And Umar's just better on the feet. Crazy, man. This guy is really good. Sandhagen, I believe, is, I don't think he's that same guy. I mean, I think that the tricep injury may have slowed him down a little bit with his striking, but Sandhagen was never Mr. Speedy Gonzalez like people make it seem. But still, you know, there were moments in the Sandhagen and Dillashaw fight where he was clipping Dillashaw and sitting him down and stinging him with right hands. Like, we saw none of that Sandhagen in this fight. I think he's a little bit slower these days. But yeah, this definitely deserves a title shot. 49-46 over Sandhagen. That big of a jump up against an elite guy. Yeah, he deserves a title shot after this. Title shot, yeah. Dude, O'Malley used to fight 2 brothers in a row. That's crazy. O'Malley literally has a bunch of brothers to fight in a row. You know what, though? If Merab beats O'Malley, it will be interesting to see him in a Umar fight. That'll actually be a crazy fight. Wow. What a performance from Umar. That was insane. But, like, Sandhagen just looked objectively fucking slow, man. He looks so slow. Maybe that because of the size. That wasn't why. He didn't lose because of the size. He was just slower. Umar's way faster than him. Like, the size wasn't that big of a factor in the grappling. And Sandhagen's got a reach advantage and a range advantage, but Umar's just way faster at closing the distance and made Sandhagen look like a slowpoke. I am coping. Yeah, I'm coping, but at the same time, it is true. Sandhagen was objectively way slower. It's not, we can't just, oh yeah, Umar won the fight despite being slower. Like, no. Umar was faster and he easily outstruck him. Let's see what Sandhagen says. Dang, man. Dude. He will fight for the belt next, but I don't know if Sandhagen ever gets to the belt. Like, he's just... what do you guys think? The best days of Cory Sandhagen are over. I'm not... Like, he's not old. He's not out of his prime, but... Come on, bro. Like, the tricep injury may have slowed him down a tiny bit with his speed. Sandhagen is less... He's got less pop, less snap in his punches, and he's slower. Am I right or wrong? Listen, I'm not going to say this because let's take credit away from Umar in general. Before we talk about Umar's insane performance and how he's elite, you have to admit Sandhagen looked slow as fuck. Like, Sandhagen looked very slow in that fight. And I don't think it's all just, only Umar can make him look slow. Like, Sandhagen's speed genuinely looked like it dropped off a tiny bit, no? I don't know. Sandhagen looks so fucking slow, man. He's bro, so crazy. I'm a little bit upset because, like, as I said, I wanted Sandhagen to win, and Umar just kind of turned the table on us, man. We thought that if it was a fight on the feet, Sandhagen would win. Umar's that elite. Crazy. I thought, I was expecting the bobbing and weaving, green Umar on the feet, panics after getting his takedown stuff. Sandhagen starts to beat him up and land solid hooks, sitting on hooks, stinging right hands, stinging jabs, knees to the solar plexus. Instead, it was Umar freaking speed mogging him. Sandhagen would throw a freaking flimsy jab and Umar would freaking counter with an immediate 1, 2, 3. Just totally out-voluming him with speed. And Sandhagen, I think, lost confidence as the fight got on. I think he was shocked by how fast Umar was. He made Cory look slow. But I think Sandhagen has looked more dangerous, more fast, and more snappy with his punches back in the day. He tore his tricep. He's been inactive. He tore his tricep. Like, dude, I think the best days of Sandhagen are behind us. A torn tricep Sandhagen that's aging, that's getting a little older. I mean, he was never that fast. Like, if anything, he's going to be a little bit slower. But even if we had the Sandhagen that was a little bit snappier with his punches, like, he still probably loses. Umar's just fucking better. Crazy. Cope. Guys, am I not allowed to objectively break down what I'm seeing? Listen, Umar had an amazing performance. He shocked me with the fact that he could stay that composed on the feet, despite not getting the grappling, which I thought if you were to tell me that Umar couldn't get the grappling going easily, he would definitely lose. I mean, that's very impressive that he outstruck Cory Sandhagen. And yeah, he's elite. He's like Makhachev, basically. Like, if Makhachev can't have success with the grappling, he's still chilling on the feet. The only guy that I really think is a troublesome matchup for him on the feet is O'Malley, but maybe it's a little bit easier to out-grapple O'Malley. Jan was able to do it. Maybe Umar will be able to do it. But I think O'Malley's a sniper, man. We'll see. But Umar could just mix it up against O'Malley and confuse him and outstrike him, man. But there's only one guy that I think gives him issues. And you know what? Umar probably beats Jan too. You were saying he is in his prime? Oh, Sandhagen is years-wise in his prime. I think he's still in his prime. I'm not saying Sandhagen fell off. I'm not saying he's not in his prime. Sandhagen is in his prime. I just think that this wasn't the best Sandhagen, the fastest Sandhagen we've seen. Sandhagen was objectively faster in the TJ Dillashaw fight. You cannot tell me otherwise. Doesn't mean he wins against Umar. I'm just saying. He seemed a bit gun-shy. Maybe. Do not try to tell me. Do not try to tell me that I'm just saying this to cope. I am being real. That you got to say that, come on, this is kind of a decent take. Sandhagen was a lot faster against TJ Dillashaw, and maybe a torn tricep could potentially slow down how fast you are with your punches. Like, let's not just be crazy and be like, oh, torn tricep ain't shit. Like, maybe he slowed him down a little bit. You agree 100%. That's all I'm saying. I'm not saying that Sandhagen wins if he's didn't tear his tricep. I'm saying like he loses, but I was just a little bit disappointed. You're allowed to say that Sandhagen's performance was disappointing and Umar's performance was amazing. A little bit of both. But most of it was Umar just literally being too good for Cory Sandhagen. If Umar striking shocked you, then never watched him enough. No, I've seen Umar. I've seen him his whole career. I saw Umar Nurmagomedov knock out Raoni Barcelos. I've talked about Umar striking, how crazy his kicks were. It's just that going from those guys to Cory Sandhagen, I expected Sandhagen to be able to display a bit of gap on the feet. And I'm shocked at the fact that Umar easily outstruck Sandhagen, who's known for being this crafty guy that can, make adjustments on the fly, that's switching stances, that's tough to figure out. Umar figured him out easily and just effortlessly, like with simple combinations, landed on him. That's what's impressive. I wouldn't say shocked. I'm not shocked, but it's impressive. Listen, like it's pretty understandable to think that Umar won't be able to easily outstrike Sandhagen just because his striking has looked impressive against some other guys, especially if he got dropped in his last fight. But of course I knew that Umar was a good striker. I just thought Sandhagen was on a different level, but that's not the case. Umar is better than Cory Sandhagen, just effortlessly, just faster, output. Sandhagen's mastermind, switching of stances, beakers and test tubes. Like Umar fucking landed a couple of 1-2s on him and started to realize he was faster and just fucking landed everything on Sandhagen. A big part of it was Sandhagen just slow, and Umar realized that and easily landed on him. So just goes to show Umar Nurmagomedov is better than I thought on the feet. Way better. Who wins, Yan versus Umar and Sean versus Umar? I don't know. I think Yan would be a tough fight, but we've seen people like Umar with high volume and tons of takedowns that could give Yan issues. So I don't know. I probably might go with Umar, but that's just because like we live in a cold world as MMA fans. We don't always get our favorite fighters to win. And I just listen, like I said, with Volk and Topuria is good enough to KO Volk, and we don't live in a world where Volk beats Topuria. I don't think we live in a world where Yan beats Umar. And Umar's good enough to beat Yan. So I'd probably go with Umar. Very impressed by Sandhagen's takedown. I know, right? Sandhagen's takedown defense. This is the thing. You would have thought that if Umar doesn't get the takedowns, he's going to get outstruck, which is a credit to how good and well-rounded Umar Nurmagomedov is. He didn't even have the grappling go his way, and that's been the thing that he's used more than the striking. Even though he started as a striker, he's used the grappling more than the striking, and he didn't need success in the grappling to win, let alone get a 49-46 clean rounds. He didn't even need it. Insane. Maybe Cory trained 100% takedown defense and 0 striking. That's basically what we saw. Like, obviously, I don't think that's literally the case, but that is the way Cory performed. It seems as if that's like what we saw. Like Sandhagen, his output fell off of a cliff. This guy that used to hurt people and go in for the kill and be aggressive, like he was just a little bit tentative, and part of that was the takedown threat, but part of it was just Umar is so much faster than him. And he kept getting hit. But Sandhagen's wrestling really impressed me. Early on, I was like, wow, close round. Umar probably won the round, but if Sandhagen makes it close and stuffs the takedowns, that's a big moral victory. He's going to start winning the fight now. If he can keep it on the feet, but no, crazy. Yan did better against Cory than Umar did. Oh, yeah. I mean, listen, Yan knocked down Cory and like beat the shit out of him. Umar outpointed him. It was it's a different performance. Cory won one round against both guys, but Yan got hit more. Cory did better offensively against Yan, but Yan put more of a beating on Cory. Just a different performance. They're different fighters. I hope Yan's champ again. I want Yan to become champion again. Yan is my favorite fighter at bantamweight, but I think the world is too cold to get that, guys. I think we live in a world where Umar becomes champ. Listen, I don't dislike Umar. He's not my favorite bantamweight. I actually think Umar's got a good style. I actually like him, but I want Yan to be champ. I don't think we're ever going to see it. But yeah, what a performance. Test tubes and Confucius philosophy ain't helped Cory. I know. The beakers and test tubes, the lab coat. Cory went in there thinking, man, let me win the outside foot battle and fight the hands. And I'm easily winning on the feet. And he just got kind of shown up on the feet. And this is the thing that makes it kind of unfortunate or sad as a Sandhagen fan. It wasn't even that Umar was winning on the feet. It's just that he was like winning with like the most basic approach. Like he didn't have to make any crazy adjustments. He didn't find a weakness of Cory. He was just throwing fucking pad combinations, kickboxing pad combinations, just like 1-2, 1-2-3, leg kick, like very basic stuff. That's what was frustrating. That like such a basic, just a simple speed advantage, and like a guy like Sandhagen that's switching stances and does everything fancy. Umar just fucking throws like regular kickboxing combos that you would do at a kickboxing gym. It just effortlessly outstrikes him. So that's the thing that was like kind of sad to watch. What do you mean? He wasn't winning on the feet? No, Umar was winning on the feet. He outstruck Sandhagen comfortably in that fight. I think Umar beats Merab, though. Umar's gas tank's pretty good. I think he beats Merab. But you never know. If Merab beats O'Malley, then and he like takes a big punch from O'Malley, I'm never picking against Merab. If Merab beats O'Malley, I'm never picking against him. If O'Malley can't KO Merab, I don't think Umar is beating him. So Merab could literally just be that built different to where he just fucking beats everyone with like an insane alien like gas tank. We'll see what happens. We have to see how they perform. But Umar with the threat of the takedown, like he can make a lot of these fights close. And that's the thing. That's another thing that's frustrating. It wasn't only the threat of the takedown that made it seem like Umar was winning. Umar wasn't even shooting that often. It was just fucking simple 1-2s, effortless counters. Sandhagen was in his defensive stance and like still getting easily outstruck. Insane. Umar made Cory not be able to do anything every time he tried. I know. Every time Cory would throw a punch, Umar would just instantly 1-2-3, three-piece combo. Crazy. Who's next for Figgy if Umar gets the shot? Well, Figgy's not getting the shot, but I want to see Figgy versus Jan, number one contenders fight. Umar fights the winner of Merab and Sean. And then the winner of Figgy and Jan fights the winner of Umar versus the winner of Merab and Sean. Umar versus Merab, who wins? It really boils down to how Merab does against O'Malley. Like, if O'Malley KOs Merab, then it's going to be like, all right, maybe Umar could land the right punch and knock Merab out. But if Merab just doesn't get finished, takes a big punch from O'Malley, survives, and just washes him out like he does to everyone else with the cardio, I can never pick against him. Like, Merab's literally just OP at that point. But Umar be on paper, Anthony Smith is literally on my screen right now. On paper, it would seem that Umar beats Merab. Great wrestling, great takedown defense, good pace, good striking, fast, strong. But you can't fucking on paper your way to beating Merab. You guys know that. You can't on paper your way to beating Merab. Merab cannot be confined to paper. Merab is like, he's extraterrestrial. Okay? Merab is extraterrestrial. He's literally built different. Umar's built different, but Merab is more built different. He didn't throw shit. I know, bro. I mean, that's credit to Umar as well, because Umar was fucking beating his ass to the punch, right? Thank you for the $2.99. If Sean beats Merab, then Umar, he's surely the bantamweight GOAT. I agree. Yeah, I agree with that. Those would be sick wins. Umar finally got a big win on his legacy, on his resume. Sandhagen's an amazing win to have. Not many people have beat him. Umar beats everyone. His gas tank looked amazing. His gas tank did look really good. That is true. Yeah, he didn't slow down. His speed looked great all the way until the later half of that fight. To be fair, Sandhagen was hardly pushing a pace, though. So, I don't know. His gas tank could look very different if Merab starts pushing a pace on him. Because Sandhagen was not pushing a pace. That's one thing he wasn't doing. There's so much to think about, which threw him off. Yeah, that's the thing. Umar's good. He's legit. Crazy. I'm listening to Umar's interview. Umar's saying it was very hard to hold Cory Sandhagen down and take him down. But his striking, he says, much better than him. He said he thought Sandhagen would be a lot better than him on the feet. And he was upset that he couldn't get him down, but then he realized he could outstrike him. Anthony Smith's asking if it was frustrating when he couldn't get the takedowns early. He said, "No, Paper Smith. This is not the mentality of champion, Smith." The threat of the takedown is really a game changer in fights. Even if Cory could stuff it, still seemed like to impact his willingness to commit on the feet. That's true, at least early, but that is true, obviously. But I think as the fight went on and Sandhagen was just getting beat to the punch in every striking exchange, I think it was also just like at that point, he's just too fast for him. And that also kind of made him shell up a little bit. Very impressed by Sandhagen's takedown defense. Umar's unlike other bantamweight fighters. It is true. He's legit. And pretty entertaining. Pretty entertaining. You know, at least he's an entertaining striker and an entertaining fighter in general. Heck, I might even get on top of my donkey. Okay. Thank you for the $5. Manlet. Umar Nurmagomedov. There's no way he said that. Cory seen gun shy? He did. Did Font burn Cory's village down, Gamrot style? Yeah. Cory Sandhagen said that even though he lost to TJ's village was still burning. I guess that could be it for Font. Even though Font lost to Cory, Cory's tricep is still burning. But, you know, a torn tricep is something like that could potentially slow your punches down a bit. Sandhagen looked dense. He looked in shape. His kicks looked fast, his leg kicks, but like, dude, Sandhagen's never been that fast. Never been that fast. People always talk about Sandhagen's crazy athleticism. Like, he's pretty athletic, but he's not that fast. I felt it was Sandhagen's output more than the speed. It was definitely both. But I see, yeah, the output was a big issue. The output was an issue. Sandhagen, he wasn't gritting down at any point in that fight outside of like a couple moments in the 5th round when he knew he was down a lot. He wasn't gritting down and imposing his will. Sandhagen was like floating around doing a whole bunch of nothing. Just waiting. Man, I just got like some weird pain in my freaking my lat, man. All right, we're good. I just like popped my lat out for a second. I don't even know what just happened. Guru is right. If we get Americans to train at 2 years old versus 16, we can get more top American champs. Very true. That is true. That is true. That the thing is, though, in the U.S., martial arts is something that a lot of people get into after they realize they're not the best at basketball, after they realize they're not the best player on their baseball team, after they realize they're not the best player on their football team. Then they're like, all right, let me try martial arts. Whereas Dagestan, they're like, brother, this is the only option, brother. In Dagestan, Dagestani basketball is like the poor man's sport. Like if you don't make it in wrestling, you go to MMA. If you don't make it in MMA or boxing, you go to Dagestani basketball. If you don't make it in that, you go to volleyball. All right. But, you know, Sandhagen was prepared, man. He's just too slow, bro. Guru said Figgy deserves the belt more with this win. Cheeto, nah, dude. Sandhagen's on another level to Cheeto, though. Sandhagen beat Cheeto. Sandhagen beat Song Yudong. Sandhagen has a much better resume. I think that Figueiredo should be in a number 1 contenders fight. In my opinion, I think he should be in a number 1 contenders fight. 100%. Because it would be kind of nutty to say that, yeah, Figueiredo has to win 5 in a row. One more, he deserves a title. We can't have a former champion winning 5 fucking fights and not getting a title fight. Like, one more. Who has the higher fight IQ? You or the guru? I don't know. I don't know if my fight IQ is good. I don't think I have great fight IQ, to be honest. Thank you for the $5. It's never something I realize, oh, I've got good fight IQ. Like, I have no idea. That's the type of thing you kind of learn if you just have a bunch of experience getting in the cage and like actually having MMA fights. But yeah. Needed to bring more beakers and test tubes. Sandhagen brought all the beakers and test tubes. All the specifics training, Sandhagen won. He won all the specifics. He shut down and negated the wrestling with the stronger guy. It's just that you can't make up the difference when someone's just flat out way faster than you and doesn't care about your beakers and test tubes. All right. This is why you're better than Guru, real MMA fan. Is Guru... I'm not surprised that Guru would be raging at this, but to be honest, I'm a little bit upset that Sandhagen lost too. I'm a little bit upset that Sandhagen lost because Sandhagen's one of my favorite fighters. And Sandhagen's been one of those fighters that he's never won the title, and I always wanted to see him win a title. And it just... If Sandhagen had lost a close fight where it was a battle of war, it'd be a little bit... I would not feel the same way. But because Sandhagen got beat so easily on the feet, that's the tough pill to swallow. My record for the event was not good, man. I did not have a good record. I probably went like 7-4. I say that I could have gone like 6-5. We'll see. So I got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. So I went 8, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 8-5. 8-5. Not that great. You're coping. You're taking away from Umar's win. No, I'm not. Cory wasn't slower or worse. Umar made him look that way. I'm not coping. Cory Sandhagen objectively looked slower than some of his performances in the past. That's not cope. You are allowed to realize fighters' speed difference from watching former fights to the fight that we just saw now. It's conceivable that someone that tore their tricep could be a tiny bit slower with the way that they throw punches. That's not cope. I still think Umar did a really good job. I said Umar didn't have his way in the grappling that easily. I didn't expect him to do that well on the feet, and he did. His output was good. His cardio was good. So I'm not coping. I'm coping, but that's not cope. That's not cope. That is an objective take for me. I think you can objectively say Sandhagen did not. I'm not saying he's washed. I'm not saying Sandhagen's washed. I'm not saying he's old. He's in his prime. He looked a tiny bit slower than he has in the past. He looked a tiny bit slower than he has in the past. Cory, the Dustin Poirier bantamweight? No, not on that level. If you're Dustin Poirier, you have to win the number one contenders fights. Sure, Poirier's lost to Gagey in a number one contenders fight, but like Cory has always lost the number one contenders fight. Dustin has competed for the undisputed belt tons of times. Makhachev, Habib, Charles, he's won an interim. Cory Sandhagen's lost and got choked out by Aljo. He got beat by Peter Yan in an interim title fight, so he didn't win the interim belt. And he got easily outstruck in a number one contenders fight. So like he's just not on Dustin's level. Dustin is on another level. Do you think Sandhagen just shit his pants or Umar's just built different? I mean, Umar's not just built different, even though he's a little bit built different. Umar's just way better than I thought, way faster on the feet. And Sandhagen's worse than I thought on the feet. Like, it's not just because he looked a tiny bit slower than I remembered, but in general, I think that people have overrated Sandhagen's striking. And I've called that out, but I think I still overrated Sandhagen striking. And I underrated Umar striking. But also, there was a lot going on. Sandhagen had to worry about the takedown. Maybe a lot of his time went into just grappling, and he wasn't at his best because a lot of the time, dude, Sandhagen did really well in the grappling. So that just makes it more impressive that Umar beat him. Sandhagen completely shut down the grappling in most of those exchanges and still got beat 49-46. That's like Volkanovski shutting down the grappling completely because Makhachev did better in the grappling against Volk than Umar did against Cory. But Volk was more competitive against Makhachev on the feet than Cory was against Umar. So Umar did really well. Umar Simi is boxing for Merab, the wrestling for O'Malley. Yeah, he could be a future champ. This performance kind of showed us that he could be a future champ. I mean, listen, I don't think Jan is a tougher fight, but he's also getting better, right? Merab is a tough fight, but he's also getting better. Umar's how old? He's 28, man. Yeah, 28 years old. So he's still getting a lot better. Don't ever bet again. He's Habib's cousin, Fraudhagen. I mean, Habib has people that he's around that lose sometimes. So like, yeah, no, but I don't bet. You're saying don't ever bet again. I don't bet. I recognize that betting's not a great idea. But I'm allowed to get a pick wrong. That happens all the time. People get picks wrong. Listen, I wasn't saying Sandhagen destroys him. Sandhagen annihilates him. It's 100%. I said it was like a very close fight. So don't be trying to tell me that I didn't think this was, well, don't be trying to tell me that I didn't think Umar could win. I didn't think Umar would win like this, which is the impressive part, but not many people did. A lot of people that picked Umar thought that he was going to ragdoll Sandhagen, muscle him to the ground, control him. Couldn't do that. So part of my breakdown, even though it's MMA and breakdowns sometimes don't even mean shit because like whatever happens sometimes. But I said I believe in Sandhagen to stuff the takedowns, and he did. So my breakdown wasn't totally off. I got my prediction wrong. My breakdown wasn't totally off. I believed in Sandhagen's specifics training. Nobody thought he would outstrike Cory like that. Some people thought he would do well on the feet, but not that easily. No one thought he would make Cory look like that simple. But some people did think he would do well on the feet, to be honest. I thought he would do much less on the feet. Tuning back in, main event recap, please. Sandhagen got comfortably outstruck, and his beakers and test tubes didn't help him. He didn't throw a lot of output. Got speed mogged by Umar and shut down the grappling, which made it all that much worse to watch because Cory Sandhagen, despite shutting down the grappling of Umar, still got beat easily. Cory arrived too late. He said he felt jet lagged. Yeah, jet lag. Listen, I'm sure he felt a little bit of jet lag, but that's not why he lost. If Merab isn't a nightmare for Sean, Umar is. Okay. Well, yeah, Umar's a much better striker than Merab. And his ability to keep people on the ground is better than Merab. And he's a little faster than Merab, too. So we'll see what happens. Make Cory a coach. He's a damn watcher, not a doer. Cory was watching a lot in that fight, yeah. But you know what? His grappling defense looked really good. Like, he has leveled up in his takedown defense. Umar kind of gassed. You think Merab drowns him? He didn't look like he gassed to me, but Merab could drown anyone that he gets into the later rounds. We live in the darkest timeline. I know. I wish we lived in the Sandhagen winning timeline. Yeah. Would you consider Cory pillow hands at this point? Oh, yeah, 100%. Listen, Cory's always had pillow hands. I literally had him in my pillow hands video, but he could sit on shots every once in a while and hurt people. Like, he hurt TJ a few times. Like, Sandhagen has hurt people with his punches, but yeah, for sure, he's had pillow hands. I just thought he'd be able to, like, land the right shots and set things up, make adjustments, find moments, find openings, and he wasn't able to. I think I overrated Sandhagen's ability to do things on the feet. Ilya KOs Max. Max ain't faced the power and accuracy. I think Ilya beats him. I don't know about KOs him, but that's just because he's never been KO'd. But I think Ilya beats him. People forget, man. Umar's still 27. 28, unless Google's wrong. But thank you for the 20 and okay. Yeah. Anyway, guys, I'm going to get out of here. All right. I am going to get out of here and make my recap video. Hope you guys enjoyed the stream. Thank you for tuning in. Thank you guys for tuning in. Recap will be up soon. We got a lot to talk about. Until next time.